Welcome to the ICL on a Tuesday. Tuesday. I should sell used cars. I'm so good at this. We have a fantastic match of Additional Ink versus the Lords of Lore. And today, I have with me a couple lovely guests, and maybe we'll play that game where you try to guess who they are.
Beep beep boop boop. Beep beep boop 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 beep.
And we have a robot.
Beep beep boop boop boop. Beep beep.
We have to restore to factory setting, and we'll get back to you on this one. Have you tried plugging it in and unplugging it? And just leaving it unplugged? Just leave it. Oh God. I think the problem was we were watching JD's stream and he got a little insane. So
I think we caught it at the perfect time. I really do. What a time to tune in.
Yeah. The professionalism tanked at that very moment.
Oh man.
It's a lot. Well, welcome to the ICL on a Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Oh, and in the ICL on a Tuesday.
He's looking up Men in Black, the memory thing from Men in Black right now. Is that where you're trying to show?
We are live.
I'm sorry.
We're here with the ICL on a Tuesday. Additional Ink versus Lords of Lore. Okay, I was reading the tweet. I follow the socials. This match is really important. I hear that these guys are fighting for a potential playoff spot. Is this correct?
Oh, let's double check here.
I heard they were 3-3, says the Twitter post.
Yeah, and they're currently in 7th and 8th place, and winning here is going to really push them through and up. There is 4 more rounds to go. Four more rounds to go. We're going to 11.
This is a win and in scenario, potentially.
Possibly. I think they're going to have to both keep winning a little bit. As Ink Pass and Mad Hatters, if they go on a spree of constant wins, like that could push them down. But it's really important here. I think a victory for either of them will definitely make them feel better going into the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's put some stakes on it. This one matters, okay? When you're playing against players that have the same record as you, and you're 7th and 8th, you got to fight, okay? You got to fight to get up there. You don't want to finish 8th, right, and make it to top with last. Okay, you want to make it like at least 4th, right? We try to get at least 4th.
You just want to win. As someone whose team came in like last place in a previous season.
See, we can laugh about that because your team is like full of professional players who are very talented. So we're allowed to giggle.
I was saying we can definitely laugh. Yeah, because like on the ICL, they're like beefing it every single week, but then like all of them are just qualifying for CCQs every single weekend, right? Like ICL on a Tuesday, absolutely smoked. That Saturday, 4 of them qualified for nationals. You
Absolutely.
know what I mean? So it's like, okay, all right, fair enough.
I didn't get too upset with them when they were also qualifying for things.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah. Speaking of qualifications, we did just have DLC Indianapolis tickets go on sale. This is the first ICL stream since then. I believe all 3 of us will be in attendance. Hopefully everyone in the chat was able to get their tickets as well. Got to imagine a lot of these players on the teams are going to want to be attending. So that'll be fun. Infinity, right? We're not doing that today, but we are doing it on the ICL often.
Yeah. As soon as the new set comes out, it'll be only Infinity.
Which is super exciting.
For the DLC.
Do you promise?
I do promise. Well, there'll be an exhibition week, and currently that might be Cube Draft. It's hard to say.
Okay, that's fun.
I mean, I can handle that.
I'm learning how to Cube Draft. I'm learning.
It's fun. In a lot of other games, it's the best way to play. In Lorcana, I've done it a few times, and it's my favorite way to play Limited, I think, for sure.
Nice.
But currently, I'm loving Infinity. It reminds me of the previous core with just like a couple amped up cards that we didn't get to play with before. But like at the moment, it's like, you still have the Steel Song that we are used to. Even with Flaversham Band, we have some Ruby Sapphire Sisu decks using Workshop now instead. You have like the Amber Emerald discard, Blue Steel also now shifting to a Workshop build or more of a Kiwi build. Like all the decks are that you've known from the past in core, there's a better version of it in Infinity. So like if you've played for a while and you're all about that, like I think you would find yourself at home in Infinity. Hopefully you didn't sell off your cards in rotation.
Hopefully, for sure. No, it's super exciting to hear. And like I think the great thing about it is like with ICL and the players being forced to play different decks, we got to see things like Emerald and Ruby, be dominating and like be really cool. And that's a deck that, like, contrary to what you were saying, has never been good before, but could potentially be good in Infinity. So kind of there's no rules, right? The only rule is you can't use Hiram, and that's a pretty good rule, right? So we kind of just get to make stuff up.
But after today of losing to Sisu and over again, it's like, But anyways, we're about to start here. We're about to start here very shortly. So we'll do some predictions here.
Okay.
I've been inducted as an honorary Lords of Lore player, so I'm gonna have to root for the Lords of Lore. I mean, you want me to vote for you? Add me to your team like that. It's that simple.
Okay. Nice little
so I'm gonna root
action
for that, and we're gonna pop over so we don't miss anything. But you two get to keep doing your predictions during that. And I'm looking at you, Miss Color. I know you don't like to do predictions, but we're gonna have you do one right now.
Yeah, that's what he thinks. Anyway, what's up, Willow? It is ICL on a Tuesday, and we have Ocean Tippus, Zellafoot. Oh, but look at the little Oogie Boogie hand marker, and I think that for that reason, Lords of Lore.
Okay.
But then again, Ninja Harley. Oh man, I don't know.
I'm going to go for additional ink here. I'm surprised to see Color not picking additional ink just purely off all of the colors in that logo. But we're here. ICL on a Tuesday. Good to be back in the booth with you. Welcome to all those raiders over from JDZ Quest stream. We were catching the tail end of that.
Are you guys okay? Yeah. Are you guys all right? Do you need to talk to an adult? Because
Color
I feel
was
like
laughing.
I couldn't. I had to turn it off. You guys, it was actually insane. It was
hilarious. We're very lucky to have him. But no, it's great to be here. I'm excited to see this week is core for anybody who's just joining us a little late. We were talking about how this week is core, but as we get closer to the new set Wilds Unknown, we will have Infinity all the way up into the DLC. We were talking about who got their tickets, so let us know in chat if you're going to the DLC, because Color and I are gonna be there. That's all Infinity, but not today, okay? Because we're playing core and it's set champ season. Color, I've got 2 top 8s under my belt. No mats though, unfortunately.
Okay.
I'm ready to get some deck ideas right here, right now in this round 1 of the ICL.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's set champ season, and I am absolutely undefeated because you cannot lose if you do not play, because you have to do work all weekend. So I definitely have an undefeated record going into the second weekend. So I am excited to see what everybody's bringing. I had a window of an opportunity to be able to play this weekend, and then it was taken away quickly. So I'm just going to live vicariously through everybody as I did last weekend, but we did see a varying degree of different decks. Sapphire Steel was winning. Ruby Amethyst was winning. I saw a deck with Radigan in it, and and they made top 8. So you know what? It's the Wild West.
Yeah, it absolutely is the Wild West. I have also been seeing some Ruby Sapphire at both of the set champs that I attended. So, I would love to see that tonight. I would love to see it right now in round 1. Don't think it's going to happen, but a girl can dream, okay? And it looks like the players are finally getting off to the races here, doing the altars and things. Look at this playmat, by the way. The Let It Go with all the signatures. I'm seeing some big names on there. I see Lamb Chops. Who else we got on there? There's a lot of people on there.
We got Justice, says R&B, Big Thunder. I mean,
Let's go. Lots of names.
Bad Vegas. I
see JDZ down there. I don't know if you said that already. I'm trying to read like the ones that I can actually. Sky. Okay. That is Sky. I wasn't sure if it was Sky. Look at this. We're starting off hot. We've just inked a Ruby card. I missed what it was. I think it was the location
the Scrooge's Counting House, because that's sick. We see an
Yes.
angel and to a rhino. So if this is a Ruby matchup versus a Amber matchup, we'll see how it goes. Maybe it's Amber Ruby versus Amber Ruby, because that would be, oh my god, it is. Is it?
It's
No.
definitely Amber Ruby on this one side. Let's get a peek at the hand. Gonna
Versus-
be Amber Ruby versus Amber Steel.
Interesting. So now I think that this matchup can kind of go either way, depending on how much reps, how many reps that Ocean Tempest
Sure.
has. I got really excited. My brain thought of the matchup, and then I went down a rabbit hole, and I forgot to tell you guys about it because I was just so excited about this deck over on Ocean Tempest's side. It's a lot of fun, and it's real good.
Yeah, and Amber Steel also very, very good. So we see it doing its thing already, getting this Rhino shift coming in, getting 2 lore on the board. This Mowgli not going to be able to do much against this Rhino, but we know that traditionally Ruby and Amber has a lot of characters that can deal with this Rhino, not typically as fragile as some of the other Amber decks out there. Things like, Maui Shark, even Headless Horseman to potentially power up some other cards is going to help hopefully get this Rhino off the board sooner rather than later.
As we see this Aladdin coming into play. Now, this is the boost Aladdin. It does something really relevant when you put a card underneath it, because
there's a card under this character. Your characters gain reckless, or excuse me, your characters with reckless gain exert
for 1 lore. Oh my gosh, Willow has the fastest. I gotta do what she does.
I have it. I have the list. I've got the list pulled up. I'm not spoiling anything. Okay. I'm just going to talk about them as they appear, but I've got the research ready in hand. And this is what I was talking about, Color, right? We're talking about powerful characters. So a lot of these Amber lists right now, looking at Amber Steel, looking at Amber and Emerald, they don't have a lot of characters that can combat this Rhino. This Rhino often ends up being, really, really strong. But in Ruby, this Aladdin already showing us that we're going to be able to put damage on this hamster right away, where normally in other decks we would need multiple characters to do it. So we're going to have to start being careful, and we see that here when this Rhino doesn't quest already, right?
Being very careful here indeed. If you could just shoot me over that list, that'd be kind of sick. And also too, the screens are backwards, so that is a fun little update coming from production, as we see a Sisu coming down and taking out that Troubadour cleanly, because she does come in and banish characters with 1 strength or less. But if you could shoot me that list, I would like to be in the know.
Yes, I'm getting it over to you right now. It is also somewhere for us, but there you go. It's spent over to you. So we're seeing the Sisu come in. We get the Singer off the board, feeling so good, okay? Because even though we were able to discard a card, I believe, earlier in the form of that Thunderbolt, and we didn't see any songs that when we looked with the Mowgli, you can always top deck it, right? They're always 1 top deck away. And now we're going on a quest with this Aladdin, which is going to be difficult to remove, right? Our Rhino trades. We don't want to trade. That's not what we're looking to do here. We're looking to get value out of this hamster. And right now, I don't know if the screens are correct or not, but let's just say for now, Ocean Tempest making it really hard to get value. Boom, just kidding. There you go.
I have no idea what's going on, but it is kind of weird for Ocean Tempest to not be the one with a mat signed by R&B and Bad Vegas and everybody else. So that makes a little bit more sense to me. But now the Rhino does get +2 resist when it has no damage, correct? So I don't think it would trade with the Aladdin,
you're right.
It is a 4/4. So that is why that card coming out and being one of the biggest nuisances we'd ever seen. We're like, oh, he's 1/16 wolf. That's cute. Haha. And you're like, Power Hamster is too powerful. As we see another one come right on down to just join his little friend there. And
Absolutely.
Too powerful, too soon, too fast, too furious, too hamstery.
So you're absolutely right? This Power Hamster, super powerful. But I think the thing is, even if, it's going to stick around if it were to challenge this Aladdin, the thing is, the Aladdin's still going to put some damage on it. So even something like this Sisu, right, being able to clean it up, going to make it really kind of difficult for Ocean Tempest here to kind of figure out how we want to find our footing. For now, we're saying, you know what, go ahead, trade your 2 things into mine. I have got another Rhino for insurance. But it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
As we see a Webby's Diary coming down, which is going to say whenever you boost a character, you may go ahead and you're just boosting again. That's it's just a long way of being like, hey, buddy, you can pay 1 to just do it again. What if you boosted it twice? Oh my gosh, this list is rad. Okay.
Yeah, you pay 1 to draw a card is the Webby's Diary there.
Okay, well, I was thinking of the bagpipes, but you know what? That's an illegal deck, so I should have let you read it. You have the list right there. Oh, it's just like Ursula's shell necklace, except for guess what, guys? This is inkable. Ursula's shell necklace is not, but you would pay one to draw a card. So this is a better, more this is a better workshop too. So
More consistent card draw. We love to see it. As we see this Angel Experiment 624 come down, gonna start hopefully chipping away at some of these things if we can. It depends on how big the hand size is. Because like the Sisu and the Mowgli is not really like a high value target, right? But the thing about it is, again, when we're talking about having this Aladdin being able to put the damage on the hamster to then clean it up, you kind of have to get rid of these little guys.
yeah, it's kind of exactly what you're talking about, trying to get rid of that. And also Sisu is evasive, so there is no other way for Ocean Tempest to be able to get that Sisu, and it just allowed to continue to quest and quest and quest, as we did see Nick over here who drew a Raging Storm for turn, going ahead boosting that Aladdin one more time, which what does that do? Every time it boosted, it makes me feel better about myself and my friends, or is it just technically while there's a card under this character? So now do we have the ability to bounce? What are we're just tucking cards for funsies. Well, there's reasons. I'm trying to figure it out, chat. Why do we want things under this Aladdin?
It's an interesting question for sure. Like, why are we just kind of essentially putting cards into our discard pile? Something to argue though, as we start to see what gets revealed here. Hit another Aladdin.
Oh, I know. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go for it. You go for it.
A card that Color's Law herself really, really loves. We do have a copy of the Black Cauldron in this deck. So there are ways to get things back from our discard pile there. So that may be something we're hoping to see, or maybe we have it in hand and just have not pulled it out yet.
Oh, that is an amazing strategy now that I thought about it for more than 3 seconds. Oh my gosh, being able to just go ahead and boost something to the fullest, getting things into your discard and allowing you not to have to use things like Bobby and things like that. We usually use an Emerald to be able to draw and discard. The boost kind of naturally gives you that. And then hopefully you didn't boost all your actions under there, because you can't Cauldron an action later. But we are going to see, as we go ahead and use that Experiment 624's ability to do some damage to the aerial and sing Strength of a Raging Fire. Now, we did have to 2-for-1 ourselves, but it's okay because that aerial was a lot of card advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking over, we're up to 10 lore now. So that is pretty close, right? We're halfway compared to Nick's board here. Nothing on the board. So okay, we start with the Headless Horseman, but we're playing it for nothing, Color, right? Like this is just not where we want to be. And Ocean Tempest kind of having a little bit of a weird start, not like a bad start, but now kind of just looking so good.
Yeah, that Rhino has been on there forever because we were able to get rid of one Rhino, and that hopefully you just not drawing a card for turn to take out our Horseman, that situation, having to throw that down for no reason whatsoever. We are just going to go ahead and Raging Storm, getting rid of those things here, making sure that we have 8 ink to do that and pass the turn. Now, I think we are a dock off the top.
Always a dock off the top.
I was about to say we have no cards in hand, but just kidding, because the universe does provide, as we go ahead and play a dock to go ahead, draw a 2-drop, and then play an Angel to get that 14 lore.
Yeah, I don't remember what the other card in hand is. Maybe we haven't seen it yet. We do find something off the top with the Scrooge McDuck. We go ahead, boost it right away. Why not? With the Webby's Diary, I believe we did get to draw as well. So we're slowly starting to like try to get ourselves back into this game. But at 14 lore, I think Nick has like a lot more to do before we can really start feeling comfortable. Oof.
Oh my gosh, maybe that was what was in hand. Maybe it wasn't, but we do still have a couple cards in hand. Unfortunately, one of the cards you had in hand was a Thunderbolt off the top, and you were only able to boost that Scrooge once per turn. So it was a 4/4 at the time of banishment.
Yeah, we do find another Aladdin here. So this is going to allow us to draw another card thanks to that Webby's Diary. But we're all the way up to 16. We're kind of using all of our ink to do everything that we want to do here. So looks like Oceans is going to get up to 18. And Nick's just going to kind of have an answer after answer after answer every single turn at this point.
Now, it does kind of seem like a neat engine when you do have the Aladdins on board. So you're able to pay 2, which is very expensive to boost, but you can pay 1. So you're basically playing 3 to draw a card at this point, but you are keeping your hand and your resources full. But at the same time, you're going to need cards, like you said, that will be able to deal with this for the rest of the game forever and ever and ever. And again, Ocean Tempest has already drawn 1 dock. And so you're going to have to find the ability. We do have 2 cards in hand. We're not on low resources. Just go ahead and play them out. It's going to be another Thunderbolt
Oof.
onto that Aladdin. And it's a
And,
Webby's Diary that was boosted under there into the discard.
yeah, I mean, finding all the songs, I believe that's 3, if not 4, Thunderbolts there, because we did have one in the discard early. So we're going on a quest. We're up to 18. Now let's see what can Nick do here. Gonna start, of course, with the boost and hopefully try to draw as well off of that Webby's Diary. Do we find it though with only 6 ink left? I believe we can ink up to 7, right? So that's not Raging Storm. So what is it going to be? We could find outs like the Headless Horseman and then challenge with our Aladdin. Trying to think we could find Sisu.
Sisu, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, what else is in the deck? What else is in the deck?
I know. There's a lot of ruby removal that does, but you do have to find it, and that's the unfortunate thing. But if we do go ahead and challenge in taking out this angel, that does only get us up to 19 next turn. So then if we're able to do literally anything else, which it turns out we're not, and as we go ahead and play the Tinkerbell down, but we do know that there is Pirate's Life because we saw it inked earlier, but we are going to play
or rewrite history.
Yeah.
And we have return a card from your discard to your hand.
And it's a Ducktail. It's Scrooge McDuck, the Ebenezer one. So we're going to go ahead and not boost him because we don't have any ink left. So this is a way to get back into it, but we are at 19. And that's a Nani into the... Actually,
never a dock, never a dock. It's never a Nani into a dock. Come on, don't do it to him. Don't do it to him, Nick.
Not like
this. But there it is, color. We see the Nani into the dock. This is gonna be heartbreak for Nick. Hold on. He can't play it. Does he have the ink? He's got to ink something to do it.
He can ink, yeah, because I was like, he just inks and then plays.
He could have a lot of this deck plays 16 uninkables. There's a chance.
No, that's an inkable. It's immediately an inkable. And then he's like, yo, I'm gonna dock again. And so basically, this is forcing Nick to have another board wipe, and that's gonna be brutal because he committed so much to the board. So basically, if this isn't a board wipe, it's still a losing battle, even because then you'll just be able to play the 2 cards that you have. So you better have, I don't know, you need 2 Raging Storms in a row, and then a way to rebuild your hand. As we go ahead and send them all on a quest, so it does seem like we potentially do have that Raging Storm, but we got to see another Raging Storm, and then and then some more stuff. So,
well, let's see. So we start with the Raging Storm, right? And here's the play color. Let me tell you right now. Okay, we quest with everything. We Raging Storm all of our stuff. Put our Elsa Ice Artisan into the discard pile. Okay, and then when we pass it back over, our opponent's hand is just 2 songs. Easy. There you go. It's just 2.
It's not. It's Ariel, and then we're gonna boost it. It is a song, and then we can go ahead and okay.
Listen, we had to try.
We are gonna boost her. And that is going to be ability to draw us cards. So again, we are going to have an answer for the rest of forever. And that's not it. That's a Delamoon Lullaby. But then again, we have a Delamoon Lullaby into a Sisu or something of this sort. That is going to keep us around as we're going to Raging Storm again. Just kidding. I didn't say I was going to have 2 of them, and we did have 2 of them. Yo, hold up. Hold up. I was joking, but hey, I know what it feels like to have 2 be prepareds in hand and need 2 be prepared. So you just got to follow it up. You know how many times I've stopped Amber Steel at 19? Let's go.
This is crazy. Seeing 2 Raging Storms there right when you need them. Hopefully, oh man, putting another Ariel into play. This time, like you said, boosting it once again. Still don't have the ink to get a song off of it, as well. So you're saying there's a chance, okay? With this Della's, we could potentially lower, the strength of this Ariel. Then that's going to enable something like the Sisu, something like the Horseman Strikes.
Nope.
Oh, but we're just going to pass it over. Man, you got to try to build it up, but sometimes
I was like, at the same time, I'm like, nah, I want to get to another game. Now I think we have everybody on the right side of the table. We know what's going on. Ocean Tempest knows what's going on. Nick knows what's on, and now we can alter properly and make sure that we all know what we need to do. And this Olaf, I forgot about this Olaf. This Olaf is sick. So basically, you boost all of your cards over and over again, and then when you get to a certain point, you can just play the Olaf for free out from under the cauldron. So you just, it's a free Olaf. My God, this deck. I think Brute Mukai was saying that he topped this weekend at set champs with this deck. and he sent the deck list, and I just like was you know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
absolutely. No, it's super fun to see Ruby and Amber, on the screen right now. A lot of people have been talking about this deck. I've seen a couple of different people put out, I believe like Harlan and Fumbles maybe just made like a video about Amber Ruby. Some other people have been talking about it as well. So this is a deck that like I think JDRR as well, kind of playing some sort of this list sometimes. And so it just goes to show, like, I think a lot of people are enjoying it, having some fun with it. It looks a lot different than it used to, right? It used to be this sort of Mufasa build, right? Where you would kind of cheat really expensive things like the Maleficent Dragon into play off of the Mufasa getting banished. So definitely not that, right? We're doing a lot of different things now, but at its core, right? I think we're still trying to kind of cheat out characters with things like maybe this Cauldron. I like seeing some of the synergy with Webby's Diary. We saw a lot of boosts happening on those Aladdins. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious.
We haven't seen an Akud, which now that I'm looking at that is kind of interesting.
Yeah, for sure. We also didn't see that Olaf. So I'm curious to see what it's gonna be. We have the deck list in front of them. We'll give it a little longer before we start spilling some of these secrets here. But some things we did see that didn't end up getting to pop off. Like we even saw the Scrooge's counting house, right? Like that was ink right off the gate. And that says this location gets +1. Willpower.
More and willpower. It's literally both. It's actually wild
for each card under it. So that's also got some synergy with that Webby's Diary. So we have a lot of card draw available to us. We have some things that we're trying to do. I think that Nick, unfortunately, just not really able to get off the ground here. Ocean's Tempest on the other side playing phenomenally, seeing things like those rhinos, right? Like, oh man, what a way to start the game. Kind of turning off a lot of the removal that is in Nick's deck.
The 3 Zeus bolts is probably where I would have started crying.
It might have been 4. It might have been 4.
I was gonna say the 3 at the beginning. No, because we did discard. We did get 1 Zeus bolt off of the Mowgli at the very beginning of the game, and then the 3 subsequent ones that Mowgli just didn't take handle. So I think that's where I would have been like, wow, unfortunate there. So maybe we'll be able to see. Let's see, like Nick keep some characters this time.
Yeah, for sure. Right. I think everybody is, we say this all the time, right? We're always rooting for a game 3. But especially when we see decks like this that we don't traditionally get to see, we want to see them go the distance. We want to see their full power level. And I really don't think we got to see this deck do everything that it wants to do. So looking to make a new go of it. Listen, I need Nick to convince me right here and right now that this is the deck that we all bring to Set Champs this weekend, starting with the Tinkerbell. So we hit the 1-drop. Can we do this?
Yeah, let's hope so. Unless Ocean Tempest is just like firing the cannons right out the gate. But I mean, that would be for another matchup. But seeing here, this Tinkerbell is a good turn 1 if you're not going to say, oops, I'll steal. And hey, we didn't have the fire the cannons. We don't have the 1-drop, and we are passing. Unfortunate because we take that Rhino. Yeah, I know. Like, hey, listen, we're on the game 3 side. It was inking a Liquidator, which is a crazy card. It's so good. And to play the Mowgli to see what you got, because you had 1 billion songs last time. You're about to have 1 billion this time. Oh, the Akud.
Oh, there it is. We get the Akud out of the hand and we get a peek. We see 2 more rhinos just like last time. Also 2 Grandmother Willows. Gotta love it. But also gotta hate it. So we're gonna hopefully be trying to make something happen. But I don't think this is actually like the best start for Ocean's Tempest. And I think this could give a lot of room, for Nick to kind of make something of this.
As we say, there are a couple different lines that you can, and we're just going to play the Grandmother Willow and pass. There's a couple different lines that you can take with this Amber Steel deck. Is you could go for a lower to the ground into the Willow, into this, into that, into some singers, or you can do like I play this shift Rhino, sing Akud, then play the Stitch that was in a hand. The way that Ocean Tempest's hand looked, he had half of each line that you could or should be taking. So he had the wrong half of each strategy just sitting in his thing is in his hand as we do play the Aladdin here and pass the turn. And we're getting the question. We're already at 3.
I mean, this game is looking super different compared to the last one. Kind of doing a flop here, like you mentioned. This time Ocean's Tempest just not really finding his footing. Gonna try though. Let's see what we can make of this. So we play both of those Willows. We knew we had them in hand, uninkable, so they got to be played out. Ooh. This Nani could potentially help us start to make some things happen here. So we'll see what we take. I mean, with the hand that we have, might even just be looking to ink as quickly as possible and get to play out a dock. Maybe, if we can find one. Want to see, don't get anything. Even some ink here, a troubadour, something would have been nice there.
Interesting. Nani saying nah, as we do go ahead and establish a singer though for Akud next turn. We did see that the Snowboarder Stitch was in Ocean's Tempest hand, so we're able to potentially sing that next turn and get to moving. We will be able to play the Stitch as we decide to take out the Tinkerbell because I don't know, you having characters just makes me uncomfortable. So let's get rid of those.
Yeah, gonna start to get some of these characters off the board one way or another. It kind of hurts, right? You never really want to lose that Grandmother Willow, but we have another one. Okay, there's a chance. We're trying to make something happen. We go ahead and ink this Horseman Strikes. Normally a phenomenal card, not going to do much in this matchup though, and we get that Ariel Ethereal Voice out onto the board. Not able to boost it this turn, but kind of maybe saying we have some songs in hand that we're hopefully looking to play, start getting our draw engine online, and continue to build up this board.
Or it's saying this is the only 4-drop in my hat I have in my hand. And I am upset and man, I better draw a song in my next turn. But we do know that Ocean Tempest has a couple lines available to them because again, we saw them getting rid and opting for the trade with the Tinkerbell and the Willow because we have the Akud in hand, which is going to give you that cost reduction. So we can just go ahead and just kidding. We're going to play a Rhino right here. And we still have that available to us. We still could sing, or we got rid of it, or I'm just hallucinating and they don't actually have Akud and
the Akud was discarded unless we saw another one, but I think we only saw the one. I think we also just drew a Raging Storm. Obviously not time for it yet, but good to know that we have that insurance for later. We get this Webby's Diary down. Now we can start some of the shenanigans, okay? We're boosting the Ariel, drawing a card thanks to the Webby's Diary. Do we have a song to draw again? It doesn't look like it. I think we passed the turnover.
Once per turn because the card is horrible.
Yeah, very, very interesting here. So didn't get to draw again, but feels good.
Yeah, Ariel being once per turn. Come on. Let me do Broken Things. I would love to be able to draw, but
well, the second draw would be for the Webby's Diary.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the boost on the Webby's Diary we drew for, and then a song to draw for the second one.
My brain will not commit that card to memory. Absolutely not. No matter how many times you read it to me, that card is bagpipes. That's a Ursula shell necklace. I have no idea.
Yeah, so the synergy was there, but very quickly leaves play. We get this chief down. We get to sing the strength on the Ariel. But she drew us a card, not in the way she traditionally does, but I don't think Nick's going to be happy about that regardless. Now, Ocean Tempest starting to find his footing here a little bit, starting to kind of build up. Let's see what we can make happen. Starting with the draw again, thanks to the boost on the Aladdin and the Diary. But what do we do with the rest of this ink?
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, with the rest of it, it was 3 to do that because it is boost 2 for the Aladdin and then 1 for the Diary. So now you have 3 total ink left. And I saw your Maleficent Dragon into the discard. And we play the Scrooge. We will be able to boost 1. But if you have another Thunderbolt, this game is over. Just kidding. It's fine. Everything is fine. We're doing fine. Being able to boost that Scrooge, making it a 4/4 probably feels good into anybody except Amber Steel. And I feel like this was a bad matchup for Ruby Amber, but somebody was like, I too owed Ruby Amber. I was like, oh, okay. And it feels not great as we see the carefree snowboarder coming on down and joining all of his friends over there on Ocean Tempest's side.
Yeah, lots of friends over there for sure. And I feel like Ocean Tempest, just wants to quest out here saying, you know what, I'm just going to do what I did last time, get a bunch of lore and make you have to have it. We did potentially see some cards in Nick's hand that can deal with this, but we're ways away from anything like a board wipe here. So what do we do in the meantime? I think we'd love to see maybe Headless Horseman can just start to banish the Willow to at least buff up some of our characters, maybe have to do some more boosting on the things like this Scrooge to potentially make something happen here. But none of it feels great, right? No line right now I think that's available to us feels amazing. So we really want to find something soon.
Well, yeah, we can boost the Scrooge by 1, and that would be able to make sure that we're just going to go ahead and sing a Della's Moon Lullaby to draw a card. See if we have any more options here that will give potentially The Stitch is going to be, oh, I like that. The Stitch, give that -2 just in case we do draw a Sisu or probably a Horseman. That would be perfect. Horseman coming out, immediately getting that Stitch, which is the only ready card. That is huge here because now we can actually make some more favorable trades because we can boost the Scrooge and then throw that into the Bodyguard, challenge into Chief Powhatan, as well as
Yeah, so this Headless Horseman being able to get rid of that Stitch, like you said, feels so great. But then also giving +1 to all these characters, allowing that Aladdin to take out the Chief, so that this boosted Scrooge McDuck cleaning up that Rhino, and all of a sudden this board is looking so much better than it did before, right? So now we've got 3 characters on our side. This Scrooge McDuck feeling so powerful in this position, gonna take out anything that even looks its direction. Having the Headless
look at it,
Horseman
you're banished straight to banishment. Straight to banishment.
So if Ocean Tempest can't really continue to establish some things, or maybe even use this Nani to sing, Nick might be able to start turning the corner here and start playing a little bit more of this control game.
Yeah, so unless Ocean Tempest does that thing that they did last game and just rips a dock straight off the top of the deck into a Nani, into another dock, because again, we've seen that Nick has the ability to kind of clean everything up because that's what Ruby does, right? It just kind of cleans everything up and keeps going. And you took Be Prepared from us, but we'll build our own, I swear to you. But again, it just depends on how many resources that Ocean Tempest has from this point on, because before, when we were trying to stop them, they were at 19 lore. Now they're at 8. So being at 8 lore is egregiously far from being at 19 and giving Nick a lot better of a chance being on the play here.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like we're slowing some things down, or something is happening. I don't know if we're in the think tank. I don't know if we're frozen. But regardless, we've got time as we wait to see what these players are gonna do. It might be a frozen. I've never seen somebody sit as still
like
as Ocean
that.
Tempest.
Just like sitting with their I have though. There's been some players where you're like, are they? And it's right as you start to feel insane, they breathe, and you're like, oh my gosh. So you were really deep in it, but I don't know. It's kind of like they look pretty frozen here.
Oh no, I definitely think they're frozen. Oh. He was just still. There's no way.
Wow.
Okay, it's a judge call. It's a judge call. It's a judge call.
I knew it was a judge call, but the judge call, you still weren't breathing or moving or responding. Judge call. It's a judge call. Put your hands up, and then they just have to keep your hands in the frame.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I figured it was a judge call, but then it was so long that he did not move. I was like, there is simply no way. Okay, so
I'm a hand talker. I'm a very sporadic person. If you see me fully sitting still, I have gone into a coma, and you need to call 911. So Willow, I know you're the same way. So if you're ever sitting that still, call the authorities. There's
call somebody. We need help. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the players are gonna get things figured out. As soon as we know what's going on, we'll let you know. But in the meantime, assuming nothing's gonna change after this judge call, this gives us a time to kind of break down this game. Because like we talked about, Nick did just have a pretty big turn there. I can't tell exactly if that's 1 or more cards in hand, but we know that Ocean Tempest still has something, right? There's still things in hand. Okay, maybe 3.
You see on Ocean Tempest. Nick, I was like, Nick seems to have maybe 2 to 3 cards in hand, but I don't know if Ocean Tempest does. But again,
well, there's definitely a hand marker. So there's something there.
That's over there. There's the Oogie Boogie over there. I see him now.
The little Oogie Boogie. I just can't see what's underneath him. So Ocean Tempest gonna draw for turn, gonna have at least 2, right? And then 4 ink available. Maybe, right? Like maybe can find something. I mean, having this Nani is still pretty significant here. We know that 1 Akud is discarded, but typically these decks are running 4, right? So we can try to find, another Akud, maybe play out something with the rest of our ink, to kind of cheat some things into play. Maybe we're looking for a song here to get that Headless Horseman off the board. I think for sure we just want to stop this engine that is starting to build up for Nick there. Seeing this Scrooge McDuck next to the Webby's Diary, knowing that there's so many other synergies in there. I mean, what if we play down another Webby's Diary, right? Then we're getting to draw 2 cards. So there's a lot of things available.
Yeah, I mean, definitely too. This deck is full of things, and then Ocean Tempest deck is full of things that says I will win, and then I will remove your things as I win, and that is just kind of Amber Steel's thing. No gimmicks, no things, just dock. But we are going to exert 2 And we are going to play another Nani, which is exactly what Ocean Tempest did last time, was being able to play the Nani in a crucial situation and then grabbing a dock from that Nani. We did whiff already this turn or this game, so hopefully we'll be able to grab something else. We are moving around 2 ink, but we're going to go ahead and play the Lilo Escape Artist.
Yeah, we get
No,
to
we're not
add
playing
that.
it. We're not playing it. We are adding it to our hand, and then we might play it because that would make the most sense. There we go.
Boom, there we go. We weren't playing it, but then we were. And here it is on the board. 4 characters now. This Nani gonna go ahead, get that Scrooge McDuck off the board. Have to do it like we were talking about. The synergy there, just too good. And it hits a Raging Storm. Okay, so notably, like we said, can't bring back actions. Just kidding, you can. If he's playing the Olaf, we don't know yet. So that might be a board wipe out of the game. How do we rebuild from here?
Yeah, we are going to go ahead and start with putting down the Aladdin to do the most expensive card draw in the world. We used to sing Friends on the Other Side to draw 2. What about paying 3 to draw 1? I love it. I don't love it. I love it. And we will go ahead and pass the turn, waiting, I think, to see what we're going to do here. I don't know. I might quest the Horseman, but at the same time, I feel like I'm going to make you play an Angel to discard a card to then get rid of it or sing onto it or something like that. Forcing your hand and just hoping that I keep my board a little bit longer. It's just kidding. There's the dock.
There's the dock. There's the dock. Still have like potentially a singer on board as well in the form of that Nani. So hopefully we can start to do some things off of this dock, but it's going to depend on what we drew here. So we're turning everything. We're questing with everything. Okay. Getting our lore, going all the way up to 12. And, 8 wasn't 19, but 12, we're getting there, right? We're on the way. Don't have a chief to follow it up with here. It doesn't look like. So these characters are going to be vulnerable.
Oh, and we see that Nick did draw a Maui Shark. So that is a fantastic way to grab something out of the discard that got discarded with that boost mechanic. So if you wanted to see that Raging Storm again, having a Maui Shark stick on the board is the way to do that. And actually, if we get the Maui Shark down, we play that, and then we do some challenging here, you're not going to be able to sing Strength of Raging Sword. It's going to take a Zeus Thunderbolt into a Strength of Raging Fire, into an Angel, or into multiple things to kind of get rid of that shark. And anything on Ocean Tempest's board is not going to have as much willpower as that shark. So it'll be able to chomp on a few things before it gets on out of here.
And look at this turn color. This Headless Horseman putting in so much work. The Aladdin being able to banish a character, the Headless Horseman being able to banish a character, allowing that Mowgli to get +2 strength to take care of that Nani, feeling so good. And at the end of the before we end our turn, inking so that we have enough ink to boost and draw off of the Webby's Diary. So we are in there right now. 3 characters with only 1 dock on the other side.
Yeah, and we do seem to have a lot of ink over there on Nick's side. So, I mean, it's working out in their favor for sure. Now, the dock is standing alone and able to be hit by most things, but I think we are going to go ahead and just trade it in to get rid of that Headless Horseman. Now, unfortunately for Ocean Tempest, building a large board and singing Strength of Raging Fire, or even just put hard, just hard playing that onto Goliath will help.
Goliath clan leader coming down. Gonna get to draw 1 card off of it at the end of our turn. If we have less than 2 cards, we get to draw back up, which feels good. On the other side, though, Nick's gonna have to start getting rid of some of these cards to make sure that Goliath doesn't have the opposite effect for him. This Maui Half Shark is evasive, though, so feeling pretty good in the face of this Goliath. Let's see how we elect to start this turn. Gonna draw. Gotta be the boost and draw. We love to boost and draw over here on Nick's side of the board.
Yeah, we're boosting a lot and doing the most. But the thing is we do know that we have Amber in our deck, which means World's Greatest Criminal Mind is a card that we can play. Really getting rid of that and keeping our shark the safest as possible. While we, by the way, gain a lore, because that's what Maui Shark does. That's what he does. And we're back. And
we are so back, feeling so good with the World's Greatest Criminal Mind. We never don't have it. Double negative. That means we always have it, folks. Okay, getting that off the board. 2 Webby's Diaries in play now. Going to be able to continue boosting that Aladdin for 1, paying 2 more, drawing 2 cards. Feels so good. The Angel, normally super threatening, in this case, doesn't feel like it does much for us at all.
So we will go ahead and I think, are we going to self damage or are we going to, okay, no, we are, because I was like, are we going to, can she target your characters to then go at Ohana value? Because that's diabolical. As we see a doc come down. Now, talk about diabolical. That's 2 docs in 2 games. Oh,
she can choose to damage herself for a potential Ohana means family. But yeah, in this case, didn't have it, unfortunately. We passed the turn back over. We're doing the thing, Color. We're drawing. Okay, so now it's a friends on the other side. It's a friends on the other side with a lot of extra steps, but we got there. Okay, now we're paying 3 to draw 2, and we're gonna say that's on rate. All right, we get the Mowgli down, hoping to hit a song here. It's feeling pretty likely this is a songs deck, but no,
it's not.
But we do see good potentially 2 angels gonna be able to come down. If we can get enough cards in hand, we can deal with this Maui half shark.
Doesn't matter. We're gonna dirtle on Nick's side because he sees it. He sees the writing on the walls. We're gonna go ahead and quest. And I mean, at this point, man, we took a late look at your hand. The Mowgli's probably going to get fired out by that Alilo Escape Artist because that's the best thing to do to get her into the discard and also turning her straight into a Fire the Cannons, which is wild. But we just played a Webby's Diary because why not? We're going to boost 1, which by the way, we are paying 1 to boost, and then we could pay 3 to draw 3. That's kind of cool.
It's feeling good. That's kind of cool. It's getting better every turn. If we get a couple more turns in this game, we're paying 3 to draw 4. Like, it's getting good. It's getting good. Yeah. We do play down the angel. Gonna sing hurled his thunderbolt onto that shark, so we get to preserve our hand a little bit instead of having to just discard all of our cards to make it happen. So it feels a little bit better. I believe we have no cards in hand now, if I'm not mistaken, so that resist is going to be active on that angel. And we're up to 13, so we're doing a little bit of rebuilding here.
Yeah, definitely. Now, we really wanted to see that shark stick around a little bit longer as we do get all the way to 13 lore this turn. But you know what? Nick has been drawing some cards. We dedicated our last turn to drawing more cards, and we're not even messing around with the card draw this time. We're going straight into, we're going straight into boosting to draw the cards. So we're probably going to do them one at a time. Let's not do it. We're going to, wow. Okay.
We're looking for it. I don't know what we're looking for, but you
got to do one at a time, but you didn't at all, but that's fine.
Well, the fact that we didn't do one at a time tells me that we have something at the very least in hand that we like. Looks like it's going to be this Headless Horseman, able to banish that Lilo when it comes into play because it is a character with 2 cost or less. This is going to, of course, give +1 strength to the rest of our characters. So we're trying to be able to deal with this angel in 1 swing because of that resist. And now we can, right? So that Aladdin's going to swing for 5. That's going to be enough to get rid of that angel, but we will lose our card draw, but sometimes you gotta.
Sometimes you just got it. And it makes me wonder kind of what's in their hands to begin with. We must not have had the Raging Storm in hand as we do go ahead and take care of some of the things here. But I did see one of, the cards that has a tail as old as time. We did see a Maleficent Dragon go into the discard from the boost, but we know I just saw a Maleficent Dragon in Nick's hand to begin with. So maybe establishing a literal dragon is the plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I talked about the first 2 challenges there and the banishing, but again, because that horseman, that 3rd challenge and banish was able to come through on that Mowgli, just feeling so good. Mowgli sticking around because the doc only challenges or swings back for 1. Looking at the cards, sure, we discarded a bunch of them, but also all you've got is an angel on board. Now we're having to do things like bring these Lilos back, which is really just like feeding potential things in our hand, like more horsemen, right? We're so happy if we have more horsemen in hand to just keep playing those things down. We don't
strength of a raging. No, we go ahead and we discard. Yeah, as I said, we discard the strength of the raging foot to prior to the angel to go ahead and take out the horseman. Now, the problem with this deck, unfortunately, is that there is no clean way for Amber and Ruby to get rid of these Lilos. These Lilos are literally eternal. There's no way to interact with the discard. You can't put them under the deck. You can't put them really anywhere but watching them be like, surprise, I've escaped again. But this dragon is a really good way to get rid of this angel. As Maleficent Dragon, our queen, makes it back into here, and we go ahead and double trade into both of your Lilos. Yes, both of them. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Yeah, absolutely. This Maleficent Dragon able to deal with that angel, but it's also such an expensive answer, especially when, like you said, Color, we have these Lilos coming back every single turn. Looks like because we had gotten rid of the Headless Horseman, the Mowgli actually isn't able to complete that trade there. It doesn't look like the Lilo had damage on it. So it would have been nice to get a board clear. Not going to happen. So now the Lilos might just go the distance for us, right? If we don't start finding our answers, well, I mean, even if we find the answers, like you said, we don't have anything that puts them in the inkwell or puts them under the deck. So
we have to go wider than the Lilos can be escaping, right? We need to have more things. So we need to flood the board with things like the Tinkerbell and things like the Scrooge McDuck that's in there. You could even just throw the Sisu down just for the funsies of it, because it will just go ahead and remove something before even having to challenge in. So unfortunately, that's basically what's going to have to happen is when you go ahead and bring out those Lilos over and over and over again, I already have things on the board that's going to be challenging while I'm also questing. So this is kind of a really hard thing for Nick to try to overcome, is I have to also be challenging 2 characters a turn while questing and getting ahead of you being 16 lore up on the board. And now we're going to go up to 18 because that Lilo is not going to be ever, unless we find an immediate answer right here, which would be the Sisu. Please be the Sisu. Let's see the Sisu.
Yeah, so we do elect to draw 1 by 1 this time. I believe we might have added a board wipe to hand. But like you're saying, Color, we're just getting a little too close. Those things are going to continue to come back. So the Maleficent starts by challenging one of those Lilos off the board. Only having this Mowgli here, not going to be enough to do it. We'll get our cheeky little lore, and hope for the best, but we're going up to 18. And I mean, I think the problem is for Nick here, we just need more ink available to us, right? In order to combat these Lilos and getting high up there in ink efficiently, or in a way that's not super fair.
Pretty good here, but did we find the Sisu? Did we find the Sisu? Oh God, there's Aladdin. Oh God, we found an Aladdin. But hey, sick, we found a Scrooge's counting house. So basically saying, hey, I'm going to let you get to 18, but you're not going to get any higher than that. I will continuously stop you from here on out. And the Scrooge's counting house is going to become a problem that you're going to have no way of handling, because this thing goes up exponentially. It's gross.
It does put a very interesting clock on the board here, because we are going to be able to boost it. We do have a Thunderbolt, so we're able to get this Scrooge McDuck off the board. But now we have a lot of characters right on the board for Nick. So hopefully we can start to make something happen. We did what we needed to do. We went wide. I would love to see us do more than just draw here. I want to see us use the cards that we are drawing.
We need more ink, but at the same time, like, look at all that ink. He's got enough ink. He has to have cards in hand. We have to do something. We have been inking aggressively at this point. So being able to then get rid of that angel, which is okay. If we have a horseman here, that would be lovely. If we don't have a horseman here, it is going to be pretty rough for us. But we will go ahead and use the Aladdin to challenge in, and kind of spreading out that damage and potentially doing something really neat here. No, we're just going to go ahead.
We're doing the boost things.
Yep.
We're doing the boost. We're doing the draw. So the reason why I said we need more ink is because of things like this. We're spending so much ink to be able to draw more cards. And then the cards that we draw, when it is a Raging Storm, we're still not having enough ink to play things like the Raging Storm or the Maleficent Dragon, and then continue to flood the board to deal with these Lilos that are coming back every turn. So that's why, I mean, like, sure, 10 ink, you have a lot, but not really when you consider that 8 of them have just been used to wipe 2 of these Lilos. It's really, we need like 16. But we're slowly starting to do it here. So it looks like Tempest is going to go up to 19, but now we're at 10. We've got a lot of lore on board, and we're going to be continuing to boost these locations every single turn.
13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So, I mean, if we're not able to get rid of this, I mean, those locations are east. That's going to be 4 lore immediately. And so I think we're just going to go for game here. We're not even going to say that, hey, you can win before me. I'm going to win before you. As a Rhino comes out, this angel is going to have to do some challenging, potentially. Getting up to 19 is not really going to do it, as we're just going to hope that you're going to stumble.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting why we didn't elect to use our Lilos there. I understand that we have, like a board on Nick's side, but anything that stops him from questing at the same time as these locations going crazy, you know,
I was like,
would have helped. But yeah, no. So Nick able to close it out there. We're going into a game 3, and I feel like we're now starting to see what Nick's deck can do. Bear with me, I'm learning in real time, right? I'm trying to figure out what these lines could potentially be. But it's really, really cool. We see what he wants to do. He wants to boost things and draw and get up his ink high enough to start controlling, which is cool.
He wants to draw cards. He wants to play cards. He wants to gain lore. We're learning so much. We're doing,
but how he does that is
I'm
really.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
But how he does that is the question. What? Hold on. Casters are terrible. We're saying that Tempest won the game. Why are they shuffling that?
No. Luke, get out of my head.
Okay.
I was like,
okay,
we're going to a game
production.
3.
Can they hear you? They can't hear you. Okay, so production gaslighted us.
Yep.
But he was wrong, so it's fine.
Yes. Yeah. Like, literally in our ear being like, no, Ocean Tempest won that. I was like, that's not how math works.
No. Nick definitely won that.
I was like, well, he put himself up to. I was watching the game, Luke. What were you doing when the game was going on? I was watching it.
So we're back. We're here.
You need to unmute yourself if you're going to keep.
Yeah, can they hear you? I don't know if they can hear you.
Nope.
Okay. Okay, so color just sounds crazy, but Wonderland is giving us a loud but wrong speech about how he thought that Ocean Tempest won the game, but he didn't, guys. We're 1-1. We're back. We're locked in. Okay, and as I was saying, Nick is schooling us right now on this Amber Ruby. Ocean Tempest saying, "Okay, I get to be on the play now. Here's how I'm gonna win this time," because he's gotten. Well, the first one, he got it. The second one, he got incredibly close, right?
Yeah. And again, and I think that was like something really heads up on Nick's side is basically looking at that and being like, okay, I'm going to dig for answers, but just kidding. If I can win before you, and which is like this deck, and I say this deck, like Ruby in general sometimes suffers from being able to win quickly. That's why we paired it with Sapphire, and that's why we had Dime, and that's the reasons we needed to be able, because we control the game, and then we need to be able to win. So these Scrooge's counting houses are kind of acting like that, throwing those down and saying, hey, 2 of these on the board, gaining 4 lore a turn every time I come back to me, I'm gonna win faster than you now, because I see that, you know, there's no instant lore gain in Ocean Tempest deck unless we got like a, what is it, oh my gosh, from 100 Dalmatians. What's their name? The Amber 100 Dalmatians. My gosh, my brain. Anyway, Liquidator into a Scrooge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Darling Deer.
We got there. So we do have the Liquidator. We have the Scrooge. To nothing but a little Willow on the other side. We do get to cheat out this Ariel a little bit earlier, though. So it's still early days. We're still trying to make some things happen. That Ariel, great singer. We don't want that to happen, right? We don't want a draw engine on the other side of the board. So Nick going to be looking to see if he can make anything happen here. There's an out. You know what the out is? We sing Della's Moon Lullaby, and then we pay 3 for this Sisu right here. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but it's possible.
That'd be a sick line. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Maybe.
No, there's no way. I'm the best caster in the game. No, come on. Oh my God. He got it.
Let's go.
I'm learning things about this deck. It's not just draw cards and gain lore, but how, color, and that is how. Getting that Ariel off the board.
Immediately dealing with that, and that is exactly what we needed to do. This deck is super cool. Back in my day, I would play a Sapphire Coil Ink and then play the Sisu, but right now we're singing songs. This is an Amber Ruby song deck. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. We play out a Rhino on the other side. Would feel pretty good, but if we can start boosting this Scrooge up, it's just not gonna matter. So we, if we had anything else on the board, oh my God, it's never gonna feel good. It's never gonna feel good.
Just kidding. We'll boost the first Scrooge. Go ahead and boost the second Scrooge, because why is this uninkable monster cost only 2? That's so good. Using amazing sequencing, being able to play down that Scrooge, play down that, remove this, and then we play the next Scrooge, being able to then use our turn to boost the original 2 Scrooges. So I love that here. But again, if we see a song coming on here, you may be able to remove my one Scrooge, but have you met his twin brother, also boosted Scrooge? So I'll take a pass.
Yeah, this is crazy. And so the great thing about these Scrooges here is, like, if we boost even just one of them, they're actually no longer going to be banished in the challenge with this Rhino. So this just feels so good. Hopefully though, we don't sputter out here. And so we're looking pretty commanding, right, on Nick's side of the board. I don't want to take that away from him, but we have seen where this deck can kind of draw and like we don't always find it. So hoping, you know, we're getting our cheeky lore off the Sisu, things like that. But now we have to actually take things like these Scrooge McDucks that are looking scary and actually draw them into
scary.
things.
Yeah,
like make them scary, right? Like
make them scary. And that's the thing too, is like, and are we going to commit a Webby's Diaries to the board this turn? Or are we going to sit here and boost the Scrooges and make them and get them out of the Thunderbolt range? Or are we going to diversify our threats and immediately put a Scrooge's Counting House and boost that up to 5 willpower? So you're going to have to now decide where you want to be. Is our 5/5 Scrooge? Would you like our 5 willpower location? Or would you want to try to be evasive for a second? So diversifying your threats is a pretty good way to go.
Yeah, diversifying the threats feels great. At first, I forgot. I thought it was only gaining the lore, but no, you're right, Color. It's gaining that willpower as well, because I was like, man, this location doesn't feel great because we have things like the Stitch or the Rhino. But no, it's so good because now
well, and it forces Ocean Tempest to have to want to challenge in. We want to quest with that Stitch, because just kidding, we were going to draw a card with Docs, so we don't have to quest with the Stitch.
We don't even have to quest. Okay, so normally Docs feel so hype, but I'm just not convinced on either side of this board right now.
Oh my God, hold up. Oh my God, he drew through Docs, 3 Docs. This is the worst thing that's ever happened.
Maybe I'm convinced. Did we see a song? Okay, it doesn't look like we saw a song, but if we did, would have been crazy, because we have 6 characters on the board. We would do things that could banish these Scrooges. But we don't find it.
Actually insane. Maybe because we are going to quest one more time with our Stitch. Did we find the Raging Storm? That's silly. Did we find it? That's silly. Did we find it? Okay, it is a Thunderbolt, so we will be able to get rid of one of the Scrooges, not the other Scrooge. If you found a Raging Storm after doing all that, not the Pirate's Life. No, it's on the bottom. Pirate's Life going from the boosted Scrooge into the discard. If he hit the strength off that after having 3 Docs in hand, okay, I just short-circuited. I'm sorry.
Oh, this is so fun. I love seeing this back and forth. These have been really big swings in like an arguably very low turn of this game. Crazy to see the things that are getting enabled on either side of this board. At first, Nick was looking golden. Now, Ocean's Tempest feeling like he's in the driver's seat, right? But you have to keep in mind, it might be very temporary, because this Scrooge, super strong, gonna start getting these threats gone. And then if we could deal with like both of these, right? All we have are things like these Grandmother Willows and these Docs, which are not as challenging.
5 for the Horseman. 5 for the Horseman. Let's go.
There we go. This is exactly what we needed. This Horseman gonna banish a Grandmother Willow, gonna give +1 to that Liquidator. That means the Rhino's out of here. That means the Stitch is out of here. And just like I was saying, all that's left is things like these Grandmother Willows and these Docs. We don't care about that color. We can deal with those all day of the week.
All day, every day. And that keeps our Scrooge's Counting House sufficiently healthy, sufficiently guarded, because you can go ahead and knock 3 times into it with your Doc, your Willow, and your other twin Doc, but that's still not enough damage, because that is sitting there with your 5 willpower and your, what was that 3, 4, 5, he's a 6/6, you know what I mean? He's a 6/6, so you can go ahead, and even then, even if you throw that in, that would only still be the total of 4 damage onto your Scrooge. So you're going to be able to keep your Scrooge as well.
Color, I want to point something out to you here. These colors are Amber and Ruby, but I'm seeing a spell book on this board. Can you spot it? That's Sisu, right? Forcing us to have to do things like use this angel potentially. But that's the best part, is that this Sisu is going to keep being a spell book, because we have to use the angel on things like that Headless Horseman, right? So how much lore can this Sisu get? We are slowly creeping up there. Don't forget, forget we have this location out as well. So the Sisu gaining lore every turn, the location
No.
gaining lore every turn, double trading into a Scrooge. We feel so good if we're Nick here.
Except for, yeah, here we go. We did see
Oh.
them ink in the Maui Shark, as we did see the Raging Fire go into the Inkwell. Now, it's kind of interesting to me because, like, I guess, oh, I would love to have had that in hand, because that is nothing more fun than going ahead and playing a board wipe while having an egregious location on the board. Now I just have to see what we have left. I mean, the ability, again, we have little Sisus here that would be that would give us the ability to go ahead and get rid of one of those grandmother willows. Now it is susceptible to the angel, but then we can take the rest of our ink and potentially boost the Scrooge's Counting House again and getting it up way past the challenging potential of this angel. Even if the angel were to challenge in this time, you could still kind of stay out of the range, but it would be, you're still trying to dedicate 2 ink per turn to keep this out of the range of even the angel challenging in every single time. As the cauldron of the blackest kind, the black cauldron comes on in, putting potentially that horseman right back under it, which would be actually hilarious. Put it back in there. Put it back in
Let's
there.
see it. Let's
It's
see
the
it.
eternal horseman, and you're gonna have to discard a card every single time with that angel to get rid of that horseman every single time.
Every single time. So not like the most insane turn of all time. We didn't,
Yes,
board wipe back. Yeah, to color. Yeah, we love the cauldron. But what we're doing is we're planting the seeds here, showing how we can potentially get back into this game. One thing I want to flag, though, is that something that's missing from Nick's board is that Webby's Diary, right? So we could potentially be out of like efficient card draw very soon. Cauldron going to be able to bring things back into play, but maybe not as tempting as a diary would be to just draw us into the things we want.
All right, going ahead and doing 5 damage there to the Scrooge's Counting House, which is a sufficient amount of damage, as we do go ahead and discard potentially maybe our last card to that to get rid of the Sisu. Now that does leave that on there, but we will be gaining 3 lore at the beginning of our turn from that Scrooge's Counting House, because my goodness, it only has 2 cards under it. But we do know that we have the horseman in there, so that horseman will be able to get rid of that Lilo immediately off the board. Notably not buffing anything up. Man, Maui Hero to All would go so hard in this deck. Oh my god. Oh my
soon color. So it's very interesting the position that Ocean's Tempest is in here, because Nick, like you said, all the way up to 13. On the other side, Ocean Tempest normally want to be the deck that goes faster, but having to deal with this location, we use the Cauldron to get this Headless Horseman into play. So any card that Ocean Tempest is going to draw off the top has to be immediately discarded to deal with this horseman, right? Which means they're not going to be able to play other things. This could potentially work here.
Yeah, and I noting that we didn't go ahead and get the Lilo. We actually said, you know what, you're at 3 lore. I don't care if you get the 2 lore. That Lilo is going to come back over and over. And we went for the Willow, which is going to be the thing that's going to bump Ocean Tempest up in that lore or the ink reduction. So kind of heads up there too, is like, do you want to play the card that you drew for turn at a reduced cost, or are you going to now use that to get rid of my horseman? As we are going to have to challenge into that Scrooge's Counting House, because it is a actual menace, and it did its job.
It has absolutely done its job. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just such an interesting question here. Like, Ocean Tempest has this card in hand. What do we do with it? Do we allow our opponent to get up to 15 lore at the potential chance of, furthering our own game? Or, do we have to just discard it? Doing nothing with it, interesting choice.
It might be a Goliath.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goliath is going to get us back. As we say, Goliath will get us back into this game, and we're going to need that. And unfortunately, we don't have enough ink to get there. Just kidding. We have another horseman, and it's going to strike again, and it's going to take out the other bit of that, because again, we would have probably been able to ink and then play the Goliath had you not grabbed that Willow. So you're just getting you so far out of reach of that Goliath that you're going to feel silly that you didn't ink it.
Yeah, and I love Nick just not even trying to challenge into this Lilo, just saying, you know what, I'm close enough. I'm going up to 15. I'm only 5 lore away. Putting threats under that cauldron as well. I love it. It's like you show them exactly what's there. It's like, listen, this is what you have to be. Yeah. This is what you have to be scared of.
Future. So we have, let's see, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That is game on board if we don't do anything. But you know what would be hilarious? If that last card in hand is potentially Pirate's Life. Thoughts?
That would be awesome. What a way to end the game 3. Nick getting very, very close here against a deck that is very meta right now, right? Playing something very off meta. So there's still some life in core here. Bring this to your set champs, guys. Okay, let's see it. I want to see the Amber Ruby sleeved up. But let's see what we're gonna do. You gotta imagine we didn't find that Goliath, right? Maybe, it's just so unfortunate because we're so close to having all the things we need. If we had another angel on this board, then it's like we eat these horsemen all day. There's no way we're doing nothing with our hand again. Maybe we're thinking. Okay,
flip them around for a super quest. As we just kidding. We're gonna sing a coup, draw a card, potentially. That'll get us closer to the Goliath. That doesn't really help us. It doesn't really help us. As we do go ahead and we're going to Rhino and take out one of those. So we will be able to refill our hand. Getting the Akud to be able to play the Goliath really helped us out there because Nick being heads up and taking out those Grandmother Willows over and over again to make sure that you can't just freely play that giant gargoyle.
Yeah, it was a great play for sure. We had to get that Goliath onto the board while also preserving the ink in hand, or excuse me, the card in hand rather, to be able to get rid of one of these horsemen, because like you said, otherwise we're just getting so close.
And then the reason why you pair Ruby with Amber at these trying times is because World's Greatest Criminal Mind coming and cleanly taking out the Goliath that you spent your entire turn and every resource available to make sure that you get. And that is why Shark felt so bad back in the day, because you're like, you're just going to Zeus it as soon as I play it. And that's what happened with Goliath. He gets World's Greatest Criminal Mind. As we establish a Scrooge, boost it and pass. Webby's Diary, who we don't even need it.
We don't even need it, Color. We're at 17 lore, showing 20, right? Without it. Okay, all thanks to that cauldron. Only no for Nick here. Gotta make it enchanted. If it's a 1-of in your deck, come on, get the enchanted.
I know. It's actually one of the most beautiful ones in the game. As we go ahead, and we're just gonna go ahead and get rid of your
Headless
Horseman Strike. Yeah. Again, that angel being a we're gonna challenge into the Horseman, getting rid of that the old-fashioned way, but it is going to have resist, so we'll only take 2 damage back, and then we will just go ahead and put the 2 damage onto the Scrooge here and hopefully be able to get around that boosting mechanic and getting rid of it next turn, leaving you with no characters. But if you have Pirate's Life in hand, please do it. Do it.
There's no way. There's no way it's the Pirate's Life, is it? No, it doesn't look like it. Would have been such a stylish way to go about things, though. We're going to start by playing this Delos Moon Lullaby, probably more for the card draw than anything else. Probably just looking to find some things that we can actually use here. But we do target that Stitch. There's no way we're frozen again, right? This is super still thinking about the drawing of the card.
I think we are thinking about it, making sure we have everything.
These players go so
they
still.
Are actually. There's no way. There's no way.
I moved so much I couldn't imagine.
I'm like all over the place and I'm dropping things and it's all kind of bad. But we are just gonna go ahead and flood the board here because we know that we're going 16 seconds left in the round. Even if I just boost this up here, and even if I quest for 1. That'll get me to 18, and then I can draw a Pirate's Life, but we're going to be in turns. So we're going to have to potentially, we're going to put something in the cauldron so then we can establish that next turn. So if we keep everything up and you immediately take out my Tinkerbell with the card that you draw. Okay, this is a little rough.
Yeah, it's a little rough. I think I'm doing my math correctly, though.
I would go ahead and quest, because if I rip Pirate's Life, I just win.
Yeah, and also Ocean's Tempest is still 2 turns away. Like, so if they quest this one and then quest again, if they do nothing else, obviously, they're only at 19, I believe. So, obviously, we're hoping to find a character that we can play down. But if we don't,
that was a little, that was a little rough because, like, if we were only drawing 1 card for a turn, then maybe the angels find us on the board. But like, since Angel and Stitch, like yeah, you're just gonna, oh yuck. Okay, so this is the worst timeline. Okay, fantastic. So we are going to go ahead, and that was what I was afraid of. I was afraid of, if you didn't take care of the angel, you were definitely losing the Tinkerbell, which is kind of fine. But because of the Stitch drawing a card, that's also going to potentially draw you into removal spells, which is exactly what happened. And we do have that in the cauldron, but we're not going to be able to stave you off because we have, like, the Ocean might get this. Mike,
Yeah.
this is the raging fire right here. Okay.
Oh man.
Clearing the
Okay.
board.
So the raging storm does come down. We are in turns, by the way. So I mean, getting this angel off the board, super huge. However, now our opponents have 14 lore, but be like able to bring this Lilo back every single turn, and we find something to play with it. Just
To find something
terrible.
else. Yeah, we go ahead
Just
and
terrible.
we're drawing a Nani, playing the stage manager onto the board, which is going to grab us an angel, which is notably not a doc, but at the same time, it has to have a lore on it, and it is a character officially. So we'll go ahead, and this is turn 4.
It's certainly a turn, but I think we also only have one card in hand for Nick, which doesn't feel great either. I mean, if it's gonna be a draw, feels bad, and if Ocean Tempest is able to squeak this one out, feels bad. Okay, turn. So
Yeah.
this is the last turn. It's gonna be a
it is.
draw.
Yeah, it is. That was unfortunate. Go
Oh,
ahead, bring
man.
Lilo back, draw a card.
Yeah,
Hit
heartbreak.
Lilo off the top, and there we go. Oh my gosh, Nick
And
needed
no
literally
way-
one more turn. Oh my gosh. Oh
No
my
way,
gosh.
by the way, to get rid of this horseman, at least not with what we saw them do. So because of that, Nick would have gotten this if we just played a little bit faster on either side there. So, oh, heartbreak. Hate to see it end in a draw. That's not the ending you ever want to see. You want to get those points on the board for your team. Now, one of these teams is going to have to go 2-0. Or 2-0 for the rest of this. You know what I mean? Win the
rest
round.
of the year,
then,
forever and ever.
yeah, great.
100 years.
We know what we're
100
saying.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Oh man, there was a I don't want to like harp on it too much, but I feel like there was a couple points there where you could have went a little bit faster. I don't know if they got like an extension for the judge call, or if we paused the clock. I don't know. I have no idea. But at the same time, it felt
justice for Nick. Give him the time extension on the judge call. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Of course, our judges are the best. They make all of the decisions. There's probably things that we did or didn't know about, but regardless, it looks like it's ending in a draw unless production says otherwise. Obviously, we don't know. Maybe there was a time extension. So, but it's not over yet, right? That's the end of this round. This
oh gosh, that was the
feature
first
match.
round. That was a doozy of a first round. My goodness.
I think it was awesome. I think that was super
awesome,
fun. Chat, let us know what you think. Is Amber Ruby real, or did it just struggle? Because I don't know, because we technically, like, if we had one more turn, if we played, on either side a little bit faster, we won, right? Against a Meta Titan, Amber Steel. So, and that was without Webbies. I'm thinking Webbies is the whole game plan here, showing us that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, definitely being able to out resource in that light, being able to out resource, being able to playing 2 to 3 docs a turn. Hey, Gabe, what's up?
Hello.
What's up, friends?
I am all about it, right? You took Be Prepared for me, and I'm just going to build my own Be Prepared. I'm going to build my own coils, Sisu situation. So I'm about game actions, and I loved that. But at the same time, if it's a control deck and it's going to be like that, you got to draw faster. Cauldron does really lengthen games, and that is one of the drawbacks, I think, of playing it.
Yeah, Gabe, you missed the heater. Sorry to do it to you, buddy. You're going to be here the rest of the night, and none of those games are going to be as good as the one that we just saw. What a round. That was really, really phenomenal.
Why are you wishing that evil on me, Willow? That's mean. That's
sorry.
crazy that you would say that.
It was incredible. It was incredible. I think that the chat was feeling it too. Like, everybody was getting excited. I mean, this is like what we love ICL on a Tuesday for. It's always the spice on the Tuesday, okay? Wednesday mild. Tuesday, that's the spice.
The spice coming right out of the weekend.
I'm just kidding. Those days are. Oh yeah, the sasso. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, it was great. Welcome in, Gabe. Did you play in any set champs this weekend? I am 2 for 2 on top 8s, and I lose. I can't get the playmat for nothing, man.
I believe in you, Willow. You'll get it. No, I say unfortunately, but I had a blast. I went on a side quest. I went and did something a little bit different.
Yes.
Yeah, I did something a little bit different that I don't think I'm allowed to talk about, but that's fine. We'll see. I'll get clearance from Luke, and maybe we'll talk about it during After Dark or something. We'll figure it out.
Nothing as cool as Larcana, of course. I'm the only one who made it out to set champs this weekend. Chat, let us know. Anybody get a playmat? Gabe, give us your prediction here. Additional ink, Lords of Lore. We're tied. We're 1-1. Yeah. Who do you think's gonna be able to close it out? Are we gonna be able to close it out?
You took the words out of my mouth. I was just gonna say that. Like, what if we go all the way, just tie the whole way up, just 0-0-3 all the way up? That'd be great. No, neither of these teams want that, because in the ICL, not securing a win sets you so far behind, especially in this round robin format. You need to get the points. Both teams right now are probably having a conversation with each other in their direct messages, in their discords, whatever way they communicate, probably saying things like, we got to lock this up. We've got to get these next 2 games. We cannot go out without this. But we just saw it happen. It can happen again. Who can do it? I don't know. But now, I do want to point out, though, Ocean's Tempest is actually a Florida player. I know Ocean's Tempest.
Oh, nice.
And he not playing the colors that I know them for, which is Sapphire Steel.
That Additional Ink had like a meeting, and they all basically probably had like a battle royale to see who's going to be able to play that deck tonight.
Correct.
So the fact that somebody else got stuck on Amber Steel is probably like very telling of the entire team.
They are very fervently in the, they don't like to use the C word, so we'll just call it the secret society of Sapphire Steel. The 4 S's, of course. It's like the 4-H club, but 4 S's.
I just got word from production. We're ready to go. I'm saying bye-bye. Good luck to the rest of you guys. Good luck, both teams. See you guys later. Thanks for having me. ICL on a Tuesday.
Bye.
Oh, but just a few more moments, but I'm saying goodbye, everybody. I'm going to keep
waving, Willow. Keep waving. Don't stop.
I hope the rest of the games are just as good as that. It was incredible. You guys are going to have so much fun.
Yep. We're just going to keep doing it.
Yay, okay. We did it.
Oh, my gosh.
We did it.
I was told, hey, are you casting the ICL tonight? And I was like, why? And I was told that these 2 players had a gentleman's agreement to bring the spice. As we do see Ninja Harley, Jeff over here inking and playing a Sapphire card, but boy, he's facing the other way. And Luke, if you could do anything about that, I would love it. And
yeah, my brain is on fire.
Listen, I'm not seeing any spice. I was promised spice, and I'm seeing you Inka Webby to play a Clarabelle. That's fine with me, but we are hopefully that Jasmine can keep the spice meter a little high, or I need a refund.
Well, I feel like Webby is indicative of a little bit of spice, because you don't generally see this. If we're thinking it's potentially Sapphire on the other side of this, I don't know if we see Webby all that much, but I do agree. We're approaching salt levels right now. We're not really in the rosemary range of spices here. We do get a shift of that Jasmine. Of course, this represents some fantastic card advantage if we can keep it on the board here and use it multiple times. Jeff finding a dock, which
is a pretty good ally to find off of the ally finder. Yeah, that Jasmine something strategist. He's strategically finding all of the allies in your deck and putting them in your hand. Notably, Tinkerbell and Doc and all of the other really egregious steel cards are allies. And I'm just seeing non-spice go into the just kidding. This is Mother Gothel coming down as a 2 cost. I can't stand that I can't remember what this Mother Gothel does. I think you have to pay 1 potentially to then bounce something of a strength that would surprise you.
Correct. Yeah, we'll get that up. But that Mother Gothel, it pairs very well. It came out during, I want to say it was Shimmering Skies. I believe is that the set that come out in? It came out alongside
3. Yeah, you pay 3 to return a chosen character to the player's hand. Yes. Okie dokie.
There you go. That's it. That's the one. Yeah. So it does bouncy things. It's like Kit, but not quite as good. As we see the Jasmine coming down and singing Thunderbolt on that poor Mother Gothel. Send it away, folks. As we are seeing Sapphire Steel doing Sapphire Steel things, singing songs.
As we reluctantly just go ahead and ink the shift target, which is a shift 4, which we probably would have been able to do at some point. Now, that character, I think, is notably worse because it does say when you play this character, each opponent chooses one of their characters to return to their hand. And with that TPO, it's 100% going to be that TPO. But we see the Mother Gothel line completely fail in the Eyes of Steel, which if you're trying to shift anything in front of Steel, you got to be careful. But no, wait a minute. That was a Scrooge McDuck. I just saw the Scrooge McDuck from this set come in there, and we play a Pete Ghost of Christmas Future Past. But hold on, that Scrooge McDuck is the spice. It's the spice, and we got to see it.
Yes. Yeah. It's so far. I appreciate both of these gentlemen making that agreement. We are seeing some cool stuff. Although while we did lose the Mother Gothel line, but the shift line, we see another
Fairy Godmother
target here. Yeah, thank you so much. The Fairy Godmother finding its way into Ninja's hand. I am so far excited about what we have to see here. What will Rascal do now? We've got the 4 ink. Inking, of course, the Vanquish Our Foes. It's not quite that time, but it is time to get a little bit nice, a little bit friendly as the Gentleman Donald Duck finds its way down on the table.
Yeah, that's going to be able to give us a little bit of card advantage here because maybe our spice meter came off a little bit hard as we do play. That is a Mother Knows Best right back on to that character, putting him right back into your hand and taking away all of the fun. As Jasmine is no longer shifted, she's no longer questing and no longer gaining you allies.
She is not. I mean, to be fair, we did get some advantage. We know that we've seen a couple of allies find its way into Jeff's hand. So getting some advantage from it, we can pay the fair price for it now if we really want to put that down. But I don't know if we're there anymore. I think it may be time to enter into a different phase of this game, Color. I think it's time that we actually get into the part where we start dealing with the board. Because if we don't, Rascal, as we know, will have some ways to do with it. Fairy Godmother.
This is boost 3. Whenever you put a card under this character, you may banish chosen opposing character. If you do, that player reveals the card off the top of their deck, and if the card is an item card or a character card, they may play it for free. Otherwise, put it on the bottom of their deck. So this card is basically like, I'm gonna boost this for 3. I'm paying 3 to potentially do some insane things, but we are gonna be able to boost the Pete here, which can quest, or notably, Rascal did opt to go ahead and exert that Prince Philip, which is very interesting to me because they inked a Vanquisher of Foes. So Pete not being able to quest and be able to look at the top card of the deck and either, well, you just put it in your hand basically at that point.
Yeah.
You look at one card because there's one card under him, you put it in your hand. But since we offered up that, well, now why do we only take 3 damage or 2 damage back on the
Oh yeah, that's correct. Jasmine has the ability that it reduces damage. Yeah, Jasmine has that. She does something else when you play her, and that something else, of course, is like not a bad effect. Yeah. So we see Clarabelle finding her way down. We've got that next to the Donald Duck. Lots of card advantage on Rascal's side. Rascal coming into some challenges here against the Tipo. That poor child finding its way into the discard pile. As we clear the Pete as well, telling Jeff, hey, we're going to be on the same page here with the characters on board. That Fairy Godmother, though, are we going to see some craziness with this thing? I think we're about to find out here.
Yeah, I think we saw the writing on the wall for the Clarabelle there. We are going to be able to use that Fairy Godmother's ability to banish the Clarabelle, so you might as well use it in this instance to go ahead and take out the Pete, taking out the other things as well. We did see a Thunderbolt being underneath boosted that going into the discard. So that is one more Thunderbolt that is not in the arms of old Ninja Harley over here, as we are going to go ahead, use the Jasmine to take out the Clarabelle. So now we can use the other ability to take out the Donald, leaving you with nothing. Just kidding. We're going to play a big character, and it's a Hades Infernal Schemer. That's a pretty clean answer that doesn't give you something other than an ink.
It does. And now the Fairy Godmother not needing to do anything but just be herself with her cute little wand, just go on a quest for her single solo lore. Jeff here clearing the situation as we see Cusco. Okay, let's go. Gosh.
This Cusco is enchanted, so my brain cannot remember the exact text of it. But at the same time, it's a pretty card. Oh, I can't even spell Cusco.
It's so hard. K-U-Z. I got it for you, though. It is the Impulsive Llama. It is a shift 4. Right, what does this do is the name of the ability. When you play this character, each opponent chooses one of their characters and puts that card on the bottom of their deck, and then each opponent may draw a card.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
So we went ahead and chose not the Fairy Godmother, because notably, I do know Ninja Harley loves this card so much. I think they played it in the last 2 or at least 1 legal situation in a DLC, and we are going to go ahead, banish the Cusco with that ability and just throw a Webby onto the board from the Mother Gothel's ability. And notably, Webby has wards, so that is actually hilarious. Webby is also going to give us a lot of resources against this Sapphire deck because she is specifically targeted. She is just built for Sapphire.
She's built for Sapphire, and she's built different. As we're just going on quests here now, we're seeing a lot of characters turn sideways on Jeff's side of the board. But the thing is they're low on lore. They're not very adventurous. They don't go for too much lore here. We ran all the way up to 6, but this game is crazy. We've got characters going into the discard pile, characters going into the inkwell, characters going to the bottom of the deck. They're going everywhere except back to hand. No, just kidding. We saw a character go back to Jeff's hand too. They're going back to the hand.
Mother knows best. Mother knows best. There's characters bouncing to and fro as we play. Or you're welcome on to. It has to be that grandmother, that Fairy Godmother.
Oh yeah, it has to be. Of course it does, because this Jasmine, not nearly as frightening a prospect here. The Webby being warded, certainly very helpful. We see Clarabelle, the medium variant, coming down here. That does grant Rascal the ability to draw a card, because Jeff's just got so much resources from having used Jasmine earlier on. If we just have been able to keep more cards in hand, and so Jeff drawing for the looks like we're drawing a lot of cards right now. Enjoying some of the benefits of Rascal's cards, thankfully. Ninja now going to go ahead and continue and see what we can do, because this game is very back and forth. We've got no one really able to keep their footing down. Just kind of fighting for board presence right now is where we find ourselves in this middle phase of the game. The question becomes, who's going to come out from underneath this and start to take charge and start to take control of the clock?
Yeah, as we see, are we going to challenge? Are we going to quest? And we're probably just going to challenge, because Jasmine only has 2 strength and Webby has 4 willpower. So that would be a pointless challenge, as we do get a Tinkerbell.
Oh, no. Tinkerbell.
Quite enchanted off the quest from that, and notably an ally, which is the main reason to go ahead and play this deck, because being able to just grab a Tinkerbell off the top is so good.
Yeah, and the fairy, the giant fairy.
Oh my
is so
god!
great here.
Oh my god! You guys! He's on the board. It's Tamatoa. It's Tamatoa, but it's not the Tamatoa that you know. It's the Tamatoa that you better get to know. Oh my goodness! This is our boost boy from the new set, Tamatoa. I got it. Like
the Seeker of Shine, baby. The Seeker of Shine. Boost 2 with Ward. This thing has Ward. Oh,
yes. Yeah, he's a
this is
6/6.
crazy.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Whenever you put a card under one of your characters or locations, this character gets +1 lore this turn. This is crazy.
And so you play the Scrooge that we saw him ink earlier, and then you can put a card under every single character on your thing. So you basically go wide, have a dry Tamatoa, play Scrooge, and then quest out with a Tamatoa as if it were the old days, as if it were the good old days with Dime.
We miss those days. The days of yore. Back when he was just a drab little crab, the poor little guy. Oh my goodness.
This is my favorite combo in this game right now. I like Winter Spell was handed specifically to me to be able to do this with the Tamatoa and the Scrooge. It's incredible. I haven't like, woo. All right, let's see what Rascal can do though, as the Cusco comes back down. And notably, we did go ahead and play the Tipo last turn, and that protects us from the Cusco shenanigans. And we do know that there's Mother Gothel in here, and she also lets you choose. And I'm choosing that Tipo every single time.
Yeah. Let's just send that little boy back underneath. It is dangerous out here. There's crabs, there's cows, there's all kinds of animals, farm animals of all variants. We do not need the child playing around up here. So let's send that one back to the bottom as we go ahead and draw on Jeff's side and see what else we can do. Again, we are in a very kind of fluid state here of this game. Nobody really in particular charge or control here. Both players not too far away in terms of lore. Now that giant fairy coming down to try to change that dynamic, try to change the narrative a little bit as we start to place damage on these characters for that Tinkerbell's effect.
Now, didn't that cow have the 1 damage from the last Tinkerbell and then the damage from this Tinkerbell?
I don't. Did we play? This is the first. I believe we grabbed the
first time.
Tinkerbell.
Okay, we grabbed it.
Yeah,
okay,
we grabbed.
okay.
Yeah, we got the Tinkerbell from Jasmine's effect. We didn't play it that.
I thought we bounced. Yeah. Okay, my brain shut off after I saw the Tamatoa, and now we're back, and we're looking like a wide board as we go ahead and play another.
Yeah.
We just got that Jasmine over there. Jasmine has a twin, and she's on the other side. So hopefully, we'll go ahead and.
Oh no! Oh no!
There we go. The mean, malicious, and scary coming down, sang by the Cusco to go ahead and slam the Prince Philip and ruin my dreams, your dreams, and maybe Gabe's dreams that he didn't even know he had yet.
No, I was just about to say, oh, Jeff just so solidly locked in. Look at all these characters on board. JK.
Oh no!
What?
This is the second game in a row we've seen the three-peat of the dock. What is happening to your decks?
Is the proper clinic of docs that we hear so much about. The docs are here to attend to this Mickey Mouse. Or sorry, is in fact Mickey?
That's Mickey Mouse. Bob Cratchit, that guy. He says every time he quests, you go ahead and put a card underneath him as if he had boost, but he doesn't actually have boost. But when he is banished, you can then take all the cards out from under him and put them under something with boost. Which, by the way, works magically with that Tamatoa that I was talking about, because each card under him counts as an separate instance of boost. So it just goes like Tamatoa go brrr, I mean just like through the roof. I gotta lock in.
Hamatomago Burr is definitely a phrase I did not know was going to be said tonight, and I'm glad it was. Thank you, Color, for being awesome. We appreciate that.
My bad.
Yeah, that Bob Cratchit is pretty cool. I got to say, I love the flavor of it because when we think about characters with boost, we think of the Whisper mechanic. We think of ghosts in this set. Bob Cratchit, neither a ghost nor a whisper, but gets the effect, but doesn't have the boost on it. So great flavor. I do love that about this particular card design.
As we see it, though, here it comes. Fairy Godmother coming down. And oh my God. Okay. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen. Go ahead and read it to us and the crowd and everything else, because we know you won that card this weekend. That is the set champs, Tinkerbell. She is here.
We're over here showing off what we just won. Can you believe it? For those of you who don't know, it's the Snowflake Collector, Flurry of Delight. While you have 4 more cards in your hand, this character gains Evasive. The second ability, Spectacular Find. While you have 7 or more cards in your hand, this character gets +3 lore for a total of 4. Talk about going burr. Tinkerbell can go burr if you got enough cards in your hand.
That's crazy. As we're going ahead and we're going to go for a 1, 2, 3 quest with Doc and his not 7, but just 3 other dwarves with him. As we're already going up to 11, we're going to do this the old fashioned way. As we play the Cusco out, we've got 2 Cusco epics and a new set champs, Tinkerbell. Rascal just flexing on all of us. Rascal, did you build this deck so we could watch you play with this enchanted Tinkerbell?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know Rascal well enough to say the answer is yes. As we quest all the way up to 15 with game on board, Ninja needs to be able to respond, except you got a Clinic of Docs and a Bob Cratchit staring down the board here. I don't think that Jeff is going to have a lot to say about this one. It looks like we are pretty close to a game 2 in Rascal's favor, and boy oh boy, what a story to tell here so far.
Mob song off the top, but even if we mob song, you do have the 2 Cuscos, so the Cuscos would replace themselves, and then you still have to deal with this Tinkerbell, this Cusco, and the other Cusco. So these 2 Cuscos, that Cusco, this Tinkerbell, that and half of these, all of these are shift targets. So if you just go ahead and pull some stuff down here, as we do send old Cratchit onto a challenge here. Unfortunately, none of those the fairy god. Oh, this actually works so well. Oh my God. So we're gonna go ahead and send her into a challenge because Bob Cratchit is going to be banished. We're gonna go ahead and boost the grandmother with the thing and be able to banish. I'm so excited to banish the thing to flip a Clarabelle. That is unfortunate. That is the downside. Super sick, but at the same time, we are going to go ahead and that's hilarious. This is why. Okay, this board just got so confusing, and I'm really sorry, everybody. Gabe, help me.
Yeah, no, it's not confusing at all. It's just so much bouncing that's happening right now. We see the fairy godmother there. Another Tinkerbell here, the giant fairy coming down, finally dealing with that Cusco. Rascal side of the board, of course, looks like it is an Emperor's New Groove theme deck right now. It is oops all Cuscos is what we're looking at. Trying to make heads or tails of it. We've got those Cuscos now that have taken damage on them. Not where you want to be. You don't really want to give Rascal more cards because we do know that Tinkerbell is in the deck, and the Tinkerbell benefits from having so many cards in hand. But Ninja here playing down that Doc, drawing more cards. That is the 4th Doc of the game. A Clinic of Docs here in full effect, making sure that that all of these characters are staying nice, healthy, that they eat their apples, they take their medicine, and they take their vitamins, of course, because that's important.
Yeah, I'm still kind of blown away as we see the challenge from the Doc going in, and Cusco will be able to draw a card on banishment. The synergy between Morty. That's not Morty.
No, it's Bob. It's Bob. Bob Cratchit, of course. As we see the trying to catch up here. Ninja's trying to catch up with the quest here. We see Rascal losing control of this board quickly here. And unfortunately, this is looking kind of frightening here as we're only tapping 2. We're going to go ahead and play the Chromicon, the Amethyst Chromicon. Both players will get a chance to draw here as, again, drawing is the name of the game with that Tinkerbell. We want to have cards in hand to fire up those abilities if we can get one down. But is it too little too late? Is Rascal not going to be able to capitalize on all this? We do see, we're going to go ahead and play the Mother Gothel. It looks like we went ahead and paid for the effect as well, potentially. So we're paying that. Yeah, we did in fact do that. We are sending that fairy, the giant fairy, back into hand here, And Rascal's going to run all the way up to 18 more. Might be able to still win this. It may not be too late. Can Ninja turn this back around and try to reclaim this? This has been so back and forth. This is very, very crazy. Ninja, what do you have for us? Can you turn this game around? Do you have what it takes? We're going to find out in just a moment here as he starts planning out this turn. As Rascal, I got to point out that cute little hand token, by the way, a little cow hand token. Love it in a Clarabelle deck. You got to love to see a cow hand token. It is, it's pretty cute here. We see yep, okay, so we're going to go ahead and play down that giant fairy. All characters. Again, this is now the third time this giant fairy has found its way onto the table. Lots of damage to be had.
Yeah, being able to sprinkle that over everything. That Mother Gothel is a 4/6, notably. So it's going to have to take quite a bit. And hopefully, if we do use that, oh, well, that'll actually do it as the 6/2/4 comes down and be able to discard a card to then finish off that Mother Gothel, and then we'll be able to take maybe all three of our, oh my gosh, that's not even enough, as we do sit here and try to figure out how we're going to get rid of that Mother Gothel.
You have to. Yeah, this is the difference between winning and losing this game here. So much characters down on Jeff's side of the board, but are we going to be able to deal with it? We're going to send that fairy godmother, maybe not. We're turning it half sideways, half. Yep, we are going to go ahead and we're going to challenge into it. Put ourselves in a position to clear that board, and it looks as though we may be in a good spot here. Oh wait, maybe not. Hold on a second. It looks like the
Jasmine. The Jasmine came down and was potentially going to heal or something of the like, but at the same time, you are going to have to send that one more thing into there. So we did have to 2-for-1 ourselves to get that Mother Gothel out of there. But I mean, Rascal being at 18, we had to do something, and that was it coming in from Ninja Harley.
It is, and right, we've got the 6 on board on Ninja's side of the board here. So Jeff does have game represented here on board. The story locked up and told. The first chapter, this first game potentially in the books in Jeff's favor, unless Rascal has something to do about it. Trying to dig more. We see another Amethyst Chromicon. Do we have it? Do we have it? The question is,
it would need to be some kind of bounce or something of that nature, potentially Mother Gothel, potentially something of that. And scooping up our cards is probably not indicative that we drew it. So let's go. Ninja Harley takes game 1 with all 4 docks in their deck.
Yeah. Turns out when you play all 4 docks, you win the game. It looks like that's pretty crazy. Color, what do you talk to me? What are your thoughts after seeing this game? I mean, we were a little bit worried at the beginning that there wouldn't be enough spice, but we were promised spice. I feel like we got it.
We definitely got it. I kind of went off the rails there. I had a cold last week, and so I hit an octave that I should not have hit. My vocal cords and I had to take a break because, again, that spice basically took me out. So thank you for picking that up there for a little bit, because the spice got me. It was a little much, you know what I mean? Like, so a little bit hot to handle, and I'm just super excited about this game 3. I'm hoping that we get a game 4, and then we could just watch these 2 play for the rest of the night. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking for.
This is. I mean, I gotta say, game 1 with the first round that you got a chance to cast. This one, both games have been a lot of fun to watch. It's been fantastic. Loving these series of games. Both teams bringing a show to this for all of us. In fact, in the chat, being asked, hey, I need this list yesterday. I'm seeing people in the chat asking for these lists. Folks, we will try to get those lists to you. We promise. We know you got set champs to play. Get your reps in, though. Don't just grab a deck and play the deck. That's how you're going to lose the set champs. You got to get some reps in. Play with your friends, and let them know that you're going to Tinkerbell them and make them feel very crazy when they see all these Cuscos.
Yeah, I was still kind of sitting there thinking about that turn where we went ahead, challenging with a Morty, and then was able to take the card from out from under the Morty, then put it under the Fairy Godmother to then banish your character, which unfortunately then played a Mother Gothel off the top of Rascal's deck, which then you now get to bounce one of your things back to your hand. And just like that interaction. And I will say, that's why you don't ready your ink at the end of turn, because if that was an Anna and it got flipped and put on the board, Rascal can now pay 3 to banish your damaged character. So do not ready your ink at the end of turn, because things like that happen.
Yep. There are literally cards in the game that facilitate you using your ink when it's not your turn. So those of you that are doing that, stop it. Bad. I've also been told by production, just to make sure that you all know, you will get a chance to see these decks. They will be they will be published for you at the end of this sequence, so you will be able to see them either tonight or tomorrow. You'll be able to see these decks. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Wednesday night. They will be posted Wednesday night after all the games have been played. So you will get a chance to see this. You will get a chance to play with all of these as well. So and shout out, I see there we've got a Gabe babe in the house. Love to see it. Shout out to you. Shout out to all of them, and shout out to the Color Army as well.
All right. I thought you said something else, Gabe. I was like, wow, he went right off the rails as we see a Webby into a Cusco.
That's round 4.
Wanted llama. Round 4, fabled round 4. As we're just gonna send that Webby for a quest, getting all the way up to 1.
Yeah, a single solo dolo. We love to see them. But hey, you gotta take your free quest when you can get them. Okay, the game is you got to get to 20, and you got to identify.
No, not like this, not like this. Hold up, he has no turn 2 ramp for the Sapphire deck on Ninja Harley's side. We ink and pass, and Rascal just goes all gas, no brakes as we shift the Webby like Junior. What is she? She's got a pan of gold there. Junior.
She's a prospector. She's
a
junior
prospector. Oh
yeah.
My God! As we ink and pass again on our turn 3, we just ink and pass again. And
Are you serious?
Oh no, it's not like this.
No.
This is not how we want a game 3, but we'll take a game 3.
No, I mean this happens. This is the dreaded brick. For many of you, if you've played enough games of Lorcana, you will know that this will happen to. This is not an if, my friends. This is a when this happens to you. Color, the look on your face tells me
I'm
when.
Mad right now. I'm so mad right now. I'm so mad as we go ahead and hard play the Jasmine steady strategist on turn 4 like an actual peasant because we didn't get to ramp or do anything on curve. As we're staring down a Webby, that's actually the most mean thing I've ever seen Rascal do to anybody. That's crazy. Because we play a mother's knows best onto the Jasmine that just got to hit the board for about 0.5 seconds before it got to be bounced right back into Ninja Harley's hand.
This is just terrible. Like to go this long, we're all the way up to 12. Rascal all the way up to 12, and Ninja has been able to play one whole card in 4 turns,
and it was handed right back to him.
Exactly, and he might be forced to play it again. So we might see the same card.
Scuttle would have been good. Scuttle has ward.
Scuttle is good. It's so good. In fact, he has 2 of them. That's how good it is.
Yeah, it's so good that I made sure I had another one. As we could probably keep a Scuttle on board. Now getting the mob song off the top. Just kidding. As we see another Webby junior prospector coming in, which notably she does have an ability that we all like to forget about. She does give +1 strength to a character. Now, is that little Knuckles thing? Is that we know the way Knuckles and is he waving, or is that just my screen doing a crazy thing?
The thing on the bottom there?
Yeah.
Like I believe that is a knuckle. That is some like weird meme Knuckles.
Yeah, I was okay. He's like the weed. Oh, we're scooping. I'm sorry. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, that was insane. I don't want to talk about it. You don't want to talk about it. We got a game 3 on ICL on a Tuesday night.
The only thing I want to know,
Sapphire Steel did miss turns 1, turns 2, turns 3. They got turns 4, but then they were time walked, and then they that's actually the worst timeline.
It was tough. It's tough. I the only thing I want to mention about this, I'd like to forget about this game forever, but the only thing I wanted to take note, because I am a bit of a historian. I just want to know, and I'd love to at some point go back in time and see, is this officially the fastest game in ICL history? We'll have to go back and figure that out. I'm curious if that's the case or not. Does this qualify for fastest game, or has anybody ever scooped sooner than this? I will come to you with that answer, hopefully sooner than later. But that's just how my brain works. I like to know.
I was gonna say, that's something for our local Disney Lorcana historian, Garrick of Garrick's Lorcana Lair. He's really good at keeping our records for us like that. I'm sure he's been able to see something of that nature. But man, that was a fast game. And thanks, I hated it. So let's pray everybody gets their beginning of the game. I want to see this Tamatoa Scrooge work out. In my testing, it's obscenely slow, and the only time I've ever made it pop off is against, another really bad deck. So let's make it work because Rascal's deck is cooking.
It really
is cooking.
It is.
Charlie's might be cooked though. It's cooking, but also
someone's got to be cooked. Someone has to be cooked. That's just the way it is. You can't cook air, Color. You got to cook something. Someone or something has to get cooked. It might be fauna. It might be flora. It might be carnivore. Who knows? But Anything.
I thought you were gonna say
all-
Merryweather. I was like, why are we cooking the
No,
three
no, no, no,
fairies
no.
from
Absolutely.
Sleeping
Please.
Beauty?
Oh my
What
gosh,
are you
no.
talking about?
I'm talking about literally plants.
I thought you were talking about
No.
the fairies from Sleeping Beauty. I was like, Gabe, cut it out. Stop.
No, I'm talking about
Why?
literally plants.
Well,
the
say,
scientific term for plant and animal.
before we get too far off the rails, I would say Baker from Lorcana, he has a video about how Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather are actually the villains of that film. If you go
That's
on his
crazy,
YouTube,
and I love
Yep.
that video.
he was so passionate about it that he made a video.
Yeah.
So check it out.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, wow, calm down. I didn't just take it down. But Gabe, Cobet, we did. We said the Gabe babes are here. The Cobet, the crayons. Oh my
the
god,
crayon army. Which are we Crayola or we're just crayons? Which variant? I guess we got all the colors.
There's
here hanging
nothing name brand about me, so
so we're sticking with crayon
Yeah.
army. I love it. All right,
yeah.
fair enough.
I just graduated to not saying crayon or crown.
Crayon.
Crayon. As we ink a malicious, mean, and scary, and pass. Notably, no Webby, no Clarabelle over on Rascal's side.
Which I don't think is I think both players are fine with potentially not having a 1. Oh, are we back? Are we doing this again? Are we not ramping again? This is what we're doing now.
I think it might be fine. Again, that's notably why it was so crazy
Yeah.
to see him not do anything, because if we go ahead and play this Mickey on 2, he will be able to quest and we can start building up that boost ability to then build up some other things. So now, I mean, Rascal playing on a Chromacon is probably not feeling really good either. As we give our opponent early cards, we could go ahead and quest, boost, and ramp this turn if we really want to. Now, having alternative ways to do things on turn 2 and 3 in a deck with ramp in it is pretty good. And this is the Morty. This is the guy. Morty. Mickey and Morty 100 years forever and ever, as we go ahead and boost. And when Morty says, whenever you put a card underneath one of your other characters, you also put a card under this character. And Morty quests for as many cards that are underneath him. So that's what I thought you talked about. Synergy, the flavor of this is actually insane, because you quest with Mickey and you put a bunch of cards under him, and then when he's banished, he helps out his son by putting a bunch of cards under him and makes him stronger, which the flavor of that made me want to cry.
Yeah, that's a lot of trauma that I'm not willing to unpack just yet. But we see, speaking of trauma, Tinkerbell here, that could cause a lot of trauma if we can get cards in hand. And boy, oh boy, looking over at Rascal's hand, I believe we've activated the 2 abilities. Oh, wow. But Thunderbolt says, no, get out of here. We're done with you.
Oh, my gosh. So those of you keeping home score at there, we're going to go ahead and quest with the Mickey was give us +1 Lord. Then we'll go ahead and boost the Morty and then go ahead and quest. And now he will quest for 3.
This is crazy.
Morty is questing for 3.
Tiny Tim going off right now, folks. This is crazy.
And then he doesn't even his crutch. Look at him. He is popping off. And my favorite thing to do is to have these menaces on the board and then just kind of throw all of them right under that Tamatoa. But we are going to go ahead and draw. Hopefully, we're going to find a Mother Knows Best or some kind of bounce that's going to shut off the shenanigans coming up over here from Rascal's side. And it's a Clarabelle.
Yeah. It's a Clarabelle. It's a small Clarabelle that is there and ready. Oh, as we see, we follow up the Clarabelle with a Mother Knows Best, sending Tiny Tim and all of those cards, crutch included, right back into Jeff's hand. So we don't have that very, very crazy quester anymore, but
He'll be back.
Jeff not too mad about that. We just got 4 extra cards for that.
Exactly. I was about to say, you're really getting that. Now, notably, it does says when this character is banished and it's challenged. So if Mickey is ever banished for funsies in any other kind of way, those cards are just gone. So that's why this card is a super feels bad in a steel meta, but notably Rascal is not playing steel.
No.
So we are going to go ahead and probably be able to just, I don't know, you got to play down something good, but it's like calling me like the Green Goblin mask. Like I really just want to play this Morty down and see what we can do from here. But again, we're going to have the ability to probably shift the Clarabelle, and I have a ton of cards in hand now. So that's really going to help Rascal out when he shifts the Clarabelle.
Yeah, it will for sure. And on top of that, if we can get to another one of those Tinkerbells and it can actually survive, that Tinkerbell will go crazy as well. So both players playing cards that have characters that have the potential to just completely grow in lore exponentially and just completely shift this game. As we see Doc finding its way here, but that Doc being played looks like not for its effect, but for its board presence, followed up with the Mickey Mouse, that
Morty.
Bob Cratchit. Or sorry, my apologies. Yes, Morty.
Morty, put some respect on our boy as our Mickey goes for a quest and then goes ahead and Boosty gives a little uppies to that Morty right there. And we did play a dock for no value, but it's pretty good at getting the cards out of our hand and making sure that this Clarabelle shift is not going to be, really awful for us coming through with all these Amethyst Chromacon cards in hand, as well as the boosty cards into our hand. That's a little healthy hand over there as we're inking a Clarabelle. If we don't shift a Clarabelle, I don't know what I'll do with this game. And we're going to go ahead and sing You're Welcome on to, I'm assuming, that Morty, because, man, that thing's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's been a problem. I mean, we got a little bit of lore from it. It is a problem and just continues to grow. It's kind of like the Scrooge as well that's in Ruby. It becomes problematic time and time again. Just continues to grow and grow advantage. So sending that away now, you got to do it. And we've got the Clarabelle, so why not? Why not let you draw 2 cards and then potentially put me in a position to draw some cards too, if I can figure that out. So there you go.
Yeah, so basically what's really cool is if you do have a Ruby Sapphire version of this deck with a Scrooge's Howling House in it, you're able to then, when Mickey is banished, you can banish your own Mickey in a challenge and throw all of the cards under the Scrooge's Howling House.
That's wild. That is what you just said right there is crazy talk, dude. It's crazy.
That's what I've been doing, you guys. You guys are like cooking in Infinity and Core, and I am just shenaniganing all over the place. So we do see that little teeny carry. Is that his hand? My goodness, that's so many cards.
It's a lot of cards. And I love the idea that like everyone's playing Infinity and everyone's playing Core, and you're over here playing Masters of the Disaster style format. It's crazy.
I mean, it's still Infinity. It's just
like, only technically.
Only in spirit. As we see the Pluto, here we go. He's coming in. He's the steel champion, and he's going to break an item when he quests. And that Amethyst Chromacon is really holding us up on Rascal's side. But I mean, Clarabelle's pretty good for card draw too.
Yeah, Clarabelle's not bad. I mean, that's why it's been such a terror in the format. A lot of people just so excited for rotation to come. They cannot wait for Clarabelle to find her way out of this format because she's been so dominating. She's been so strong for so long. And as we see, we're going to go ahead and turn these characters, exert them, start to get some lore. Ninja already with some advantage, continuing to grow the collection of cards that is underneath the Bob Cratchit. And yeah, just advancing that. Look at how many cards. It's like sitting on a little mountain here. It's crazy.
I know. And well, and notably here, like if we do anything except for banish, there are no other boost characters on the board. So banishing this Mickey in a challenge is actually kind of fine. Yeah. Bouncing it gives us a ton of card advantage, but then we will get the Clarabelle trigger. So that actually works out really well for Rascal. Ooh. So there's a bunch of different ways that we could go about this though, because if you do go ahead and challenge into the Mickey, that's the last time you're going to get that Clarabelle. I'm choosing Mickey all day. All day. But then again, the Clarabelle. Oh, that sucks. Oh, okay. I know. Me too. What are you going to choose? Because the Clarabelle is going to give you the value from all your Mickeys. Oh man, that's such a good.
Yeah. Rascal a little bit afraid of the potential for that card, deciding, you know what, maybe I don't want that many cards. Oh, okay. Or we could just sing You're Welcome as well to send
the Pluto to get rid of that. So now Mickey lives to see another day, which is hilarious. That was such a really crazy squeeze to put Ninja Hartley in because of if you choose the Mickey, I get my Clarabelle draw.
Yep.
If I choose the Mickey for the You're Welcome, then I'm leaving you with all of this potential, Mickey is not as scary as the fact that you getting rid of my Chromacon.
Yeah. And the Chromacon allows Rascal to really control the amount of cards, keeps the power in Rascal's hand as to like what's being drawn, what's not being drawn. So and not only that, but I mean, Pluto's a 5/5. Pluto's just generally speaking a terrifying character. Not to mention the thing that we often forget, it has that Calhoun-like effect. That every time a steel character it banishes a character, it gains 2 lore. So there's a lot of problems with that Pluto. I totally respect Pluto as an option here, although it would have been nice to maybe see a lot more card draw. But I can't disagree with the Pluto pick. I think it's fine.
No, I mean definitely trying to get rid of that. But this is peak degeneracy coming in from Rascal, just because he is playing the Clarabelle and then playing every bounce card still legal in Core. So he's like, hey, I'm doing Spice, but I'm doing Spice my way. And Ninja Harley's like, bro, chill. I'm just trying to do Spice. We were just trying to do the Spice. Just kidding. Hades Infernal Schemer is pretty spicy as we go ahead and ink that Clarabelle.
Yeah, I think a fantastic target for that, for setting those characters away. I think we're done letting Rascal just draw cards indiscriminately. I think those days, if we can help it, those days are over, dude. Like let's just cut it out, okay? We got Hades down here now. Hades, the infernal schemer, always doing the thinking and the plotting. You can find them at a crossroads somewhere, making deals with people sometimes too. As we're going to go ahead and send these characters on a quest, try to get there. We're halfway. The story is halfway told for Ninja Harley. Rascal has yet to even begin to speak about what this story is like. Just trying to establish board presence, just trying to be able to put characters on the board. So Rascal way behind in this game right now, but that doesn't mean that we're out. 10 is still a long way to go. And there's one way you can solidify that, folks, and that is with the malicious, mean, and scary combo as we see the vanquish of foes. Oh
my God, there's Pleakley in that deck that is actually diabolical. Yo, oh my God. Because then you can play the Pleakley onto the Mickey, and all of a sudden you have turbo ramped yourself into oblivion. Oh my God.
Ninja Harley is like an actual monster, like actually monster.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Rascal's a monster, but his plan is working. Ninja Harley is a genius. Oh. God, I love that.
Yeah,
all
let's
right.
Pleakley the
Mickey.
The Mickey Mouse. That'd be so cool. But we do see the Mickey Mouse is back, and he is finding his way.
That is Morty.
They look the same.
Whoa, do all my I'm just kidding. We're not gonna go there.
Look,
that is
but like their head shape is like so similar, you know, and the
because they're father and son.
I don't look like my dad like that. That's crazy.
I'm sure you do.
That'd be so insane if I look just like him like that. That'd be nuts, dude.
Okay, that's wild. Now we're gonna put the Hades on the bottom of our deck and go ahead and draw a card.
Drawing cards. Hey, look at that. Cusco dealing with the board, but giving your opponent a little bit of advantage, which is fine if we're playing Clairbo. We like you to draw cards. We don't hate it here. What we do hate, though, if we're Ninja Harley, is why do you get 2 characters and I don't have nothing? Like, I don't like that at all. That is terrible. As we find Prince, Philip, and the Webby finding her way onto the table. This is just absolutely, this is bad. This is real bad.
Well, that's kind of how this deck does it, right? Like we've been able to kind of, I mean, not even this deck. I mean, this is how Emerald be doing things these days is we go ahead, use the Prince Philip combo, get everything off the board, and then flood with all of the cards, the card advantage that Clarabelle has provided to us, plus the card advantage from the Amethyst Chromacon. As we go ahead, play a Tinkerbell down. She's a giant. She's a fairy. She's here. She's got a ship, and she can only do 1 damage across all of these characters. Notably, I was like, could we shift onto another Tinkerbell and maybe get rid of 2 characters? But we can't here. No, the only good thing is Rascal is at 2 lore.
Yeah. Rascal, getting the footing down. This giant fairy goes a long way in board control and dealing with what's on the table. So we're going to see some of that as we see a dog coming down. Again, this is now the second time we've seen a dog come down without using its effect. Just trying to get characters and presence on the board here. Just to be able to say, hey, I have some ability to have the board here. As we're going to go ahead and ink a Raging Fire. Probably not what you want to see here, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
Getting our hand a little bit lower. Of course, we don't have a ton of ink to work with, unfortunately, but we have a giant, massive 100 insanely stack of cards over here, as we're probably going to see a bend to my will soon because Rascal is even that kind of player. The dot coming down just makes me feel like we're trying to get some of the cards out of our hand. It's not like we don't have options at this point.
No. Are we separating 7? No. We're separating 8. Okay. I was worried. I was like, are we about to lose our hand? Is this whole game over right now? But 8 is not 7, folks. If we're separating 8, we've got other vile plans in mind for you. And Rascal.
We're doing a bit of an ink dance, and it's making me and you and everybody else stressed out. So
my heart can't handle this.
We're going to sing You're Welcome first. I think maybe we were trying to see if we could hard play You're Welcome and still get away with it and then quest out because that would win us the game faster. But instead, we're just going to go ahead and
I feel the hair on the back of my neck is tingling. I think I sense some danger impending. No,
he's not going to do it. There ain't no way. That's not enough cards. That's only 4. So we are going to go ahead and play the Donald Duck. Okay.
Oh, oof. All right, folks, everybody, calm down. Ninja can still play the game.
False alarm.
Okay, we're good. The game
might be over though. We are at 2, but now we have a full board plus that Tinkerbell, and I don't know how many cards in hand, but she has got to be active by this point.
It's tons. Yeah, it's a lot of cards. We see the Cusco finding its way down onto the table. This is a classic card. This has been around for a very long time. Found its way being reprinted in Fabled as an epic card. Beautiful card that Cusco allows you to draw a card when it is banished. It is, as I mentioned, it's been around for so long and such a good card. As we quest all the way up to 5, lots of characters on the board here, staring down a solo, lonely, scared Doc. He just wants to heal your folks. He just wants to heal your folks, dude. That's all it is.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this board is looking insane. I don't know if JDZ is watching. Rascal put an absolute clinic with his Tinkerbell in the deck. I am just, all of this synergizes so well together. It all draws cards. It all makes her come online as we see the Tinkerbell. Giant Fairy coming back again, even though we had to put her onto the bottom of the deck. She's back at it and onto the board.
Yeah, and enough damage now being spread around per the effect, being able to send away 2 characters, applying more damage to the characters that are on the table. So slowly just plucking away, trying to control it. We see the Angel, some more ability here to try to control the board. Do we use the ability? Do we give up a card in hand? I got to say, if we're worried about a bent to our will.
It's a Doc, so yeah, get rid of that.
You know, when you're throwing away Docs, you know, it's just, you're overloaded, dude. You're just overloaded with them.
He's got so, like, Ninja Harley has a billion cards in hand. Look at that. That is a stack of cards. And Rascal has a egregious stack of cards as well. As it looks like we're really catching up on the lore races. We're going to go from 5. I think Cusco quest for 2. That would be crazy.
That would be nuts. No, that the big Cusco does it. Is it 2? I believe it's more. Let me. It might be 2 though. I think you're right about that. I love this. My favorite thing to do is to like make sure and look up the cards because they've done a fantastic job of. It is 2. It is 2 lore. The Impulsive Llama is in fact 2 lore. As we just continue to draw cards, Ninja Harley gotta be expecting, and I'm scared. You know, I'd be telling my opponent the whole time, I tell you right now, if you play Bend of My Will, I'm unfriending you on all the social media. We will never talk again. I'm telling you right now.
I'm flipping my day. Yeah, I was like, I'm flipping my table so hard it'll flip the one over there, and we're playing remotely. Like that is something that I'm like, I don't know. Would he do it to him? Would he do it to him? I know these 2 are friends, and they had their gentleman's agreement to just bring the spice, and bring the spice they have.
Okay, good. That's just 5. That's only 5 ink color. Okay. My favorite thing now is like, is it 7?
Bend. Yeah. 7 is the most terrifying ink as we see the mother Gothel coming down and being able to pay 3 to then just to bounce a character back to your hand, choosing that and making Ninja Harley replay that Tinkerbell for the rest of forever.
We ink a card that he's got 7 ink on that side of the board. He still has 7.
God, no.
Is it enough?
Oh my God.
No. It's clearable. It's clearable. It's clearable. Okay. My heart. I can't handle this.
At this point, I'm not even sure if it matters because we just continuously playing things. Oh, we're just going to go ahead and have every answer in the world as you're welcome. And leaving one is the loneliest. It's Doc. Doc is the only person on the board. He cannot sing mob song.
No.
He cannot challenge effectively. This is looking insane for Rascal coming up here.
Yeah, Rascal, so Ninja was able to climb all the way up to 10, had some level of control of the board. Rascal with a malicious, mean, and scary combo, completely able to flip this board on its head. We see a complete reversal of control here. And Rascal, we're just waiting on the draw. We've got so many card draw options on board. We've got 2 Amethyst Chromicons. We've got the Clarabelle. We have a Gentleman Donald Duck. Just so many ways for Rascal to get to it. We're waiting for that
Look how many cards he's drawing. How many cards in hand do you have, Ninja Harley? How many cards? Oh my gosh.
It looks like it might be close to 20. If I'm being completely honest.
His entire deck. You have a whole deck. I'll just draw until the vibes are done.
Oh yeah, we're trying to find out what the exact number is right now, folks.
Cards in hand?
17 cards in hand, folks. That is the number. 17.
The Clarabelle the Amethyst Chromicon giveth, but then it also taketh away when you pair it with a dancing light on her hooves. That is insane. As a lonely Doc, I don't know, man. I'm gonna I don't know. Maybe I would have bounced the Doc and then replayed it and then discarded my whole hand for the vibes. Thoughts?
I mean, I you know what? If I'm worried about a bend to my will, I think at this point that's what
I'll
doing.
bend myself. I don't even care.
you know what? I did it. You didn't do it. That's what you get. This is crazy.
I don't make me discard 17 Wait, you don't make me discard 17. I make me discard 17.
Yeah, I do it. Me.
But
I'm
again,
the
hey,
boss.
we got 17 cards in hand. That's 17 potential answers to this actual situation we have going on Rascal's side of the board, where we have a Clarabelle, a Mother Gothel, a Donald Duck, a Cusco, a Mother Gothel. So they're having really a little bit of a twinsies party. Notably, we would be able to quest, or we would be able to shift a Mother Gothel onto herself and a Cusco onto himself. So there is a lot more lore on board that is available to us than meets the eye.
Yeah, there really is. I mean, there's a number of different points here that this game can go sideways for Ninja. I don't see the same number of problems Ninja presenting to Rascal here. You know, Ninja does not have the ability to play things like Malicious, Mean, and Scary, not playing a color that can do anything like that. No crazy Raging Storms coming. So you got to imagine that Ninja's got to be feeling a little bit more pressure here as we are looking at what we've got on the other side of the board. Now, that doesn't mean that Ninja doesn't have the ability to fight back and to try to claw back some control. We've seen those giant fairies. We've seen removal options. We're going to have to get really, really efficient, though, in order to be successful in enacting this plan. So speaking of, there she is, the giant fairy is one way to do that. We do get rid of one character as we continue to put more damage on the board, just trying to control this game as best as we can. Ninja's playing the game. What is the best thing I can do this turn? That's the name of the game, folks. If you're playing competitive Lorcana, you're playing any card game competitively, when you start your turn, the first question you got to ask yourself is, what is the best thing I can do right now?
So I think it'd be really funny to shift Clarabelle onto herself because Tinkerbell onto herself, because it wouldn't actually do anything, because I think that Cusco is unless Cusco is for willpower, literally nothing would happen. But at the same time, it's for the vibes at this point, because this is
a 5.
insane.
Yeah. It's a 5/5, by the way.
Yeah, it is so it would just like not do anything at all.
No, Cusco would just be really mad. Like, dude, really?
Yeah.
This is what we're doing now. You just come on.
Just make Rascal put more dice on things. You know what I mean? Just do it for that. Basically, at this point, I got 9 minutes and 56 seconds in the thing, and I have 17 cards in hand. And if none of them the answer, I'm gonna we're going to time, my man.
Yeah.
Like, how can I make sure that you can't win and I might win? But the thing is like, hey, Rascal just drew half his deck too.
Oh my gosh, it's a kitty cat.
Kitty cat's like, bounce the dock and discard your whole hand for the vibes.
This cat's like, this cat's coming on board saying, you know, you're cooked, right? Like, what are we doing, dude? Can you give me food now or what, bro? Like, you're clearly cooked. I've been watching this game.
Okay, now hold on. Now hard casting Thunderbolt onto something. This cat's like, what are you gonna choose? Because it's not looking good, Dad. I'm just kidding. So we are gonna go ahead and Thunderbolt this Donald Duck, which, by the way, was just kind of a little fun extra card advantage along with the Clarabelle, and oh, by the way, the 2 Chromicons over there. So taking that out, that's a little bit of an answer.
Yeah, and we don't want to interrupt the game right now, but I definitely want to catch that cat's name when we get a chance, because I do love a good cat. So we'll ask after the game. I want to find out.
Yeah, it is.
Or if anybody knows, anybody's friends with Ninja Harley and they know the name of that cat, please drop that in the chat. I got to know stat.
And if you say that you're friends with Ninja Harley and you don't know the name of this cat, then shame on you.
Right.
As we go ahead and Amethyst Chromicon, draw 2 more cards, and then Kitty. And so now we'll go ahead, challenge in, finally getting rid of that lone Doc and being able to just mother knows best onto that Tinkerbell one more time.
Yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, this is
the meanest deck in the
this is terrible. I thought the standard Emerald Sapphire was bad, but this is Rascal's mean. Like, Rascal's like the meanest dude right now, dude.
Oh, there it is. There's the I will. It was the I will. We had to make sure that we could play Mother Knows Best. Bounce that back to your hand. Doesn't matter. I don't care. He's like, do I keep the Jasmine or do I not keep the Jasmine? Does the Jasmine not come back, or am I just scooping it up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 cards into the discard. 3 of them were enchanted. That's crazy. Ninja Harley has no ability to play the game. This is insane. This is insane. He's like, hey, by the way, I guess I can't draw with my Clarabelle anymore. Like, so I mean, I kind of did us a favor.
Yeah, this is, we've got no characters on board, and of course
we top Tinkerbell off the top.
We rip a Tinkerbell.
But notably, it still does not take out anything on the board, because why are these characters so beefy? They got a lot of willpower. Now, come on. Mother Gothel does take another damage, and so does that. So, all right. Well,
Yikes, folks. I do believe, as we see a malicious, mean, and scary, your snarl and curdle dairy and the vanquisher of foes.
Yes, good sport, Ninja Harley, as Rascal plays with his food for a couple turns and wins game 3 as the virtual fist bump goes up. That is exciting. Why would you play the malicious, mean, and scary and then play Fritz Fellas? Like, by the way, I also had this. Get wrecked.
You're lucky I didn't get one more turn because I was going to do this to you too. I hate everything about that sentence. Thanks.
That was absolute degeneracy. We saw draw too many cards. Too many cards were drawn on the side of either player. And at some point, Ninja Harley saw the writing on the wall and didn't scoop and kept playing. And I appreciate every part of that because sometimes we call it, hey, it's like playing with your food, but sometimes you're like, please don't scoop because I want to do the thing. Please don't scoop. I just set up the thing and please let me do it. And shout out to the real ones for letting that happen because I think it's fun.
Although I do got to say, Ninja is friend, not food, and it's just not nice what we did there. So, shout out to the kitty cat as well. Huge shout out to the cat for breaking the board state and for bringing a little bit of joy to Ninja's life as a bent to my will into a malicious, mean, and scary combo. Probably would send anybody to just a very, very sad night of crying themselves to sleep, as I probably would. So. Wow, that was crazy. We are officially 0-1-1. That Lords of Lore locking up the first game for themselves. Additional Ink is going to have to come in here if they want to make this an even tie. That's it. So Additional Ink, the best that they can do is to even the odds. That's the best that they can do right now. The Lords of Lore.
Should they do the best thing or should they do the funny thing and just intentionally draw again? Or maybe unintentionally draw. So it's going to be 0-1-2. Let's go.
0-1-2. I like it. Yeah. We keep it sequential, folks. We got to keep it
sequential.
Let's
do it for the memes, you guys. Let's go.
Oh my goodness.
Or you could play and do very, very well. I don't know. At the same time, this is ICL. It is important. Everyone matters. Don't do that. No. Don't
do not throw.
Don't bend yourself with your dock. Don't throw for the vibes. That was a fun game. And it did kind of spark the chaos demon that I have just like nestled deep in my heart. So I appreciate it. I appreciate the decks. I appreciate the spice. And there ain't no way that the round that JDZ is going to cast is going to top what we've already seen tonight.
I'm trying to tell you, you might be absolutely onto something there, Color, because during round 1, there was something that was very egregious that was said, and it was very innocuous. You guys might have just looked right over it, but I heard it, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. Willoughby said that ICL on a Tuesday is better than ICL on a Wednesday, and I'm absolutely not having it, okay? That is absolutely incorrect. ICL on a Wednesday super clears ICL on a Tuesday, and it's not even close. But guess what? Tonight is changing my outlook on that, as I do feel that ICL on a Tuesday is kind of going crazy just based on those matches that we've seen so far. They've been absolutely nothing short of incredible. So hopefully we keep that same energy. Lords of Lore and Additional Ink going stupid for the ICL. I love it.
I mean, the thing is I actually had to check the ICL caster schedule to see if maybe you injected yourself just so you could yell at Willoughby's, but no, you were on the schedule and I appreciate that. So that was good. I was like, JDC's like, I'm coming out of retirement. I gotta make sure that you know that it's a Wednesday, but at the same time, you were supposed to be here. You're going to lock it down. And hopefully, I mean, I don't know how much spice is left in the cabinet after those first 2 rounds.
Yeah, that was tough. I don't expect there to be. Maybe we're just gonna get a straight dogs mirror.
Dogs mirror.
At our game number 3.
Let's do it.
I don't know if I can accept a dogs mirror to kind of wrap this thing up, but that's probably what's going to happen. And still, either way, it's going to be a great match. Maybe we can get a victor. If we do get a I think if Additional Ink can win this with a 1-1-1, I don't think we've ever had a 1-1-1 here in the ICL.
Maybe not. I have a short memory, so can't ask me.
Yeah, I don't. I'm trying to dig back through the memory banks. I do not believe we've seen a 1-1-1. I think we've seen like two ties.
Yeah,
but I don't think a 1-1-1 has ever been there. We'll figure it out.
I think we've seen 3 ties before. I think we've seen a 0-0-3 before, but we've never seen a 1-1-1 to kind of have it go to a true tie. That'll be a first for the ICL. So hopefully that doesn't happen, as I would like to have this solved with a certified winner. But
Additional Ink does not agree with you. They're going to be fighting against your desires, JDZ. They are going to be clamoring for a victory. They're going to say, JDZ, no, we will not do it.
I will.
Yeah.
Okay. Right on. And we're on a quick break. No big deal. So if you are here, make sure you guys let us know as Luke is speaking to us in our heads there.
But he's just saying for a really, really long
Just
time. So
straight
it does so it's not actually information that we can bring to you guys live and actively on the scene. It's just an extended which was really difficult for the way that my brain is wired.
That was good. That was good. I love it. I agree.
Gabe just disassociated. He went, nope. Like
I'm out.
No, we gotta, Gabe. You can't be out, man. You gotta. This is an all-night Gabe-a-thon.
Oh,
Sorry,
coming in from the chat is Ninja Harley, unintentional cat. My bad. Absolutely no. That was the only thing that should have been your not bad. That was not bad.
Yeah.
highlight.
We loved it. What is this 111 R&B? You have missed some stuff and things tonight.
Ninja, give us the name of the cat. We need cat name. Let us know because we've got, and everybody else tell us wrong names only. I see Kitty Purry is probably my favorite incorrect name for a cat that I've seen so far. Shout out to J-Bomb on that one.
Oh, J-Bomb has the best. Yeah, I don't know. J-Bomb is like also really good at puns, so we're gonna get a one out of here. If it's just like Frank, just let us down easy. You know what I mean? Cat's name is Luna. Oh, that's pretty. All right.
Yeah, Luna's a
That's
nice.
pretty
What's that?
Everybody was
Does that
like,
mean,
"Oh,
moon?
that's like
Moon?
what?
Luna? What is it? Luna?
Yeah, it's
Luna
moon.
means moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it means
Yeah.
moon in
Wow.
Spanish.
That's a cool name for a cat.
Oh, in Spanish, I was like, so in Sailor Moon, there's the cat, and the cat's name is Luna.
That
I
makes
didn't.
sense.
And Artemis.
I think I can tell cats' names based on how they look. I think that's a superpower that I have.
That is actually
That's crazy.
really scary.
And that
if
cat
you
wasn't
try
giving
to-
Luna. That cat was giving more of a Khaleesi there. Game of Thrones
Frank?
reference.
Oh my
Khaleesi.
god. Do you
Yeah.
remember people were naming their human children that? Oh my god. Anyway.
That was a crazy timeline. There might be a president of our country named Khaleesi at one day. I
Yeah,
think that could happen. Oh yeah.
Yeah. we're gonna have a President Joffrey at some point. I'm
There's
sure.
a lot of Khaleesi's out there. Not Joffrey. Maybe a Drogon. President Drogon.
President Drogon be crazy.
It could happen.
Dracarys.
It'd be so nuts. Yeah. Mortimer Pooski says is the guest. Mortimer might be the guest for the cat. So everyone, of course, guessing incorrect names for cats. I'd love to see it. We're a big fan of that game. Give us the wrong answer, of course. But yeah, so as we've been talking about, great job so far. We're still waiting on some word here to find out where we're headed in terms of the next game. I believe we're still waiting on some other players potentially. But stay tuned, hang tight with us. We've got our friends here. Yeah, we're just hanging tight, waiting on that round 3, folks. But if these two games are any indication, the third one is either going to be the banger of bangers or dog's mare. I mean, one or the other. It's going to be one or the other.
Yeah, it's not. There's going to be nothing mid about this last round. Basically, is what I'm hearing.
And there is a bonus match tonight, Gabe. You're going to be on the Gabe late night talk show, Let's Go with Gabe tonight. You're going to be locked in with Gabe and Luke Wonderland, and you guys are in for a special treat because this is going to get Lorcana After Dark for the bonus feature 4th round. They're very rare, never happened before, and indigenous. As you're going to be joined by Gabe and Luke for that. Gabe doing the Iron Man stretch here on the ICL. That's reserved for the rare order, and you're kind of pulling that thing off. So thank you so much for what you're doing. Also, Colors Law for coming in and supporting the ICL. It's been really great to have you guys come through and be a part of this, and everyone viewing at home for being here for the ICL on a Tuesday or Wednesday, even though I do feel that Wednesday does vastly clear and it's not close.
Listen, Wednesday goes hard. I don't know about clears and not close. That's a little crazy, but I will say Wednesdays do go hard, to be fair.
Yes,
Okay, these are really grand sweeping statements, and I'm going to need a just decision on why. Why?
I don't know, man. It's just something about a Wednesday.
And
it's
I
like
don't know.
hump
You
day.
can't start it with it. I don't know.
I mean, it's not like a real I don't know. It's a vibrational kind of thing. Like you feel the Wednesday, the hump day. It's almost a weekend, and it's just boom. Tuesday, it's like, oh man, you're kind of slogging it up a little bit. Wednesday, it's like the weekend of the ICL. Tuesday is like the Monday of the ICL.
That's wild. That's
it.
a wild thought process.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So the answer was vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's vibes. I think it's a vibrational harmonic resonance, dude. There it is. There it is.
Of course. And my favorite thing, of course, is the teams that play on Wednesday are like, well, it's because my team play. We got Crate in the chat saying it's because Select Few plays on Wednesdays, of course.
So that could be what it is.
That's exactly. It's got to be. It's just Select Few. That's all. It's got to be it. It's just there, right there.
It's just,
my goodness.
would say the fun thing about the ICLs, I never actually know who's playing until I'm sitting right here, and then Luke puts the logos up, and I'm like, sick. All right, let's do this. I
That's
have
wild.
no
I like
idea.
that. And
I like to go
honestly,
in real
I'm
blind.
I'm in a very similar spot because usually, like in the previous seasons, I'd like go through the thing and I meticulously comb through and try to learn about the players and get the decks and what their tendencies are and try to do all this back stuff. Nah, not anymore, man. It's not that I'm lazy, but it's just a lot of work, and I just show up and I roll in and
You
I
just
send it.
defined lazy. It's not that I'm lazy. I just
It's a
don't want
lot
to
of
do a lot of
work. Oh,
work
I'm not. I
because
want to
I
do.
feel
I'll do
like
a
it's
little bit of
lot.
work. I could do a little bit of work, but that's a lot of work. And we got a lot of teams here, and there's a lot of games, and you know, it just doesn't happen for me. So you're right. Maybe it is a little bit of laziness in there.
You're like, it's
Gotta
not
clean it
lazy,
up.
but I'm just gonna go ahead and define
You're
lazy
right.
for like half a
You're
second.
right.
But I
Fair.
am out of here. Luke's kicking me out. I don't know if it's now or I'm gonna have to wait like 30 minutes like Willoughby's did, but like,
Mhm.
okay. Oh, okay.
All right.
Hey,
Sorry, no. Did she go? Oh,
she
dang,
just
she didn't say
disappeared.
goodbye.
No,
Color, get
Color
back
didn't
in here
say
and say
bye.
goodbye if you can.
That's
That was
crazy.
She didn't wait.
At least say bye, dude.
I was
Please say
literally
goodbye.
about to just go to the bathroom. I was about to go. Hey, goodbye. Bye. Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
There you go.
Bye.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, that's a proper goodbye, everybody. Thank you, Color. Color's a hero, member of the Color Army right here. Love to see it. I got to say as well, when it comes to all the people in the chat, thank you all for hanging out with us. Almost 100 people hanging out with us, JDZ. Almost 100 folks hanging tight in Twitch with us, watching these games, having a great time. And I just got to say, huge shout out to all the folks out there that come in here, hang out with us, and watch this as we get to see Forrest and Ed shuffle up, get their hands ready, get ready for this game. We're going to find out very shortly what they are on. I'm excited to see because I know Forrest. I've actually met Forrest is also from Florida, so I know who that person is. I've played with them. Have had the pleasure of casting games that they've played in person as well. Fantastic dude.
Right
great
on.
person,
And what
so.
do you think they're going to be playing? I mean, if you do know some of their tendencies, granted the ICL is not always going to be clear cut and dry of what these Illumineers can bring because you can kind of tip your hand if you're playing the decks that you're known for. But what do you think Forrest is going to play? Maybe Amethyst still is alive and well. The dog strategy is much available. Also, Ruby and Amber, we saw that being featured on the Lords of Lore side. What do you think? Quick gamble guess. What do you think Forrest is going to be playing? I'll take the same for Mr. Splitter here.
So Forrest
Jitter.
tends to be a little bit spicy with the builds. It likes a good creative build. If I had to guess, we'll probably have some variant of Emerald in it. I know Emerald tends to be a color I see Forrest play. The other color is always up for grabs though, so that's gonna be a little tricky. I'm gonna say maybe Amber Emerald. I'm gonna go with Amber Emerald.
Emerald. That's cool. So you see some dogs coming in. I think Ed might be rocking Amethyst Steel coming in from SP Jitter. So Amethyst and Emerald, or Amber and Emerald versus Amethyst Steel, dogs versus Purple Steel. That's what we're calling, Gabe. Let's see if our ball powers combined can get this thing done right as these Illumineers are getting rock and roll, rip roaring, and ready to go. I believe Forrest Mill is going to be on the play this time.
It appears so, yeah. Both play. And I gotta say, love the playmats. I'm loving the look. I see like the Mickey gloves with the Phil Harm Magic style vibes on Ed's side of the board. Seeing a little bit of smoke and what appears to be some flames. Okay, so I was right about the Emerald. I usually am. We see Webby Vanderquack inked and played on Forrest's side of the board.
Let's see if I can keep that same energy. I'm wrong right away.
Yo,
as we got Amber coming on through. Amber is the color of our energy as the underdog angel will join the fray along with this Webby Vanderquack. So I'm wrong so far. You're still on the right path, being 100% accurate on your assessment.
Well, we're at least 50% of the way there. That's usually how I did on my test in school, JDZ. 50%. So I won't be mad if I don't have this
50%.
Right.
You got to get at least 70%.
I got it. I was right. Let's go. I know my dudes.
Dude.
I know my people. I love my favorite part about this card game is not even the cards, it's the players, it's the community. I know my people. And Gogo Tomago on the table a little earlier than you'd like to see, but hey, it's evasive. It can quest for one. It's not a bad card to play.
And this build does look quite interesting. You're seeing Gogo coming in on curve, but we also saw that Elanway go down into the
Yeah,
Inkwell. That's not typically a card you see in the more traditional
correct.
dogs decks, along with this Webby that kind of fell out of favor a bit a few weeks ago. So now I'm interested to see more of what Forrest Miller is cooking here, as Jitter now has played one of the most powerful plays that I've seen in a while, the Akud Edamudi being
Ooh,
sang by Angel to play an Angel. You're talking
yikes.
about Angelception right here.
Let's
That's a lot of
go.
angels there.
That's a lot of angels, on cards. This is Lilo and Stitch, the show, the deck is what we're looking at right now here. We've got okay, so we do see something that is generally more traditional, as we see a snow fort in this Amber Emerald strategy finding its way down. So this Gogo Tamago now has resist, now has strength +1. Wow, that snow fort can go pretty hard in this building. And yeah, Forest is known to be very spicy with the builds. We'll use common colors, but we'll approach them in very different ways. And we're seeing that in full effect. And I love watching Forest play. Great player, fantastic deck builder. Ed, playing a strategy that's kind of grown as well. So appreciating that we're seeing some Amber Steel here, as we see the Mowgli finding its way into the Inkwell and opting to put down a Nani.
And that Snow Fort, it's been such a sneaky good card. Whenever you see it hit the board, it makes all the mathematics and all the battle damage and battle calculations so much more difficult to get right. Even the steel removal, like this Angel, would be a nice target onto this Go-Go Tamago here. But now with the Snow Fort, you're going to be able to resist that one, and it'll cost you 2 cards to clear that character off the board. And you might set yourself up for some some healing. Ohana means family type maneuvers coming in on the following turn. So very interesting deck include coming in from Forest Mill. I like to see the spice here on the ICL as well, Gabe.
Yeah, and so Ed went ahead and threw away a card to be used as a snowball just for Gogo to survive that, because again, it's got resist 1 on his opponent's turn, so that the Angel snowballs not as powerful as they could be. Just kidding, snowball is out of play. There are no more snowballs in the field, my friend. As Daisy Duck, Donald's date, with 2 resist and 2 strength, that goes hard on a Tuesday night. That is crazy.
We're cooking on a Tuesday, and I might have to eat my words because we don't give it up like this on a Wednesday. On a Wednesday, we're playing straight meta dog decks, trying to get loose and active. But here on this Tuesday, we got a double Snow Fort out here, and this Angel is looking real silly, staring down this evasive Go-Go Tamago with those snowballs just getting blocked by this Snow Fort. But here we are. We do have the Rhino Power Hamster, not quite evasive, but you may be able to put some hits into this Daisy Duck if it were to become exerted.
Yeah, I mean, so Ed, I can as identifying here. Well, you know what? If I cannot deal with you directly, I'm going to make you come to me, because that resist is only applicable, if I'm correct, is only applicable on the opponent's turn. So you know what? If you come in and deal with these characters, then they can be dealt with at their fair rate. Speaking of which, Nani coming down, we're going to be finding cards. Which one will Forrest choose? We know that in this build, there are a lot of options for 1 cost and 2 cost characters. You have to assume that there's going to be at least one or a few of those within those 4 cards that Nani will search for. Forrest thinking about it, so there's got to be at least one. You don't think about it if it's none. So
Right.
there's got to be at least one in here. So let's see what option we go with.
And usually when you include a card like Nani, Stage Manager, in your deck, you probably build your deck in a way that you have a ton of low-cost characters that you can grab with this effect. But I'm interested to see what those cards can be, because I don't think I've seen a build quite like Forest deck that they're playing. It seems very aggressive, but you have like this defensive option with these Snow Forts, and you have some evasive playing with these Go-Go's, it seems. I want to see more of what this strategy can do. So I'm kind of rooting for Mr. Jitter here to kind of stabilize a bit, because right now with these double Snow Forts playing against these steel strategy, it does not seem like this thing is going to be going your way too terribly much, as Daisy Duck can actually challenge. Look at that.
She's a fighter, folks. She's tired of waiting for Donald. This date is not going to happen, so she says, "You know what? I'm going to make this everybody's problem." So she went and she's challenging Angel because she's upset because Donald ain't there yet. This is crazy.
Well,
That was a strength of 3, by the way.
We can hit back, but it will hurt, because Daisy Duck will retain that strength increase as well. And every time I read Snow Fort, I remember the resist, but I always forget the strength increase that the characters gain as well.
Yeah, the strength is sneaky. Like, it can really catch up on you if you're not careful. You start challenging into Snowford characters, you forget that really easily, or you start to plan your turn around that, around getting through characters, and you're like, oh wait, I gotta redo all this math, because
Yeah.
this is going to completely change whether I'm going to be able to survive this turn or not. And Ed being put on the position of deciding, okay, well, do I race or do I deal with the board? And this has kind of been a theme these last couple of turns, having characters that normally, if we had no Snowfords, very easy decision to come in and challenge. But Ed was forced to say, you know what, it's not that easy. I'm just going to keep questing, and I'm going to force you to come at me.
And I wonder if Ed is packing some answers to items. We have seen some of the items resurge with the Emerald Chromacon coming back into supreme popularity with the dog strategy. And I have seen, at least in the SEP championships that I ran this weekend, a lot of the Steel players were electing to include cards like Pluto, Steel Champion, and also Benja in their deck. Oh my goodness, more cooking is happening, Gabe. Oh my, that's the Mulan.
It is the Mulan.
What's
perfect
her name?
with the Snowfort? Perfect with the Snowfort, because
That's so good.
She quests equal to her strength. So already she's at 3 strength because we got 2 Snowforts on the table. She's questing for 3,
Gabe,
and
this
that's
is
not
the
counting
problem.
the Elanwi that is on the table to give her support.
I was just about to make that supporting the Mulan. This thing can go for a tremendous amount of lore next turn, and it's going to be incredibly difficult to get off the board with your steel removal. And when you challenge in, you're going to be taking those hits back, and you're going to be losing your characters in the process. So this is problematic here, as Mr. Jitter is going to have to figure out a way to engage with this Mulan through these Snowforts. This looks like a very, very cool strat here.
It is so cool. I'm about to upset some people when I bring this on Saturday to my game store. But Ed, I got to say, is doing a pretty good job. The way through a Snowfort strategy is to be faster than the Snowfort strategy. That Mulan makes the math a little bit weird here. So Ed's going to have to dance around that, because Forrest being able to quest with that thing will be able to do so at 5 lore next turn. Can Forrest maintain the speed, or will Ed just continue to drop character after character and advance the clock that way?
Another
we see
one.
a second Mulan find its way onto the table. This is going to get crazy, folks.
And maybe you have to get like a massively wide board and go for a Strength of Raging Fire play. Maybe you can get 2 of them and just continue to increase the size of your board. But these Mulans are about to accelerate this lore total. And Nani also free and clear to quest as well. Maybe you could even use that Nani to challenge something on the other side just to get those strength numbers down. But Gabe, what do we do? How do we get out of this?
You need to challenge the Mulan. Has to go. You got to challenge the Mulan. If you have a way of dealing with the other Mulan, which you can't even throw a snowball at it. You can't even throw a snowball because they've got resist.
It does nothing.
It does not. You see, this is crazy. Ed is going to have
challenge,
to this,
because if you do challenge, you're going to lose your characters in the process. And with the resist 2, you're never going to get through that Mulan. Her willpower is 4. Let's keep that in mind, Gabe. That's a pretty hefty number to get through with a resist 2 as well. And this thing, I don't even think you can get through the Ilanwi comfortably because Ilanwi now is a 4 resist 2 as well. Even with that 1 in the willpower, you still resist 2, so you can't snowball that either. So that is just really, really cool, man. This is some good cooking coming in from the Additional Ink team there.
I'm telling you, Additional Ink, the heavy hitters, you'll have to see it. That Rhino, though, that Rhino is going to come in and try to present a problem for Forrest. Are we too little too late, though? Is this a strategy that is too little too late? Ed hopes not, as we're going to go ahead and we're going to start to send characters sideways. We're singing the Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt is 4 damage, -2 for the resist is enough to barely, folks, deal with the Elon Wing. Barely.
Which is wild. And our plan to our outs is, Ed, we are continuing to amass a very large board, and now you need to find some Strength of Raging Fire. Currently, I believe you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters in play, so you could potentially get to a Strength of Raging Fire and I believe clear one of these Mulans. Nani would be able to sing it, but unfortunately you could not find it. So now Exert All Glimmers for Quest is your best next option. Pass it back on over to Forrest now. Oh my goodness, you still can get another quest in for 4. This is looking great.
You can now for the Ed side of the board. If I'm correct, I believe that's 10. Oh, okay, that's a way to do that. That's a way to do that. Oh my gosh, did we just snuck in with questing for 10? We just quested for 10 because we dropped the snow fort. Oh my gosh, folks, that was insane.
Gabe, I'm dizzy, man. I'm dizzy. I can't take it. Okay. Too much spice. That was too much. I'm not ready for that. And if SP Jitter Ed from Lords of Lore is not packing a Benja, you might have to grab one from underneath the table or something and throw that in the deck right now. If you're not
Throw all
grabbing a
integrity out the
Pluto Steel
window.
Champion, you better put some Finding My Platinum in that deck, boost your aerial or something. Because those Snow Forts just jumped all over you. And Snow Fort Mulan was something that I missed, Gabe. I did not see that one coming in.
It's funny. So what's interesting is that this was a strategy that was kind of talked about. It was talked about at length early on during the reveals. People looked at Snow Fort. They saw the Mulan. It seemed like an obvious inclusion in dogs. Some people tested with it, and it was kind of decided as a collective that it was just not the play, that it was either too risky, that it was too greedy. And ultimately the decision was made as a collective that we don't do that here. we don't do that. Yeah. And Forrest saying, nah, folks, you missed it. This is exactly what we should be doing. We should have been doing this from the beginning as we quested for 10 with 2 little Mulans. Holy moly.
I'm telling you, I thought that Mulan would, and to that point, I have an enchanted Mulan personally in my own personal collection, and I'm hoping this thing can somehow surge in price. I think it could be a really good card. And we all thought, Gabe, when we saw this Mulan be revealed, and we all kind of saw the potential that Mulan could have, but I really never saw it in application and get actually used in any type of tournament setting or any type of competitive setting. So to see it here on the ICL being featured and also proving that it has some merits, man, and this matchup seems incredibly uphill for Ed to deal with. So showing that the meta is still quite healthy and evolving, I think is something that I've been saying, and a lot of people may disagree with that, but I actually kind of enjoy the winter spell meta. Even though maybe I don't enjoy all the play patterns, I do enjoy the variety of decks that you can have if you are willing to sacrifice and cook for it.
I would agree. I think yeah, I agree with that sentiment completely. I think what people are feeling is more residual. It's like residual things that have carried over from the previous sets. Rotation, of course, will shake that up. I think a lot of what we're feeling is a little bit of that just the kind of the cards that have survived over the course of this particular format.
Right.
Now, you know what I think is interesting, though, to the point that you're saying, where we're still seeing this meta evolve. Usually when we enter into set champs season, that's like the beginning of the end of the format. That's kind of like the send off. Right. It's like we get to say goodbye. Yeah. We get to say goodbye to these cards, but you are 100. It feels like there's still a lot to explore. It feels like there's still so much place. There's so much space here to find more things, and we're seeing that. Like all 3 games that we've seen, all 3 rounds today, really showcasing how differently these decks could be built, could create a wave, could very easily any one of these decks could very easily win a set champs and be very, very competitive, I think, as well. In the field, I think with enough pilots, enough people in there doing the work and testing it out and sharpening it, we could even see some shaping. But we're getting close to the end of this particular format, getting ready to welcome in the wilds unknown. And we're gonna have to say hi to that and include that into the strategies as we move through this. That's the beautiful part of playing card games, is we get to see it grow and evolve.
For sure. What are some of the things you're hoping to see in Wilds Unknown? Like, no wrong answer. Just anything that you would like to be added to the game. Any new mechanics, any new cards, any reprints, or what are you hoping to see from that new set? They're including Pixar coming in.
Yeah,
I know Toy Story is going to be a part of that, and The Incredibles is going to be a part of that. What are some of the things you're hoping to see?
So so what I'm hoping to see, I've already seen in the characters. I love the IPs of Pixar, so I'm excited about that. What I'd like to see, and if it's not in, I'd like to see it in the future. Cards that say, when you ink this card, do this. When you ink this card, do that.
Nice.
That'd be sick. If we can get cards like that, I think that would send this game to the next level. It's send it through the stratosphere.
That'd be kind of cool. I agree with that. As we are going to start with this very aggressive approach again, we have this lady, which also kind of works with the Snow Fort 2 game when you think about it. Multiple Snow Fort, you get this lady's strength increase and have her questing for 3 as well. So we're doing some deep, big city cooking coming in from Forrest Miller's position.
Shout out to the D23 gift set, by the way. We see the D23 gift set, Ursula Deceiver finding its way, but we do not hit a target. Wow, but we did see some characters there. But yeah, you are right. I didn't even think about the Snow Fort makes that lady just automatically quest for 3. She's just an 03. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
just a three string quest for three to resist
Resist
two.
3.
That seems like a pretty good card. If
That's
you can
pretty
get triple,
solid.
I mean, triple snow fort is going to beat a lot of stuff. I'm not going to lie; it's kind of hard to get all those set up and still maintain some type of tempo or some type of board advantage. But if you can set it up, Lady becomes a tremendous threat. All your cards have become very threatening on their own.
Yeah.
As we do have the Grandmother Willow down, it's not necessarily the best thing going for you right now, as you're really reeling from what happened last time. But 2 Willows, talk to him, Grandmother, might be the way to go.
Yeah, certainly. As we do see the Rhino being played, the 1/16th Wolf being played for free, a discount given to you by the beautiful Grandmother Willow here. Going to go ahead and ink an Angel to to shift.
Look at
Okay,
that.
wow, same turn shift, crazy. That's a
We're
way to
talking
get a discount
synergies.
on that thing.
We're
Nuts.
talking synergy and get that thing out a little bit sooner. And now you have the ability to potentially get on and seeing he hurled his Thunderbolt next turn, maybe set up some type of removal. That could be a path to victory there for Ed, is just try to send your removal before these snow forts can get set up. Because once the snow forts get on you, the game probably is going to end like it did last time. Or maybe you could just start to run. Oh, there it is. Oh,
it's
my
here.
goodness. It's here.
Folks.
It's too late.
Here it starts. It begins. The snow fort. One snow fort on the table, folks. It begins.
Oh no, not like this. And it's time to race, I suppose, as we just get these characters exerted as well as we can. Because now, even if you do exert these Grandmother Willows, the Ursula now can clear those 2 cost 1/2s because they get that strength increase. So
Yeah,
it has begun.
it has begun. Now, I will say, Ed very intelligently setting the board up with characters that can be a problem here. We're playing Rhinos at 2 cost. We're getting these large Rhinos with resist themselves. So Ed setting up a board here, telling himself, hey, before this gets too crazy, I need characters that can potentially do 2-for-1s, whether or not there's a snow fort or 2 snow forts down. Rhinos definitely a way to do that. Now, Forrest, very, very smart player, anticipating this, will try to get himself out of this position. We'll try to play characters that will overcome this. We'll see if we can deal with it. We've seen him deal with it before. We saw Rhino hit the table last game. Didn't do a whole lot, as we see Go-Go finding its way into the ink, and we double play the Mulans.
Oh, they're back.
No.
Oh, but I think your hand resources are dwindling a bit. You have 2 cards left in hand. So these Mulans with only 1 copy of Snow Fort in play don't seem as troublesome as their previous predecessors in that previous round. But this spot still looks quite tenable for Ed, as you got triple the Rhino versus double Mulan.
Yo.
Stay tuned and see who comes out on top. Who wins? 3 hamsters or 2 soldiers?
Yeah, well, let me tell you what, those hamsters looking pretty good right there. You see that picture of the little hamster riding around that little hamster ball right there?
Hamster ball.
A little hamster ball rolling around, looking dangerous with that resist with the 4. So Ed, I think has the board to deal with the problems. To your point, not as this board that Forrest is rocking right now was scary last game, not as scary now, specifically because we're utilizing that Willow discount. Oh my goodness. We just deployed our entire hand. We played a 3rd Mulan. We played the Lady. We played a Daisy Duck. We are saying, hey, we are an aggro deck, folks.
We're
going to turn
legging
sideways.
it. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
And that Lady will get that strength increase as well. So it will get the lore increase. So this is not a dogs deck. This is deck featuring a couple pups. Couple poochies are in this deck. Not a full-on dogs deck, but this deck appears to be very aggressive. And now Ed has to make this decision. Is it time to start engaging in fisticuffs here, or are you comfortable trying to continue to race? What do you do, Gabe? Are you racing it out? Are you trying to leg it out, or are you going to try to fight back now?
I think the issue is, so Forrest is clearly playing to some outs here. If we can get another snow fort down, that is equivalent to 3 extra lore on those Mulans, one more per Mulan. Could be very problematic for Ed to be able to try to catch up on that. So I think Ed needs to take this moment now before another snow fort comes down to start dealing with his characters. If we can get a nice, clean board clear here, or at least get Forrest down a bit, it'll knock Forrest down a peg, slow him down significantly, put Ed ahead of the game here to be able to quest to a nice, clean victory. It is going to be rough going though. Forrest is saying, "I dare you, come on
But you have
in."
to look. You have to look at the lines, though. Unfortunately, those rhinos will not be able to cleanly go 1-for-1 with those Mulans with that
No,
snow fort. So
they
we're gonna
won't.
leg it out. We're gonna hit the gas brake dip and put game in
Oh,
play and pass it back on over. Is there a game winning maneuver for Forest there? Looking at this board, if we are going to rip some strength modulating card like another snow fort off the top, slam it, that is going to be maybe enough to get
2,
there.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I think because right now we've got each of the Mulans can quest for 2, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so if we rip a snow fort, I think that we win this game. If we,
Or something to increase strength a little bit. It's the shift
it's
lady. That's
shift
not gonna
lady.
get it done though.
No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah,
Wait.
yeah, it is. It is. That's the number.
Man.
That was the number he needed.
Wow.
That was exactly what he needed.
Wow, what a game. What a game. And I miss it. I can't do basic mathematics, but we got Shift Lady off the tizzy. Granted, you had multiple outs that you could have gotten to with the snow fort and maybe something to increase strength a little bit more, but having that Shift Lady come through, get all the way up to 20, and wow, what a very, very cool deck. And taking nothing away from Mr. Ed there, I thought he played very well, but you just kind of ran into a matchup that I just don't think your deck was not favored to beat. Snow Fort is just such a powerful card in that matchup.
That was insane. Snow Forts with the Mulan paired with that. That was crazy. We saw Mulan in game 2 quest for 5 apiece, getting Forest from 10 to 20 in one fell swoop with 3 Snow Forts and 2 Mulans. In this game, we saw 1 Snow Fort, but 3 Mulans. And the big difference maker here, of course, Miss Park Avenue, getting Forest to 12 lore in a single turn. 8 plus 12, JDZ, that's 20.
That's
every
20.
day of the week.
And it happened so fast, Gabe. That was a very, very fast match. But we also saw that you have to be in tune with that deck. They made a very a good decision to take all that lore on that turn before they could have set their board up to kind of get taken back, but Ed elected to just quest instead, and then you had to play your outs, and sometimes your outs will come to you. So you set yourself up to win, and then you win the game. You are justly awarded. But Gabe, look at this score, man. 1-1-1. What are we doing? Hate to see it. First one in history, I believe.
You hate to see it, but additional ink, this is exactly what they needed, especially with the games that they had so close. Just real barn burners, real close games, not able to secure it in game 1. Forced, unfortunately, was put in a position to force a tie. In game 2, was not able to clear that. We saw Oops All Cusco's come out and do its thing and get crazy here. But finally, Forrest Miller, hero of the people, hero of those at the additional ink camp, being able to close it down with this very creative, tons of fun. And Forrest, if you don't DM me that deck list, I'm going to find you myself and pull you by the ear, because I'm bringing this. I'm terrorizing my friends this weekend for said champs, and I'm doing it with Snow Forts and Mulans. Thank you very much.
I think I might have to join you on that one. I might have to abandon the Tinkerbell mission and lock in with this Mulan Snow Fort strategy. I think that is just a really, really cool thing to do, a really cool way to play. And look at that. We had enough time had passed, and we get another bonus match. So Gabe, you got a bonus match. This is another one jumping at you right in action, and I believe these Illuminators are still in game number 1. We played a whole 2-game set.
What?
What? Game number 1.
I'm like waiting. I'm waiting for Luke to put like the lore pips on the screen. I'm like, yeah, no, he's gonna put. We gotta be in game 3, right? And I'm looking at the time. You're 100% right. These players very, very viably could be in game 1, as we see Gator. Don't mess around here, as we see just turning characters sideways. But Chaotic, at least at the point that we jumped in here, very well advanced in the count here for lore. 13 is pretty far ahead, but Gator has a board presence that says might be able to do something about all this.
Yeah, and this is looking pretty comfortable for Gator, I would say. But that lore for Chaotic is going to be the deciding factor here. Got a 2 quest in play with this Troubadour. We're just jumping into the action, so we're just trying to break down the board position a little bit. As Sapphire and Amethyst, Blurple is going to be in its position where it's trying to get regain control of this board. It looks like Chaotic is low resource, 1 card in hand, but we do have that Stitch, who is representing an additional lore or additional card next turn. So maybe I'm favoring chaotic spot here. Actually, I don't know who I'm liking in this spot.
I mean, this Thunderbolt does go pretty hard here, and I think
I'm looking at the wrong game again. Oh my goodness. There
what's
we go.
that?
I was looking at the wrong feed. We're back though.
Oh, we're back. We're live. We're good.
My
We're
bad.
good to go. Yeah, and I just for some clarity's sake, for those of you that wanted to know, I've been calling it Oops All Cusco. Rascal has corrected me. The name of the deck is actually Mama Llama Bing Bong. Just so you know.
Mama Llama Bing Bong.
Yeah, correct.
I'm
Yeah,
with it.
I've been stood corrected. Thank you, Rascal, for the clarification.
We got to get Rascal to jam 2 more Tinkerbells in there so I can have a 4 Tinkerbell deck to take to my own set championship to complete the Tinkerbell challenge. Okay.
Yeah,
2 Tinkerbells is just not enough. I need 4. Unfortunately, I enjoy pain and suffering as it may be. As we have the we're going to get rid of the Hades with the he hurled his Thunderbolt now. So you did not find that character that you desperately needed to get this Stitch to be able to quest for full value.
That's
So you
tough.
just have
That's
to
real
pass
tough.
there.
Yeah, I mean that's you're when you're in this position, that's exactly what you're looking for. You're kind of having to play to your outs a little bit. That does happen a bit with this Amber Steel strategy. Depending on how your opening started, you tend to get through your resources a bit quicker. If you don't fall into line with things like docks, if you don't have that second character to be used with the Stitch, it can be slow. And Chaotic is not in a great spot right now. You've got a Troubadour hanging out and Gator now 5 characters in, all of which can cause a problem here. Chaotic identifying that as he top decks a Stitch and says, let's go ahead and let's move on to the next game.
Yeah.
And
like
so hold on. So I'm looking at the markings on the walls there. I actually believe we were actually in game 2, and it looks like Gator took that thing 2-0 actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I do. If it's not, okay. So that was a 2-0 victory confirmed. Okay. I thought maybe that was like a quick concession, and I'm all about a good concession here. Sometimes you just got to wrap it up. If you can kind of sense that the writing is slowly being added to the wall, it might be time to just get out of there whenever possible. But man, Gabe, what a night, man. I know you got another round. There's no chance you're going to get another absolute banger coming in to close the show out with the rare and indigenous round number 4. Never mind, we do have another match coming back.
Okay. So we've gotten clarity here. It appears as though we are actually in a game 3. So Gator won that game. Chaotic won game 1. We are officially going into a game 3 here with 30 minutes left on the board. Tons of time for a nice, clean, well thought out game of Lorcana. Plenty of time. 30 minutes is perfect for one solid game. I mean, way more than perfect. I'd say you need about 20 minutes to clear a nice game.
And this matchup, actually, the Amber Steel versus Sapphire and Amethyst, it's a matchup that I think is actually a bit closer than I would originally lead on to believe. I think Sapphire Amethyst might have the slightest of edge, but this deck has lines and it has plays that can engage with the Blurple deck relatively competently. And I don't think it's just going to be a GG. You are going to be on the play, and you have some very powerful plays available to you. Akud Edamudi comes to mind as a card that you can just really storm some serious early advantage, and maybe you can get some high question power in early and maybe get underneath the Sapphire Amethyst deck. What are your thoughts on this matchup and who you think has the edge?
So when we think about inevitability, if the game goes long, Blurple tends to be better into that situation. I think the way that you get out from underneath that with a strategy like this, running Amber Steel, is you need to do one of two things. You either need to be faster than Blurple, or you need to destabilize its opening sequences. So you need to be able to get singers on board quick, start getting characters on board to be able to blast things like Strength, like Thunderbolt, being able to clean up that board. Put Gator in a position where he's not able to play the game until start going into like the Hades, like playing Hades on 5 and start doing that kind of stuff to get enough of a quest advantage to then close the game out. I think Chaotic can do that here if the right lineup falls in place, if we mulligan correctly. So I think there is a world here in which Chaotic can get out from underneath this. But if we have an average hand, if Chaotic's altered into an average hand rather, that could be a problem. Gator could certainly take this out from above the top of this game.
For sure. So we're gonna get it going now as the players are ready. I'm ready. You're ready. Game number 3 on ICL on a Tuesday, and I don't know about that black mat though. The black mat, black sleeves. I think we gotta make some new laws here, and maybe we can pass some regulations to ban a black mat. There, I guess you got the Ursula sleeve, so you can't kind of see it, but there's Oblivion over there on the opposite side as we lead Palace Guard, Royal Guard.
playing on a void here, but I gotta say, I love those sleeves. Those are my favorite Lorcana sleeves. The one with like the tentacles on them. I think those are the coolest sleeves. So
The
shout
Ursula
out to
Return
Chaotic for
sleeves?
playing them. Yeah, the Ursula Return sleeves are so cool. But yeah, I agree. I think appearing to play on the Abyss here could that's going to send me a little bit. Gator, of course, setting up a turn 1 play. Chaotic with a Troubadour right now on turn 2, missing that turn 1 play. So a little, but maybe slower than you'd like to see. Not being able to put a singer down. Or well, Troubadour will be able to sing Thunderbolt, of course, but you singing Thunderbolt against a Royal Guard, against a Tipo, doesn't feel very good.
Yeah. And that's a very fair point. You kind of want to try to save that stuff for some of those high impact cards. Like, they go into some very powerful 4-cost plays. We're talking about the Dumbo. We're talking about
Yeah.
Genie. We've seen the Sven Leaping Reindeer come in. Maybe you want to save those removals for those characters in the event that you can, and maybe get this Akud Edamudi. But you do kind of burn that ability a little bit just playing the Grandmother Willow for free, and then
Yep.
you can play this aerial ethereal voice for a reduced cost. So maybe that's not the worst use of those cards.
Yeah, it wasn't terrible. I mean, this is a good setup. I think we're in a good setup turn right now. We're setting the stage here to have a strong turn 4. You've got the discount. You've got the potential ability. If we use that discount effectively, we might be able to boost, sing a song with the Troubadour. If the Troubadour is able to survive the Royal Guard, it looks like it will survive, but it will do so by being bounced back into hand. So it won't get banished. But Tigger's saying you've been bouncing all around and you're bouncing right back.
Yeah, and that does kind of set you back a little bit, because you did not, when you play all those inkwell manipulating cards like the Willow and the Kudeta Moody, you're not, and you get bounced back. Now you just lost almost double the tempo sometimes. But granted, this aerial being cheated out does kind of help you in that regard. Do you have the strength of, excuse me, the he hurled his Thunderbolt now? Boost aerial, sing he hurled his Thunderbolt onto the Troubadour. That seems quite good, and there it
Yeah,
is.
pretty solid.
That seems
That's
like a
pretty
really
solid.
nice play. And you're
Yeah.
able to draw another card. So that's like a +2 swing. Great turn from
Yeah.
Chaotic.
That's a fantastic turn. You're and you still have 2 ink to use. You still have the ability to ink here too, so you might be able to get another card down. I think this is a pretty strong turn here for Chaotic. Gator is entering into the scarier portions of this game, though. It's going to start to unlock some very scary cards in hand as the ink count starts to rise on Gator's side. So Chaotic having to use this advantage to try to climb a little bit, to try to set the stage for some good stuff. The question becomes, will we be able to? We do see an aerial ethereal singer entering into the inkwell, playing 2 characters. We're going to see what's in hand, though. And
you get a
we
hit.
do get something. We got it. We got to let it go.
Wild. That is wild. You do play the Mowgli for a reduced cost, and he comes in and gets a rip, taking that let it go from the hand, put it into the discard pile. But you do have a pretty nice curve here going into the Scuttle, into the Demona. You will need runner, inkable cards. If you're goaded, you can do it. But I guarantee you one of these next 2 cards will for sure be Hades, the Infernal Schemer. Take it straight to the bank. This is the ICL guarantee. Never wrong on this situation.
Yeah.
Always right here.
It's the law of Hades. You always find one when you don't want it. Just when you least need it, you find it. As Gator deciding here what to do with these characters. Royal Guard coming in, a little bit of deciding to challenge into that Troubadour. As we see, slamming down an Elephant because we want to go ahead and send that back to hand. Elephant pretty good here, and replaying that Royal Guard.
Interesting. So we go ahead and ink the Scuttle instead to play this Madam Mim. Madam Mim Elephant coming back in a major way. I think this card is quite good. I played Madam Mim Elephant at my set championship this weekend, and it is a really strong card versus exactly Steel. You can pile some damage onto this Madam Mim Elephant here. Never mind.
Yeah,
you
can pile 8, in fact. As we said, 2 Thunderbolts right on top of that thing. Holy smoke. It takes 2 Thunderbolts and a Chief to send to protect the rest of these characters, and we are going to go on a full out quest with the rest of the characters, Chief protecting every single one of them. Can Gator stop this, or did Chaotic set the board here to win and get to the end here?
Yeah, that was interesting. So now looking back at it, that Scuttle looked like it would have been a little bit better in exactly that scenario, as we can use the Royal Guard now, who is increased in strength due to the Demona drawing, able to slam into the Chief Powhatan. But I think the Scuttle would have been able to withstand it, but you now would have just lost your Demona to a double seeing scenario there.
Yeah. Now that Royal Guard was pretty solid. That was a 5 strength Royal Guard, 1 for turn, 3 for the Demonas. Getting rid of the Chief does put Chaotic in a position where you can't just freely quest. Probably felt a little bit safer than you should. So Chaotic is saying, well, we'll just keep establishing the board here. I'm going to keep playing more characters. I've got another tree, another Willow to play. I've got another snowboarder to lay down here, which will get me some more advantage. If I sing songs, I get card advantage from Ariel. If I quest with the Stitch, I gain cards that way. So just putting down every which way that you can to just keep throwing stuff on the table, pushing the envelope, and trying to get to 20 when Chaotic, unfortunately, right now only sitting at 2 lore.
Yeah, and that's a very fair point. Chaotic still being so low, you haven't really started your questing campaign just yet. You did lose your bodyguard quite easily on that last turn as the questing has begun. So if you're going to stabilize, I think it's going to require Hades the Infernal Schemer like right now. I know I cursed you with Hades earlier and it didn't come through, but maybe if you can go like Hades into Elsa, into getting a character off the board each turn while Chaotic cannot. Starting with that Stitch so they can't refresh and hopefully they don't draw another song. Maybe you can slow the inking a little bit here.
Yeah, that would be so perfect for Gator right now. If it is, we do see inking a card, which does get you to 7. 7 is the magic number that plays Hades. The question is, yep, you summoned it. It is there. JDZ the wizard figured it out. We got Hades, and that went ahead and send that Stitch into the inkwell. And Tipo challenging here. Tipo normally, we got kids fighting each other. This is not great. We want to avoid. We don't have the kids challenge each other, folks. Unless it's like a battle of the wits or something. Maybe it's a game of chess they're playing to figure out who gets banished.
And keep in mind that Tipo should have 1 damage counter on it, unless there was some type of strength reducing effect that I may have missed. But Tipo should have 1 damage counter along with that Demona, as you did do a phenomenal job of clearing 2 characters off the board instead of just that one. Battle Tipo doing his part to take in some hits onto one of those exerted characters.
Yeah, certainly. Hope if there is damage to be had, hopefully they get that cleared up. Speaking of damage, we're going to reduce some strength with that Delamoon's Lullaby, singing that with Mowgli. Getting 2 cards, 1 for the effect of Della, but also 1 because, as we remember, Ariel is boosted. So just trying to collect more cards here, even if we don't need to worry about the strength reduction. Drawing a card is pretty sweet in this spot. Try to get as much advantage as you can.
Yeah, and also if you do hit that Hades actually for a reduced strength, you can, in theory, protect another one of your exerted characters. So that's not a bad use of a Delamoon's Lullaby. And your board is repaired exactly to the way that it was prior to this turn. As Stitch, Snowboarder is going to be hitting the board yet again, looking for another opportunity to quest. And now somebody can have 0 strength. Hades got nothing. He can't even challenge next turn, game.
What a weakling. Hades is so weak, dude. I mean, come on, dude. You weakling. You are supposed to be the lord of the underworld. You can't even challenge properly. This is crazy.
Ridiculous. Actually, pathetic. Okay. So
you and your cheese sleeves. That's what you get for being in a yellow cheese sleeve, dude. That's crazy.
That's
nuts. But yeah, we see. I mean, Chaotic here maintaining this board again sitting at 6 lore. Gator still trying to figure out how to quest. Hasn't been able to start the questing campaign just yet. We do see a lot of characters on Chaotic side, but we got to be careful because Gator can very easily turn this around. There are plenty of songs to do it with, plenty of very, very strong characters, lots of willpower as well to deal with problems, but it's pretty slow. Both players kind of moving slowly towards a potential end of this game. Gator going to go ahead and draw for the turn. We see kind of I do appreciate when players make sure their boards are nice and clean and lined up.
Me too. I love nothing more than a nice tidy Lorcana game position, a game board. It just really shows that these players are in tune with their strats. They know how to play. They got some good steez, good mannerisms. They're keeping the information open and available. It's very obvious that you're not trying to do anything deliberate or cheat or or discretion, indiscriminate. You're playing above board, clean game states from both of these players. Love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Gator send in a Hades looking for a deal into the inkwell. Gonna go ahead and looks like we are questing, starting the campaign, trying to get these characters to start doing what they're supposed to be doing. And Chaotic is gonna have to figure this out and see, do we deal with this character? Do we run the race? Which option should we take? That's ultimately the question here. as Chaotic is going to have to figure out whether we're running or whether we're challenging.
And we haven't seen any copies of Strength of Raging Fire coming in from Chaotic. And I think if you can manage to get a character off the board here, maybe even going after that Cheshire Cat with a Strength of Raging Fire, that would not be the worst thing. Although you may have to make some of your other characters vulnerable, or maybe you can flood a couple additional characters to the board and get after this Demona from your opposition side of the field. I think that could be a nice use of your time and resources if that's something that you have available. But because Cheshire Cat plus Demona together, that's a very obnoxious 1-2 punch, and you'll be able to start really removing some of these threats from the field. So you're hoping that you can get that Demona off the board right now if you're Chaotic.
Yeah, 100%. Now, you may have noticed Chaotic was digging through his own discard pile, trying to take a look at potentially, if I had to imagine, looking at the song options. And just a reminder, folks, he has gone through at least 3 of those Thunderbolts. So half of those removal cards, those songs that can deal damage, that is strong enough to remove characters off the board in the discard pile. Not that many cards in the discard pile, so we were seeing them. Can we get to a strength? Can we get to the 4th potentially Thunderbolt as we go ahead and we play a Rhino, play 2 to play Ursula Vanessa, and we're playing the Troubadour. Just lots of singers and a Rhino to flood the board here.
Do you have that strength though? Is that the rest of your hand? Are you tapped? Are you exhausted? Are you rubbing hands together? Because now if you can follow that up with the Strength of Raging Fire, I don't think that's the end of the world. Granted, you will lose your ethereal voice, but you have to do something to get after at least one of these exerted characters, I think. Or you just say caution, toss it into the wind, and just get exerted right now, or keep your board steady. I don't know. These are the decisions that I just don't like to be in. These are the spots that I hate the most because these are the ones that win or lose the game. These decisions you make and how the game shakes from here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of factors here. So Chaotic is looking at a couple things. The snowboarding stitch is already exerted. We did that to try to draw cards to try to get to some answers. So that stitch is long gone. The question becomes when you're playing on Chaotic side. Well, if I'm already giving you this stitch, what is the harm in giving you the other characters? Because if you're going to go ahead and challenge into the stitch, you've got the Cheshire Cat. You're going to be able to remove a character anyway with the Cheshire Cat. So would it not be better for me to just go ahead and quest with these characters that you're likely going to remove one of them anyway? And so Chaotic identifying that and saying, well, you know what? If you're going to challenge into my stitch and you're going to move damage with Cheshire Cat, I'm just going to take advantage of that. I'm going to get the quest right now. I'm going to go ahead and get this lore. And that's where we find ourselves.
Yeah, I don't hate it, man. I think you just have to look at that lore. You look at that total. You love to look at, maybe you're just running the numbers on what cards could possibly be potentially on the top of your deck. Doc Bold Knight comes to mind as something that can just because once you lose this board, you are gonna lose a large portion of this board on this following turn, especially if Gator gets into a card like Elsa, the Fifth Spirit. You gotta really look at the board, look at how much lore you have to get there. Eight could be an infinite amount at this kind of position with low resources. But if you have cards like Doc, you have cards like Nani, you have cards that can help replace themselves. Maybe you find a Lilo sooner or later and avoid it into the unknown or something like that. Maybe that could be good enough to help push you to that 8 lore. You're just dragging it all the way through at that point.
Yeah, and Chaotic went ahead, just for those of you that missed it, Chaotic did go ahead and quest with the aerial as well, kind of signaling like, well, hey, if you're going to get rid of these, then I'm okay with you having another option here. So we do see that the card that was boosted underneath the aerial was in fact a Mowgli. Going to go ahead and send damage into that stitch and just slowly start to dismantle the board. We got the Cheshire Cat that's going to move some of the damage. It has plenty of options here. Can choose either of these characters and it would go a long way saying, you know what, we're going to take it off of this Hades.
Yeah, and one good thing going for Chaotic as well, and not so good for Gator, is that Gator is also low resource as well. I don't know if they have the ability. Maybe you got a Junior Woodchuck guidebook or something to help draw. Maybe you can find that Dumbo Ninth Wonder in the Universe. You have not been drawing too hot from this Sapphire Amethyst. I don't think I've ever seen a Sapphire Amethyst player draw so not hot. We got double. Another Madam M elephant is being deployed, bouncing that Cheshire Cat back to the hand to help draw some additional cards. You gain 2 from that exchange.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. So what I will say is that there's been a bit of a shift in the Amethyst Sapphire in the Blurple community as to whether or not a card like Genie, the Wish Fulfilled, is a good card or not. Some players opting to remove it from their list entirely. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe we've seen a Genie yet.
We have
which,
not.
so that tells me that maybe we are not running the Genie. Maybe the Gator may be in agreement with some of these folks that are saying, well, maybe Genie's not the play. Maybe it's another 4-drop that's the play here. And maybe that's why we're finding Gator is not able to have cards in hand. It's a little bit tougher if you don't got that. I mean, if you're still looking for things like that Woodchuck Guide, if you can find it, or it's possible that we're just unlucky. We just haven't drawn the Genie yet. But, we do live in a world now where it is a viable decision to just not play with it.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. As we do finally see a copy of Strength of Raging Fire and 2 copies of Dr. Bolt Knight and another copy of Nani. This is exactly what Chaotic wants to see, as the board is massive. You can continue to quest if you want. Demona will not be, she will be able to ready. There's only 2 cards in hand, but you're going to be so high in lore. You're sitting at 16. You're going to have to do a pretty dynamic board clear. And without that Cheshire Cat, it's going to be even more cumbersome to do so. So turn coming in for Gator. What are you going to do? How are you going to stop Chaotic from getting loose on you? The walls are starting to close in as Gator is going to play another Cheshire Cat. Matter of fact, we're playing 2.
That is a bunch of cats. That is perfectly played. 2 cats on the table. Now the question becomes: is it too little, too late? Can Gator collect some advantage here? I don't know, dude. This is looking a little bit rough still, but I mean, 2 Cheshire Cats is pretty good. Can we knock off 4 points of lore from Chaotic?
And you can activate both. So let's think about this for a second. You have 3 lore in the back row that you cannot engage with in any form or fashion. Okay, right. So we'll start by peeling off the Rhino Power Hamster. So you're gonna have to clear all of the exerted guys through challenging. So I believe you might have to get after this Ursa Vanessa with the Demona, I think, and then you can. Oh, you can't even hit the Troubadour because Troubadour's got that resist.
It's got the resist on it. Yeah, it's got resist.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, so I think that we've got a pretty good board sense here. There's some things that are happening that are making it very difficult for Gator to just cleanly trade here. Gator doing the math right now, still trying to figure it out. We got plenty of time. We started this game 30 minutes in. There's still almost 12 minutes, about 11 minutes left of this game. Plenty of time to just kind of slow it down a little bit, think through the math, make sure we're making the right play.
Yeah, this is tough. I think maybe it's send Demona into the Troubadour or the Vanessa, and you have to send 2 hits into the other, and then your boost can only take out one or the other. So that's unfortunate. Yeah. I don't think you can do it. I think you have no more cards in your hand unless there is a song that we are missing. Maybe there's one additional card remaining in hand, and it just happens to be a song. You can potentially sing that onto either Troubadour or Vanessa, and then you're kind of cooking a little bit. But no, you can't even sing it, really. I don't think that would work because those cats are still drying.
Yeah, I think Gator's potentially identifying that, seeing that the Demona is enough to deal with the Troubadour. I'm going to go ahead and boost the Cheshire Cat to send some damage off of the Hades onto the Rhino. Gator kind of playing it through just to make sure you want to make sure that you're doing this correctly. So we see 2 more. That's another boost of that second Cheshire Cat. Going to send 2 damage from the Demona now. Send it over to, let's see.
You might have to. Yeah, you have to hit the other Rhino just to clear it off the board. And then you have to send both of your characters into that Ursula Vanessa, or maybe even one into the Mowgli, and that's going to leave 4 lore or 4 lore remaining on board. Wow, what a tight squeeze, man.
That was
down
tough.
To the finish.
Yep. Shy by 1 damage, folks. If we had just had 1 more damage, could have pushed this game. But I mean, even then, so you get Chaotic down to 3 characters, allowing them to quest to 19. Gator's still sitting all the way down to 2, though. So like just set way far behind. And I think that Chaotic put on display exactly why Amber Steel is such a good deck to be playing, such a good strategy, and is able to deal with the powerhouse, the Blurple powerhouse, being able to get out from underneath it, make it stumble early in the game, create a board that's nice and wide, set up some bodyguards, start singing, collecting advantage that way, and Chaotic showing that beautifully here, getting that victory in for the Loungers. Shout out to the Loungers. And that victory did not get to catch where they were in terms of their total games played, but at least for that game 3, pretty solid.
Yeah. It was a good game, man. It was a good game. I think we were fortunate there, and I know, like you said, we are getting close to the end of the set, and I know people might be kind of over these Sapphire Amethyst and Amber Steel, but I think there's always a lesson to be learned when you see plays like that happen, and just how they approach these very tight spots. And there were some tight spots there on both
There was.
sides, and they had to be circumnavigated very delicately to get to this position. I mean, you won by one damage and one
Yep.
lore. I mean, that's where it came down to. It was literally one damage wrong, one lore wrong, and the game is going to be potentially going the opposite way, or you play on. So I enjoy those matchups. I think it's really cool to see that how it plays out. Game of inches all around. But man,
Yeah.
what a night!
That was crazy. It's been a fantastic night. I've been very, very fortunate to be here on an ICL on a Tuesday night. Wednesday does go pretty hard, but I got to tell you, this Tuesday night has been wonderful. I say that this Tuesday night puts Wednesday night on notice right now. So be on the lookout. See, we got to catch tomorrow to see if we can make up the difference here.
Yeah, I'm all in on it. Now I'll change my ways. I've been a big advocate for ICL on a Wednesday, but I think I might have to change my ways. I think Tuesday might be superior now. I think Tuesday
Wow.
clears. ICL on a Tuesday might be the way to go, because
Yeah.
going up on a Tuesday, that was some incredible games that we've seen. Shout out to both of these teams that we saw in our our main feature match, Additional Ink and Lords of Lore. I think this one has kind of resolved, but there is a bonus matchup that is coming your guys' way. I believe it's going to be you and Luke Wonderland are going to be in the comms for that. So you're going Iron Man status tonight, and I appreciate you for that, Gabe. Thanks for coming through, man. It's always a pleasure to be here with you, man, and chat with you. And I'm glad you're lending your voice to the ICL a bit more. I do miss hearing you in the broadcasting booth, and I'm glad we get a chance to hear it more regularly.
I appreciate that. I'm appreciative to be here, and I appreciate those of you who love to hang out with us. And yes, we are going to be getting another match. Luke will. I'll let supposedly, but potentially, maybe. So there's a maybe. We'll put an asterisk on that. But yeah, we're gonna potentially get another match here. We're gonna see if that's the case. But yeah, I mean, JDZ, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate that.
Of course,
it's my honor to be here. I love hanging out with everybody. I love the community, love the game. Of course, I wouldn't be here if I didn't love the game, but I love the community more than the game. And yeah, it's been a blast for me, and it's been fun hanging out with everybody.
For sure, man. It's been really cool. ICL on a Tuesday, going up. But Luke's been in the wheels of steel on the production all night. Were you able to catch some of these games, Luke, as you're behind the scenes getting active?
Kind of. I should have been paying more attention than I was. Well, see, I'm sick, Let's just blame it on that, Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
What's everybody got? Colors, Luke?
I don't know, man.
It's called
you
children.
Just stay away from me.
Man, okay, that's true.
Yeah,
you gotta, you know me, Luke. You gotta start taking your health serious with your regiment, dude.
Bro, like
Drinking...
before my kids started school, I would get sick like once every 3 years. Like I'd have a light cold once every 3 years. I have a very good immune system. Like still now, like my wife and son will get sick 2 to 3 times more often than me, but occasionally I'll get one. Right now, it's not even that big of a sickness. It's just mostly some congestion and a little bit of a fever here or there.
Yeah, but
that sounds dreadful. And you know what I gotta say is thank you, Luke. That even though you're sick, and Color too, even though Color was under the weather, the fact that we still brought you some fantastic gameplay, some great commentary. So shout out to those of you that are working through this. Shout out to you, Luke. Shout out to Color. Thank you, friends, for working through your sickness.
It's been awesome, man, and I'm glad you tapped me in, Luke, and just brought me in here. Okay, I was probably gonna, of course, but I do have to depart, Luke, as I have to take care of some business, man. But I'll leave you guys to it to bring home. I'll be watching from my phone.
Just a few seconds
to bring home that last round. I can wait. While we wait.
Sorry, I didn't mute the right thing. You weren't supposed to hear that. they asked me if we were ready for them in the match, so we're gonna be starting that match here very shortly. Continue.
No. I was just saying my goodbyes because I have to depart, man. But I'll be tuned in, watching from my phone as we see who is going to win this additional bonus match. But gentlemen, as always, this has been great. Thank you all for being here. ICL on a Tuesday. Shout out to all of you out there in the Wonder Twitch. Make sure you guys leave a follow and drop a Prime Dog in the bucket if you got one laying around. Until then, ta-ta!
Bye-bye. 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 I was rushing to get that done in time because I was not prepared and ready.
All right, so walk me through. So is this the round 4 or is this another round 3?
So this is round 4. Technically, it's round 1. This is the round 1 match playing.
So what
Yeah,
happened?
we're good to start.
Just a little bit of context. I guess we can let them know what happened once you're able to.
They just had a slight reschedule. There's an issue. One of the teams is East Coast, so it is very early for round 1 there, and they were able to talk with their opponents, and we allowed them to do this here. We don't let them do it too many times. We don't want it being pushed over and having every team doing it, but occasionally, if there's something comes up, we try to allow a little bit of leeway there. To still get it in there. And I decided we'd show it on stream tonight because I could.
I love it. Yeah, and thanks for inviting me. In fact, you promised me that I can get really unhinged because
No, I
technically
actually
after
do
dark.
believe I said you're not allowed to.
Okay, I misunderstood. So don't take off. So I got to keep the jacket on. Is what you're saying. Jacket's got to stay on. We got to keep the language above board. Oh, shucks. Sorry, folks. I thought we were going to get to do some crazy things on stream, but I guess we're just going to have to get crazy in different ways, folks.
We're just gonna
All right,
have to watch some more Kana action.
That's pretty crazy too, and I will say we've had some pretty good matches that make up for it. I do see in the chat it looks like that we have our predictions getting locked in. We're doing some predictions in the chat.
Oh yeah, always.
Love it. I got to get in on the prediction action. I got so many points I need to put.
I'm not allowed.
Oh goodness gracious!
It doesn't let me gamble.
Yeah, I see. By the way, there's a hashtag free Gabe in the chat. By the way, so just free Gabe. Everybody's saying R&B rooting for me to do some crazy things, folks. We're gonna keep it clean here. As we see, speaking of clean, I see Amethyst Amber Rhino finding its way onto the table. Turn 1. You love to see it. So Amethyst Amber here. Luke, what do you think? What do you think of that particular strategy? Is that still viable here? Is that still
Amethyst
something that we should be
Amber?
playing? Yep, Amethyst Amber.
Aggressive.
Very aggressive. All right. Yeah. We see Amethyst on Daniel's side as well. Inking of a Cheshire Cat, but that was a ink pass, my friends, which funny enough, that is the name of the team. So on brand,
Fair.
we inked and passed on turn 1. I do believe we also lost the die roll. So just continuing the meme as we see the grandmother Willow finding its way down. But are we going to be? No, we did not have a one drop character to play alongside it.
Normally in these Amethyst Amber decks, I want to be the control deck. You know, you're more of like a Blurple, but with Raging Storm. But I see Rhino, I'm thinking that maybe we're like a hyper-aggressive version.
Yeah, certainly. Now we see the playing of the sail, the inking of the sail, doing the thing that Sapphire does, making sure that you get to your ramp here. So we are seeing a quick strategy on Michaela's side. Willow allows for some crazy math to happen when it comes to the character cost, doing its own kind of ramp in a way, as we are going to go ahead and turn 3 characters sideways and play a Bambi. Nice. Bambi from Winterspell.
That is some card advantage. And I like how we're just like questing away here. Michaela's like, you don't have anything to challenge.
Right.
Until Daniel throws down a Sven. Sven? Anyone?
Yeah,
Sven?
potentially.
Sven?
Question mark. Maybe send in a rusher. That'd be so sick right now if you could send in a rusher. That Bambi is really good too. It's something that people tend to forget about it. People assume that everything is based on questing, but that Bambi is whenever it is exerted. So whenever this character exerts, it has to be on your turn though. That's the caveat. Reveal a number of cards from the top of your deck equal to the number of cards underneath.
I don't know.
So
I think I should be able to stack it that the opponent's Demona comes in play, draws me to 3 cards, exerts my Bambi, triggers Bambi, lets me flip it again.
Let me tell you something. That Bambi better cost 5. Okay.
No, it's.
You think it's fair at 4 if it could be triggered?
It barely
on all
sees
turns?
play right now. How often? Like
That's fair.
The only time, like, also the way it's worded, it still needs to have been boosted once, because it would reveal 0 cards if you just play it and they Elsa it. So, like, I think it's not actually that busted to add that.
Yeah. And Luke, I'm sorry, but I've got to throw one out to the Twitch. The Twitch is asking, can I get a little unhinged? So the most I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take.
You
off
can
my
take
jacket.
your jacket off. You can obviously. I'm not wearing my jacket. You don't need to wear your jacket.
Let's go. It's free the jacket, folks. Look at these arms. Look at these beautiful arms here. They are in full effect. I'm wearing a short sleeve shirt the whole time. You thought it was a long sleeve shirt. Joke's on you. And joke is on the Ariel, who just went ahead and boosted. We got 2 Grandmother Willows right now on this table, significant discounts, while Daniel is sitting with a Scrooge. I got to say, I like the Scrooge, but I don't like the Scrooge by himself. The Scrooge by himself is kind of a problem.
Yeah, he's big. He can take down a surfer or a snowboarder on its own, which is pretty good, and is kind of scary for the Bambi as well.
Yeah, that Scrooge is a problem for a lot of stuff. I mean, that thing is a beefy dude, and quests to boot. We've seen other cards kind of in its place, trying to make up the difference for that uninkable. It is a 4 cost, which is why it's uninkable. A lot of people generally opting to play Scuttle in its stead, a little bit more expensive, but inkable. But let me tell you something, 4 cost, 5/5 with quest for 2, fantastic card. You got to wonder, I talked about this last game, a lot of questions around the removal or like the replacement of Genie. Is this a card that replaces Genie? Or is this in place of something like an Isis, or who knows what? Like I feel like Blurple's going through a bit of a metamorphosis right now.
Yeah, it is an interesting card we have not seen played for a while, but there's not very many World's Greatest Criminal Minds played. There's plenty of your welcomes. We saw Rascal do that earlier.
Yep.
But this also trades with Chief. And if Daniel is expecting more Amber Steel or the chance of Amber Steel, it could be, hedging for that.
Yeah. Now, so I guess the question becomes why a Scrooge? Why this over, say, an Isis? Like, why wouldn't I play an Isis instead of this? Is the 5/5 that important that it's better than the exerting?
It's choosing to have a bigger body over the exertion. Yeah. Isis just gets Zeused, gets thunderbolted, and this doesn't. So like that's one way. Not a lot of removal takes it down, except for World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always interesting to note like what people value in terms of the cards and what they value when they're making a lot of these deck building decisions. What do they think they're going to see? I mean, that's where like these finer little details are really what make the signature of a deck mean something or make it different and really represent what a person is doing here. As we see snowboarding Stitch, we see the Rhino finding its way down, shifting on top of the 1/16 Wolf Rhino. Michaela is setting up a board here that can nothing to laugh at, can protect itself. You've still got the ability to, if you get songs, to draw cards because you've got the aerial. Hopefully, if it survives this turn, you've got card advantage in questing with the Stitch too. So just trying to get advantage, trying to present stuff on the board as we deal with that Scrooge, with that Rhino saying, hey, we are done with that 5/5. That thing scares me no more.
I mean, we want this snowboarder to be able to bravely go down the slopes. And if Scrooge is there buying up all the land, there's nowhere for Stitch to be snowboarding. So, Rhino as doing his due diligence as, a hero. He always wanted to be a hero. He looked up to Bolt that whole time, and he did what any good hamster hero would do. He takes down that evil old corporation buying up all the hills.
Yeah. Yeah, and contrary to popular belief, I watched a lot of DuckTales. I thought for sure I could swim in a pool of coins. I got to tell you, jump into a pool of coins, you're going to wind up with a broken bone. Don't do it, folks. So snowboarding in a pool or surfing in a pool of coins doesn't work the way you think it would, even though DuckTales would tell you otherwise.
Yeah, you can't snowboard piles of gold. Actually, you could probably snowboard piles of gold easier than you could swim piles of gold.
Oh, yeah. I feel like, swimming in a pile of gold has got to be just the most painful experience of your life.
Are we hinting at Snowboarder Scrooge next set? Huh?
Oh, let's go. I'm so in. Developers, if you're hearing us, please. I'm so in for a snowboarding Scrooge. That'd be hilarious. The art on that would go so hard. I'd love to see it.
Just great. All of the DuckTales characters surfing through the thing. Wow, we don't have a character... So we're just singing, or we just need to answer it no matter what, knowing our characters get taken down. We have a dog.
We did have a character. Yeah, we did have the dog, but it looks like we were valuing the board presence in that moment, saying we don't need the card as much because we got the dock. And with that dock, we find the strength to carry on and send Elsa into the discard pile. And Michaela, 3 characters in, Daniel with a cleared off board. You hate to see it if you're Daniel.
Yeah, it looks fantastic, and we're like, oh, we did all this, until Daniel just throws down that Hades. And then all of a sudden, it's looking rough. We're only at 4 lore, and Daniel has the world.
You mean like that, dude? You mean like that?
Unfortunately, I have had enough Hades played against me when I'm just like, I did the coolest thing ever, and they're like, yo, bro, check out this rampant
Yeah.
answer character.
Cool story, bro. Here's Hades. Oh gosh. Oh, you know what I always say? I always say don't let the details get in the way of a good story. As we've got Lilo, escape artist, we've got Rhino, and we're saying, you know what, dude, go ahead and send your Hades into this dock. It's going to quest anyway. Interesting. We're going to keep that Willow surviving here. Not going to turn that thing. Not going to exert it. Daniel is turning 3 sideways. Oh, maybe not. Just JK. We're not doing that. We're thinking about our turn. Instead, saying 6, which plays us
Scrooge.
The Scrooge McDuck, which very cool card. Give me a second here. I got to find that sub-name, but I can tell you what it does. It does is when it comes into play. Yes, thank you, Ebenezer. Yeah, it is Ebenezer. It allows you to, when it comes into play, put a card under all of your other characters, and all characters that get a card put under them in this way will receive ward for the turn. Crazy card.
It is interesting. Is this the only card that puts cards under characters that don't have ward or boost?
I think. I mean,
I think all the other ones say like put these on another character if it has boost.
I believe so. Yeah. So this would work for a strategy that involves something like a Hero Hamada as well, if you think about it. So it can send cards underneath like Floodborn characters too, as long as the character's Floodborn.
Singing second star.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so this is a card that's seen a return since I believe, especially in Europe. I think we've seen a few of these. Atlantine, I believe that's how you pronounce it. It's Atlantine. I don't want to. I may be misspeaking. I believe it's Atlantine. In her build, she uses the Scrooge McDuck, and she uses the second star to the right as well. A card that people have said is kind of done for in Blurple, but not the case here, because drawing 3 cards is actually pretty sweet.
So what's the reasoning for the Scrooge? Why is the Scrooge good? Just for the ward? Just
if this is the same build, they should be running the Amethyst Ursula that gains evasive when you boost. They should also be playing Cheshire Cat. So there's the Ursula.
The kitty cats for sure.
There's the kitty cat, yeah. So kitty cat for sure, and the Ursula are like the main reasons why. So you can use the Scrooge. It kind of forces the boost on that, and then the ward is just like an additional nice thing to get from it. But being able to force a boost for the Cheshire Cat, get a free boost.
So we'd have to have like 8 ink though to be, like, because we're boosting the cat. And then playing this, we'd need 8. Because otherwise, why spend 6 to boost when we could pay 2?
Yeah. Well, it does put a card under every character on the board. So.
Yeah. And then Michaela having more removal to get rid of one of these pesky characters. And then we're going to try to keep questing and hope that we can gain enough lore here with the Scrooge, Hades, Basil, and the Royal Guard here. Daniel can still kind of easily answer what we have.
He can, yeah. And I will say that if this is not running Genie, which I imagine it is not, the Scrooge indicates to me that there's probably no Genies in this build, then this build is generally a little bit slower too. So like the Genies kind of help the timing. It helps with the tempo. It helps with the clock. And Genie not being in this build makes this deck a little slower. We do see the Woodchuck guy coming in. So Michaela might be able to identify that speed is the key here to win the game. But to your point, Daniel could very easily just deal with all of these characters right now. You've got stuff that are pretty strong here, and being able to draw as well to help out.
If we don't have another Hades or Into the Unknown, the Lilos will be an annoyance.
Yeah.
This guard is only going to be able to take out 1 unless we have another cat. If Daniel has another cat, then that completely changes it, and it's probably over. But without another cat, there's a world that enough damage can get stacked on these Lilos if we can continue to play other characters as well, using the Willow and that extra ink we have.
Yeah,
but it is looking rough.
It is. Yeah, it is tough. All we're sitting here, we got a tree and a hamster on Michaela's side of the board, and going to go ahead and go on a quest with the remaining character that is dry and standing upright. And we still have tons of ink, though. We still have things that we can do as we see Dumbo, we see Royal Guard finding their way onto the table. That Dumbo is going to go pretty hard here. Going to get more advantage for Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel's just going to get to the point where he might be able to just quest out and win before Michaela can get the last few points she needs here, even returning the Lilos.
Yeah, and Lilo, you mentioned it, a bit of a nuisance here. We see one being sent onto the table here, it's going sideways, playing
Ooh.
a. Ooh, okay.
Rewarded of sorts by only getting back one Lilo. And it puts a weird position where the Scrooges might have to trade.
Yeah,
I kind of think we still quest, or actually, we might. It's an interesting thing. I almost want to challenge the Royal Guard for one, but at the same time, it's like, you know what? I'm going to get this lore while I can and be happy about it.
yeah. That is where a lot of the decision tree kind of lies when you're playing this game. Is identifying am I fast enough to do this, or do I have to deal with this to help advance my clock later on? That Royal Guard could be a serious problem, though. I mean, we do know that Blurple draws a lot. You've got
Oh, yeah.
Woodchuck's Guide. You've got things like the Mona that can change the math on that Royal Guard. As you see,
And
it's already up
that's
to 4 strength right now. That so a Royal Guard trading into your Chief is going to be a problem. That is not the trade you want to see, because that is exactly what's about to happen here, and that is a rough trade.
And that's just the power of Royal Guard. If you're drawing cards in big chunks like that, it's going to be doing work. At glance, you're like, oh, it's a 2/2. It's a goons, that is worse on the defense. And in this regard, oh, we see the bell come down.
Bell, the accomplished mystic, just completely leaving Michaela with just the grandmother Willow. And yeah, at this point, Daniel is now in charge of this board, dude. This is rough. Yeah, there you go. Michaela with a full board clear, and Daniel looking pretty good here. This is where you want to be if you're Daniel.
At this point, I don't actually think you get back Lilo. I think you are hoping that your top card is Nani and a Doc, or a Doc,
No.
and then you can play
Yeah.
characters, because there's enough challenging power that it's not going to do enough, and you now have to play to what your only outs might be, which is Doc into character, or like two quester, like Doc
Yeah.
into a Lilo Daisy.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough go of it too, because in Amethyst, like another thing that could happen here is, imagine we get a Cheshire Cat, so we get the Cheshire Cat, we deal with the Lilos that way. Lilo becomes a liability. Lilo becomes a liability in that it allows your opponent to put damage on things that you can then reuse with Cheshire Cat, or you can deal with like that, or you can deal with another accomplished mystic if you have a second one. So yeah, I think Lilo is a liability in this matchup right now. I think playing it out was a mistake, and we're seeing the boost, sending it away, not even an issue, just kind of laughing at it. No, that's okay. So we only had 1 damage to send to it, but still not a good spot here for Michaela.
Oh,
Terrible spot. Oh no! And every character.
And there you get to use the cat. If you have 8 ink, the Cheshire Cat can do that. Cheshire Cat, and then we're also giving everything ward. So Michaela with only 3 ink, there's a handful of cards. It could have been another Chief, could have been a Thunderbolt, could have been a Snowboarder. But it wasn't something she could play. Or it might have been a Strength as well.
No.
And now that everything is ward, she's either going to be able to play one big character, which isn't going to be able to interact, or she's going to have removal that isn't going to help her interact.
That Scrooge was devastating, dude.
and to be fair to Michaela, I think she literally only had the out of being able to dock into Daisy Lilo, and that still loses to the cat. So maybe her only out was dock Daisy.
Correct. Yeah.
For
That's
exactly.
definitely the vibes.
And that's a rough spot for her to be into as Daniel takes game 1.
Yeah, I mean, just that Scrooge coming in clutch. You know what vibes it gave me? It gave me the same vibes from before rotation, like when you would slam a whole new world and then you'd play Pete, and then basically you just look at your opponent and go, okay, I win. Like, you can do nothing now. You can't play. Be prepared. You can do nothing. Like that's the same vibes I'm getting.
It's
from like that Scrooge McDuck.
It's similar in Infinity right now, where it's just like you sing a whole new world, and you need to hit a Pete so they can't play their songs, but you also need them not to have a Pete to Pete you right back, and then so it's who has the last Pete.
Oh, that is the absolute worst game of like, did you draw it? You got it? You got that? So you got that Pete? Oh, okay, good. Yeah, that's always rough. But that's exactly the vibes I got from that Scrooge McDuck. I think that's a great card. It's weird that we haven't seen it utilized sooner. I think in this format, kind of closer to the end of this format as we're approaching set champs, or not approaching. We're in the set champ season. We are at the swan song of the season, and only now are we kind of seeing this thing pop off. So I'd be interested to see how else this thing can do as the format continues to evolve.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what other cards interact with cards under our characters. It seems like an interesting resource or type of resource, and I like that kind of design space.
I agree. Yeah, I think anytime that you can have cards do things in different ways, I think is always cool. I think the boost mechanic was a great addition. JDZ asked me earlier, I think a mechanic I'd love to see come in the future is cards that say, when you ink this card, this happens. I think that'd be a fantastic place to be as well when it comes to design space.
I think that'd almost be too good.
You think so? You think that'd be approaching some scary territory?
So the issue is like, what is it? What do they do? So like, because you have to think that this is literally a free card. So, like, what card costs 0? Like, what is a card that costs 0 going to do? It can't draw a card. You can't have a card that says, when you ink this, draw a card.
No, that'd be terrible. That'd be so scary. That'd be so scary.
Now, something close to that could be interesting would be, like, cards that you could play from your inkwell.
That'd be cool, too.
Fundamentally, that won't work right now.
Yeah.
Because you can't look at your inkwell.
Yep. What if the card said, when you ink this card, keep it face up? You may play this from your inkwell.
Then I think that would cause issues from people because we naturally keep the last card we inked face up. So I think that might trick some people into thinking they had already inked. As we see Rhino come down from Michaela, and all right, start here. This isn't Infinity. We don't have Cindy's. There's not very many 1-drops the decks play, but Rhino's one of them.
Rhino is in fact one. Now Rhino does potentially represent a Singer on 2 if we can draw into that into the big Rhino, the Power Hamster. If we draw into the Power Hamster, that in effect is singing songs early. It can sing Thunderbolt, it can sing Strength, it can sing Akud. So that is one way we can get into some songs to try to garner advantage here. We do see it, so we are there, and we are also turning it sideways, but to quest, not to sing songs. And hey, you know what? A 4/3 hamster with resist 2, questing for 2, not a bad place to be on your second turn.
Yeah, just until Daniels plays Show Me More and trades. There's always an out. It might not be a card anyone wants to play.
You're not wrong. That is a thing that is a viable thing that could happen. That is true.
I mean, I'm pretty sure JDZ played both Royal Guard and Show Me More this weekend. He might not have had Royal Guard. Maybe that was his mistake. It trades with so many cards, and he's drawing so many extra cards a turn trying to activate it using Book and or Show Me More. If he's not playing Royal Guard, maybe he should try that next time.
Yeah, that's why he lost. Maybe if he had played Show Me More, he would have won. JDZ, if you're listening, put Show Me More in your deck, dude, that you would have won. As we see Lilo coming in, not exerted, standing upright, because we're playing her from hand. She is here to hang out. She can quest for a lot. Not not the best two cost card you can play, but it is a 2-cost card, and you play it. So there you go.
Yeah, it does look like Michaela's in kind of a rough spot here. I kind of think I might have still quested here. We see 1 draw, 2 draw that would let the Royal Guard leave a damage on the Rhino. And if we had a guidebook that still does not let us take out the Rhino, but we could take it out if we had guidebook plus TPO.
Exactly. Yeah, it would be a 2-for-1. The question becomes, is it a 2-for-1 you want to give up? Like, do you really want to give up that Rhino?
It's not even a 2-for-1.
Well,
because we shifted it.
You're right, because we shifted it. Exactly. Yeah. So it's actually an even trade in that situation. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. And that's a rough place to be. So I don't know. I don't think I disagree with Michaela. I think if you're aware of that possibility, I don't know if it's worth losing a Rhino to that combination of characters.
Oh, and there's
speaking of which,
inking another book and playing another Royal Guard. Daniel's just like, I had it. twice. I read it twice. I got an extra copy for Christmas, and I just inked it. I didn't even need it.
I'm so smart. I've been reading from this guidebook so much. I know how to sew things. I know how to make blueberry pies now. This guidebook taught me so many things as we sent a Goliath into the inkwell. The question is, what do we do with our 4 ink? We didn't use all of our ink last turn. Are we going to get to use all of our ink this turn? Michaela, show us what you got. This is going to be an important turn for you, I think. Oh, we're opting to go ahead and it looks like sing Thunderbolt.
That feels
rough.
so bad.
That feels terrible. So bad.
I mean, you have to do it, but it does not feel good.
Oh, yuck, dude. We went ahead and threw away Goliath by playing a dock. To play another dock, we
That's
throw
not
away
bad.
a Lilo. That's not bad. That's not bad. 2 viable dock triggers, getting us into 2 more cards. That's not the worst place to be. Could be better, but it's not the worst place.
Yeah, recurring Lilo here isn't bad. And humorously, the 1/3 dock is able to finish up the Tipo and or the Royal Guard if they challenge in the Lilo. So like Daniel's play here is probably trade with the Rhino. And as you said, it is a fair trade. Unfortunately for Michaela, it's not as much of a tempo swing, whereas in last turn it would have been playing the book and activating it. It probably would have been the only thing we played, although we also played the Royal Guard. We would have had exactly enough ink to also do that then too. And we didn't really have the other characters to push it. But this turn, we're able to also quest with the Lilo, which kind of gives us 2 things. Maybe Daniel has more card draw.
Maybe. I mean, interesting that we chose to challenge with the Tipo first and then start operating with our ink and looking at where we're at. So we do see we're choosing to go ahead and ink the Let It Go.
Bell?
To play Bell. Yep. So instead of even doing all that, we're going to keep that Royal Guard instead.
Brutal.
Yep. We keep the Royal Guard instead tonight to do a nice, clean, just destruction of that poor little Rhino.
Yeah, it's like an alternate version of the play we talked about that lets him keep his Tipo while also developing a Bell. But the dock still can take out the Tipo if they want. There's a 3rd Lilo and the strength to take out the Bell. This is not bad. We quest. Oh, I don't know. I might have challenged the Tipo there. It saves us a turn on our Lilo, but it does leave a lot of damage for a cat. But I guess if we're out of cards, returning double Lilo next turn is not terrible.
Ooh, but we do see the Scrooge McDuck finding its way onto the table for an inkable 5/5. That thing's kind of scary looking, dude. That thing's kind of frightening.
Oh, she almost drew. Almost drew.
Oh, that was close. That was close.
I think I would have returned both Lilos there, and then kept whatever I drew.
Interesting. And then, maybe she was hoping for a Stitch. Maybe what she was hoping to get was a Stitch, or she thought, well, let me not ruin my ability to play Stitch.
I think this might have to do with the fact that she got severely punished for returning the Lilo the other game because she drew something she couldn't play. And so and that's the interesting thing with Lilo, and it's insanely difficult to play her right. And I'm not saying what she did is right or wrong. There could be a correct answer, but most likely it's a statistics thing, and you have to decide which one you want to do. But it's you can never be like you always return Lilo or you never do.
Right.
It's always based on the scenario you're in, and you have to try to decide, is it worth doing this or that, you know?
Yeah, and I think it's so when you think about the way some people use Lilo, it's important to think of Lilo as an extension of your hand. And, you know, there's going to be times where just playing a Lilo when you've got no cards in hand is just the worst thing you can do. And there's going to be times where you can apply pressure. And I think thinking of Lilo as an extension of your hand will help you to understand, like, okay, there's this moment that I can use this. There's a moment where it's just terrible and I'm giving my opponent advantage. Is particularly into Amethyst. We've mentioned that we've seen a few of those moments happen now in just in game 1. Things like Cheshire Cat make it terrible. As we see a Strength of a Raging Fire coming in and then going to go ahead and send the dock in to finish off that Scrooge McDuck. That was not bad. That Scrooge McDuck being off the table feels pretty good.
See, and I would have been punished because I would have returned double Lilo and then not been able to play that Strength on that turn.
Exactly.
So, like, it's based on what you think you need to draw in this scenario. And she was just like, if I keep 3 open, most of my cards cost 3, I'll be able to draw something better than a Lilo that just gets challenged down. She is short 1 ink. She can't return all of the Lilos at once. If she had that 6th ink, if that Elsa didn't take down that Willow, she could have taken them down. Please return Doc.
Yeah, for real. Please, I'm sure is exactly what Michaela was saying. Was thinking real hard, like say the wrong thing. We went ahead and we challenged into the dock, leaving it within an inch of its willpower. Michaela having to decide now whether or not it is worth it. Michaela saying no, we're not going to bring those Lilos back just yet because we got Nani. Could we find the dock? Do we get rewarded? Do we find a dock within those 4 cards? We do not, but we do find Angel. We do find Angel.
It is a character.
I will say that in Amber Steel, I've played a few of these games now where it feels a little bit like Ariel of the past, where you play it and you don't find something. So it does feel good to find it, even though it's not necessarily Doc. But opting instead of playing the Angel to play Lilo.
I think inking the Angel's right.
Yeah.
We want to be able to return triple Lilo. We want to put Daniel on. You need the Let It Go.
Yeah. Yes. The fact that we've got so many of these escape artists hanging around. Ooh, that Elsa though is going to help a bit to mitigate some of the power that this board could potentially have here. Choosing to turn that Nani sideways. Playing Let It Go on the Lilo, which exactly what you want to play it on. That way it cannot keep coming back. Oof, yeah. And sending Michaela's board into the discard pile.
And this is unfortunate because now the Lilos aren't as good, but we have enough ink. I'm returning both Lilos. We've got 3 extra ink after this. If I draw a Surfer, that's fine. I'll wait a turn.
Yeah. Well, so Michaela with only 2 Lilos left in discard pile, 1 that got sent away, choosing to go ahead and send those 2. Unfortunately, the card that she drew cannot be played, as she goes ahead and places it underneath that beautiful pin, that beautiful Madame Dragon pin, as her hand marker. And Daniel now just saying, well, we're just going to go ahead and we're going to sing Second Star to the Right and just rip this and just draw a bunch of cards. I still have, oh my goodness, 5 cards to the hand.
This is interesting.
This is devastating.
We need to see a Let It Go, a Hades, or an Into the Unknown. And that is about 1 out of 6 cards. So it's a little bit of a gamble. We could also see a Cheshire Cat. One day I'll remember which version of it is called. We also have Tigger. There's probably like a third of our deck answers a Lilo for a turn at least. And then 2 more characters.
Daniel flipping this thing around, inking the Demona, saying, I'm not giving you cards. You're crazy. If you think I'm giving you cards, dude, this thing is going right into my inkwell. And Daniel setting up the board of the century against this lone escape artist. Michaela now being put in a really, really rough spot. It's going to go ahead and play Thunderbolt at its full retail price to send Elsa into the discard pile. Turning 2 more sideways to play the escape artist from hand that was sent there by the Tigger. And the question becomes, is Daniel solidified? Is Daniel got footing now? Is Daniel locked in? And can Daniel take back victory here? Michaela saying, not yet. I still got characters that can do things. Questing the 15, setting a clock on the board, and telling Daniel, you better come stop me because I'm going to run for this finish line if you let me.
And we see the Dumbo come down, and we're going to draw some cards, gain some lore. Can we get to 20 lore before Michaela can turn her characters sideways just a few more times? It's going to be a close one.
It is. We see that Tigger going on a challenge right now, challenging that Lilo, saying, hey, let's slow down your clock and then quest while we can. So trying to do a little bit of both. Daniel's controlling the board, going on a quest. And that's exactly the place that we're going to have to be in unless we can find cards like Hades, like Let It Go, to deal with the upright characters. Michaela is going to try to take advantage of this, just continue to bring that Lilo out, see if we can utilize. We still got 5 ink available. We have the Stitch, which I have to believe was the card that she was stuck with last turn. Finally able to play it because we have enough ink to do it. Questing up to 17 and telling Daniel, I'm going to keep doing this if you don't stop me. I'm going to try to win this game. I'm going to try to force a game 3, and Daniel in the position now to try to minimize and lower the chances of that happening.
With only 7 ink, we have, if we do not have the Hades for this snowboarder yet, we have to draw it here. But even if we don't hit it, we're not in that bad of a position just because we can challenge down the Lilos easily while still gaining a little bit of lore. But it's getting close. The snowboarder being able to quest with 1 card already backed in Michaela's hand. She can return both Lilos, draw another card, have 3 cards to be able to deploy 2 more threats that might be able to push through the last bit of lore. But there's the let it go.
Yep. So the Stitch, choosing the Stitch, of course, is exactly what Luke was talking about. While the ideal target here would normally be the Escape Artist, you have to respect that extra card advantage. You got to respect it. And so just going to deal with them through the old-fashioned way of challenging them and questing with a couple of the characters at a time. We went from 5, we started at 5, we go up to 7. Can Daniel continue this climb, or will Michaela be able to sneak out 3 more lore? We just need 3 more. Every turn we can put out 4. They're going to be easily dealt with, though. Michaela, show us what you got. You got to do more than just that, because that is not going to be enough to win this game if you just keep slamming down these Escape Artists.
It is going to do some, though. Tigger with 2... if we don't see a cat, if the Cheshire Cat does not come down, like, we're running out of characters that can challenge. And if we're trying to draw cards with our Elsa and our Dumbo, that's one thing. They could both challenge, but every other character has enough damage that they would trade.
Yeah, as we see, Strength of a Raging Fire, that will deal with the Tigger, so that will reduce the amount of characters that Daniel has access to either A, deal with the Lilos, and then B, quest, slowing down Daniel's clock. Michaela is just slowing the clock down, forcing Daniel into being on the back foot, and will likely be that way the entire game until one of these 2 players can win this game too.
I feel like if we are drawing cards with these, we probably have a Hades or an Into the Unknown or a cat.
There's the Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat has found its way onto the table.
He just appeared out of nowhere, the evil smile, moving damage from one character to another.
That's what the cat does. That's why we call it inexplicable. It is an inexplicable Cheshire Cat sending a character to its demise and challenging into the Lilo, questing with the remaining 2 characters. Slow climb. We went from 9 to 11. So climbing slowly. Daniel able to control the board here, inking the Hades and telling Michaela, are you going to keep bringing out these Lilos or what, dude? Let's see what you got.
And with the cat now in play, getting Lilos back is not nearly as useful.
Yeah. This is definitely a tough spot to be in. Michaela feeling the pressure to continue this. It may be a little bit of a sunken cost fallacy. It could be a little bit of just trying to apply it. But hey, we've got other characters. We can play the characters.
So close, but so far.
Yeah, this is really rough. Just trying to present obstacles, just saying, okay, well, I can't deal with your board, but I can slow you down. I can force you to deal with me. And if I can force you to deal with me, then maybe I can still win this. We're going to go ahead and quest with use the effect of Dumbo, making history on the Elsa, drawing a card, gaining a lore. All right. We're going to, of course, do the same thing with the Dumbo. Naturally, we're going to break those records. Climbing. Daniel thinking through this, having to decide which is the right way to do it. You can't just not deal with these characters. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to deal with some of them. At least the 2 Lilos at minimum are gonna have to be dealt with in order to win this thing.
So we see a Tigger get rid of one of those upright characters.
Yep, Tigger is good here. This is a good place to be. Sending a character back to Michaela's hand, still be able to deal with the 2 exerted characters. We see the Cheshire Cat coming in and challenging one of those Lilos. We're going to see potentially the Royal Guard coming in and doing the same thing. And then ultimately, Daniel is going to go ahead and slam down a second Cheshire Cat is going to be even more of a problem as Michaela continues to bring these Lilos out, potentially Daniel making that climb all the way up to 14 right now, 14 lore, and enough cards on the table right now to finish this game in the next turn. At this point, those Lilos are not the place to be because we don't have any need at all to slow them down. We're just going to go ahead and quest out for the win here, unless of course we have maybe a strength and we're trying to superpower that strength.
Yeah, to stop 6 lore here, we only have to take out 1 character.
That's correct, yes.
So, the getting back Lilos is fine. We get to trade away 1 thing here. It's still rough. And, we needed that snowboarder earlier. We needed the let it go not to be there. I mean, we kind of lucked out with the amount of Hades we saw, I think was lower, but, I spoke too soon.
Ooh, that's rough. That is rough. That, I think, is going to represent the end of this game at this point. Just it is not a good place to be, as we see the Cheshire Cats doing Cheshire Cat things, and we're going to quest all the way up to 18. And yeah, I mean, this is it. Daniel flipped this board on its head, completely changed the dynamic of the game, and now is telling Michaela, I need 2 lore more, and I've got 6-7 characters to do it with. Oh, sorry, no, 6 characters to do it with in a book. Yeah,
and that will do it.
That's the end of it. Yep. Do we know?
Congratulations to Ink Pass, and that will put them, because I know what you're about to ask me.
I don't even have to ask the question anymore.
Match results is I do believe what you want to see here.
Yeah, bingo. Yes, we do. As we
My
hear,
son also thought that was funny.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love the sound of laughing children. It's always great. They're just having a great time.
Nash Canna did win the first round. And so Ink took it 2-1. It was the important game breaker there for us.
Wow. That was
JD's
a really rough go. I feel bad for Michaela because really, I mean, that could have went either way. That second game, that it could have gone to a game 3 very easily, and just finding the answers every chance that he could.
Her starting hand was kind of frustrating for her, right? She played a Lilo on turn 3 with an extra ink open. Turn 4 had to ink a Goliath, play a Doc, discard a Goliath. I think she sang removal on she sang a 4-cost song on a 1-drop. That wasn't Daisy.
I will say, so something I do recognize, or at least that I feel, and maybe it's just the way I play it, I do feel like in Ember Steel, more than other decks, there is such a thing as the cards being in the wrong order, that punishes you in ways that are just completely insane. Like that, like just getting like the sequence of the cards as they appear in your deck, hugely important in, I feel, Ember Steel compared to even any other deck in Lorcana, even more than Dogs, I think.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's anytime you draw your tramp the turn after they take out your 2 characters when you could have played it for 3 turns in a row. There's some brutal aspects to it.
Yeah, that was rough going, but I mean, just a great show of every team that we saw play today playing something exciting. I don't think I've seen I didn't see a single game today that either the audience, the chat, they were going off. It was crazy. I was having a good time. The casters were having a good time. You can see it on the players as well. Man, tonight was, I gotta say, one of the best nights of the ICL that I can remember. I mean, I'm not counting championships, because
every night becomes another great night.
They do, but this one felt like really.
It was wild.
It was
a lot of spicy meatballs being played today.
Yeah, it was good. It was fun. I'm glad to have come out here and hit you with a 3-piece meal. It was great. It was so much fun.
Maybe it'll be tomorrow too. Who knows? We haven't actually scheduled it. But it's always a pleasure to cast with you, Gabe. And if anyone else is, trying to get into that ICL, if they have a team that they're interested in trying to sign up for, it's not a guaranteed spot for sure. But if you'd like to see, as you can see in the Discord right now, there you can do !Discord, and it'll be linked to my stream's Discord, and there is a couple forms you could fill out if you wanted to help volunteering with judging or casting or doing interviews or recording. There's so many different things you could help out with if that's something you're interested in doing, as well as trying to sign up your team, and maybe you could get in there.
Yeah. There's so many opportunities to get involved. If you're watching this, come on in and sign up to help out. As Luke said, not a guarantee necessarily, because there may be spots that are just filled up, but give it a shot. Get out there. It's a good time. It's a fun time. Having played as part of a team in this, having casted in this as well, I'll tell you that the playing aspect of it is very rewarding. It's a lot of fun. It pushes you in ways as a player that you wouldn't otherwise get from just a normal tournament. I think makes you a better player, especially when you've got to worry about things like, I think we saw it with Additional Ink. Additional Ink, very well-known team down here in Florida, specifically, many of their players, big Sapphire Steel players. So the majority of that team are Sapphire Steel players. So only one of them is allowed to play that color combination, and everybody else had to figure out how to maneuver through a deck that they probably didn't have as many reps with. So if you want to be stretched as a player, if you want to do better as a player, sign up, play the ICL.
Or at least start a team that has multiple people that solo different decks. But if everyone mains the same deck, you might have an issue. As you had said, we have a special format that we play that each team they just can't play the same deck. It's not a full thing where you have to play all 6 colors. It's just you can't play the same archetypes. So you can't both play an Amber Steel deck. You can all play Steel decks. You could all play Amber or Emerald decks, Ember decks, the mixture. You can't do that, actually. You can't all play Amber, Emerald decks. And I obviously can't speak right now, so we're going to raid somebody because it's time to go to bed.
It's bedtime, folks. It's so late.
But we're going to send you over to First to 20, and it appears they're also doing some live gameplay there. So enjoy that, and we'll see you tomorrow for what JDZ calls the best ICL. I don't know. ICL on a Friday was the best, but that retired.
ICL on a Friday went
good.
hard, dude. ICL on a Friday was. We would gather with friends. It's after dark, so I can talk about this. We'd gather with friends and watch it on TV, and it'd go crazy, dude. Like we'd have a party. Pizza.
I think I missed rating Chaotic Beats. My son literally will watch me open Twitch, and he'll be like, Chaotic Beats, and I'm like, he only streams on Fridays, bro. I'm sorry.
I gotta talk to Nassif and tell him to start streaming on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Then see if we can get on a weekday.
But until tomorrow, or till tomorrow's morning stream, if I do that, who knows? I probably will. Gabe might be there. Who knows who will be there? But until then, have a great night.